there's a forum called statueforum.com, which I guess is like figurines, figmas, fucking that kind of shit. I mean, I was like, oh, statue forum. What does that even mean? And then I look underneath the logo at the top of the screen, and it says statues, busts, and pop culture talk. And it's like, oh, okay, that's what it is. But their forum, statue forum, comic heroes, and then comic book art slash commission slash sketches.
Figmas are kind of like stands combined with action
Yeah,
figures.
yeah, they're sort of like a halfway between thingy.
They're like pose. They're easily posable action
I'm not
figures.
really into them myself. This forum is clearly very old though, and the reason why I bring this up, of course, is there's a thread from 2014, so it's 5 years old, called Ethan Van Sciver problem. I guess not exactly 5 years old because it's from December 2014, but it's called Ethan Van Sciver problems, and this gets into the point that we've been bringing up in several other videos before, but we never went through the thread in a video. We've done it on our Discord. Again, if you want to keep up to the fucking minute, you should be on our Discord. But the this thread we went over it months ago on the Discord, and it starts off with some guy saying, "Has anyone else paid Ethan for a commission and still waiting for it? I paid for mine back in summer and was told by back in summer, so that's like fucking 6, 7, 8 months after this guy made this post, or before this guy made this post. He said, I was told by him it would take a day to get it done. Well, here we are, almost January, and I've received nothing. No work in progress pics. Very rarely will he even or ever answer messages. So the main thing about this is it shows a pattern of behavior with Ethan. People are complaining right now that Cyberfrog is very late, and it goes to show that that wasn't new, and it wasn't a secret. This is
Yeah,
this is basically
what
old
was this
news.
post from? Yeah, this post is from like
It's
this
from
is
the
like
end of 20. The thread is was started at the end of 2014, and it's about a 30-page thread. Is pretty big, relatively big, and
so it's about 5 years ago.
yeah, and
Well, almost 5 years ago.
certainly it was yeah, certainly before fucking Comicsgate. It was before even we uh, tried to work on the idea of what Comicsgate, the superior version of Comicsgate, known as Comic Liberty, which ended up going nowhere. But
Because they weren't ready for it. They didn't
yes,
deserve it.
and
They
there's
still don't.
still they still aren't ready for it. But the point is here, this guy says I sure could use that money. I paid him for extra Christmas spending money. I'm glad he's enjoying my money, and obviously it's too late to get PayPal involved because as they point out later in this thread, I'll skip over that. But there's like a 45 day chargeback period, and so if you've already waited a few months, it's too late for that. He says, I'm not sure what to do. Has anyone else experienced this with Van Sciver? The first reply says, I've heard too many Van Sciver horror stories. He's one of those artists I would never get anything from. See, this is from 2014. This is before Comicsgate, before Cyberfrog, before uh, even before Richard like glommed onto and became just another ass licking fucking sycophant of Ethan, and before War Campaign and all that shit, and before Comicsgate would have a conniption anytime you had a legitimate criticism of Ethan. All of these fans,
Which is all the time.
these guys are fans. I also want to point out the first top two comments. The OP said it's his join date is May 2008. Now you can go fucking check this out if you want. Statueforum.com. Well, I'll put the link in the below bar. I should, if I unless I forget, but it's statueforum.com/show thread dot php question mark t equals 148544. You can go see this thread. It's several years old. It's
You can
by
also probably find the link
long
in our
time.
Discord.
It'll be on our Discord. If you've been on our Discord, you've already seen it many times.
Feel free to join our Discord so that you can attempt to hate follow us and perform gay ops.
But then get fucking completely red sunglasses beyond the red pill. If you're only merely taking the red pill, you're not even close to being on our level. We've swallowed the red sun. Well, we didn't even have to swallow the red sunglasses from They Live. We were born like that. We were just born with it.
Born with them already in our stomach.
Yes, exactly. But the my point is the OP here isn't just some guy who registered to start complaining. The thread's from 2014, but he joined 2008. That's over 10 years ago. He joined this
Does it
forum.
say there how many posts he had
It says
or have?
527, which isn't a
Yeah.
ton, but I mean that's
It's
over 100.
yeah, no.
That's pretty
It's an
regular.
average.
But
It's average.
the first guy to reply, his join date was October 2006. So he joined even sooner. It says he has like 4,100 posts. And he says, I've heard too many Van Sciver horror stories. He's one of those artists I would never get anything from. And some people are like, oh, what's going on? And someone says the position on
He's
EVS.
also one of those artists I would never get anything from because his art's not that
Yeah,
good.
but
But
I
anyway,
ain't impressed. If you want to impress me, take the wheel for a little while, motherfucker. But he says the positive on EFS is goes to a ton of shows. You can find him, ask him both, what's up with your piece? Yeah, good luck with that.
you can constantly go up to him and ask him why the fuck his comic isn't out yet or
Yes.
why he didn't finish his work yet.
Yeah, I'm sure Ethan avoids fucking conventions, or he probably doesn't need to go to conventions anymore, of course, because like, oh, that's for fucking people who haven't raked in hundreds of $1,000s or scammed people for tens of thousands more for variant covers. That's how much of a scam artist piece of shit he is. He actually makes variant covers. What a piece of shit. But anyways,
Didn't he also personally complain, not to fucking uh, sidetrack
yeah,
us
I don't want to
again,
get
but
derailed too many times in our videos. Get used
he
to that. If you're
personally,
watching our videos, get
yeah,
used to us derailing our own videos. Get over it. Get over it.
suck, suck it down.
Suck. Suck a cunt. But what were you gonna derail with? Make sure you stay on track and
Fucking,
derail.
yeah, he's complaining about that exact thing.
Yes, Ethan Van Sciver complained about variant covers, and then he went and made his own for his own comic that he didn't need to make variant covers for,
Not just he made his
just to
own.
whore for more
He
money.
made he made three of them now at
Yeah.
this
No,
point.
it's like four. One of them's not even for a comic he's selling. That's how fucked up. And he took
Wait. He took a Patreon to pay for
or
a fucking
it was a kick fund
variant
me,
cover, whatever the fuck.
a kick
Kick
fund
fund
me.
me. He fucking to pay for
Yeah, he took money
a fucking
for a variant
variant
cover
cover.
that he made for a different comic that he got already got paid to make. He got
It's
paid.
not even his comic.
Yes, it's not his comic, and he got paid by Dynamite to make the cover, and then he took $20,000 on fucking Indiegogo just for the cover that he had already finished, and he posted it. He was like, "Here's the cover. It'll be on this fucking.
The cover got a TV in it.
It'll be fucking Limp Bizkit versus Vampirella." Yeah, it costs $20,000 and it ain't got like a TV in it or something. I'm very old.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, that's the
I
thing
love
is for
I love the
fucking
fucking
$20,000.
not to
You better
derail
cure cancer.
not to derail your derailment, but I just love the fucking dismissive that Damon Wayne's just going nope with when fucking Bruce Willis asks him the $600 pants. He's very Bruce Willisy in that scene. $600 pants. They ain't got like a TV in them. And Damon Wayne's just like nope. He
First
just
off, though,
he just watched
first
his
off, they're
girlfriend
leather.
machine gun to death.
Yes. First off, though, they're leather pants,
Yes,
and secondly,
yeah, they're leather
despite not
pants.
having a TV in them, they're not $20,000.
Yeah, they're not $20,000 as opposed to what Ethan Van Sciver took
And it will be
money
like
for a variant
actually,
cover.
yeah, you know what? It's even worse than that. It would be like if somebody else bought him the pants, and then he demanded $20,000 from the person who
Yes.
gave him the pants to take the pants.
I love how we're belaboring this fucking metaphor for
This
something completely unrelated to what we're talking about, which is
genius metaphor.
genius point. This great fucking entertaining funny point. But anyways,
You don't understand how bad it is. It gets worse. It got worse.
speaking of getting worse, post number 6 in this thread, in a 30-page thread. Post number 6 is from a not just a moderator, but it says super moderator, and it says the guy says, "I lost all interest in his art years ago when I had similar problems with him. By the time I finally got the art, I had to sell it because I couldn't stand to look at it." That's how like nauseating it is when some guy is just fucking you over, and it's like I don't fucking like this shit anymore. And
When he's going to be a fucking utter cunt like that.
yes, exactly.
What do you
That's yeah.
expect?
It's sad when you have to look at an artist, and that's why we're going to go over the behavior. This is going to be a very long video, but we're going to go over the behavior of the average superhero comic fan or cape cuck, if you will. How
And we don't just call them that because it's some
yes,
pejorative.
it's not just a pejorative; it is a literal description of their behavior documented as we've documented before and we will continue documenting in this very video. But the thing is, and I'm not saying that these people are bad people, but you will see their behavior as this thread continues. But this guy says but well, my point was that it does suck when you like an artist and then they do something that makes you realize you have no reason to like them, that they aren't good, that they're no good as people, that they're complete cunts, and that you can't like them anymore. You have to take an artist that you like and not like them anymore. It's painful. I understand that. That's not good. That sucks. And I don't blame anyone for getting RSG'd that hard. That means red sunglasses, as in the red sunglasses from They Live, the hardest
Red
pill to swallow.
sunglasses. Duh.
Duh. But somebody replies to the mod saying, Ken and I were in the same boat at the time. I kept my peace for about 3 months and just couldn't stand to look at it and sold it. I saw him at Heroes Con the year before last one, and he only showed up the last day and sat around strumming on a guitar the whole time. Jerk. Somebody else says, sorry to hear about that. I've had issues with him in the past and refused to get anything from him again. He's on Facebook. Just try him there. As if. And
Don't
then
bother.
at the end of the first thread, though, Ethan shows up and just says, which commission? Which is a little weird because people sort of ignore him.
Where the fuck did he come from?
Yeah, he just pops up out of nowhere. It's like, why was he ignoring that person? And they actually get into this in this thread. Why was he ignoring that person? But all of a sudden he shows up in a thread where people are shit talking him because he's all about public relations damage control instead of just doing the fucking work, as we will see. And again, this is an example from years before Comicsgate and his new Cyberfrog shit. But somebody else reply. The next post is Adamantium Plus member. I guess that's like not a mod, but they joined in 2004. It says it almost has 10,000 posts. Holy shit! But he says, "Man, wouldn't this be nice to be able to see an artist here try to explain how their schedule is more important than the money they take for our commissions, and say it will be done in 90 days, and turn around after 6 months and say, sorry, I don't give refunds for late work." I live by taking jobs and finishing on time. In 14 years of being a contractor, I've yet to not complete a job on time and budget. Imagine that. Um, and let's see. Let's scroll through some more of the second page because I think there's another point somebody make. I got original art from Ethan way back before he was in the name. Is now just starting on Impulse. Only cost me $50 for a beautiful page. So
$80.
So that's somebody sort of making an excuse for Ethan, but they say it was from a long time ago. So they're like, I know that time can change, plus add in the success he had, being a C-lister at DC. Good job.
Suck.
Suckaka. Somebody else, though, replies saying, I had a lot of trouble with him. Very late. Did not enjoy the experience for many reasons.
A little bit too toothy, I
Yeah,
guess.
I guess a little toothy, but the
A little
OP.
toothy, no mouth action,
Yeah,
very little web action.
show me some of that web action, and so he got web action. Uh, he's humbled. Ethan clearly showed up to this thread humbled and chunky. Uh,
He came pre-chunky, especially
he was
chunky.
already chunky. Uh, But the OP shows up and says Ethan's contact me through the forum, but really the fact they can't narrow down what commission I'm talking about makes me think he has collected a lot of money from people and is leaving them hanging with almost zero communication and false promises. I'm currently private messaging 3 different people who have all said they've received hardly any communication, and one goes all the way back to March, which is before fucking this guy. Um, about this point in the thread is the beginning of it's like January 2015, so it's like a month later. Um, the OP guy also says, then I see people on Facebook posting sketches he's done for them at conventions. Meanwhile, people who have spent literally hundreds of dollars on a sketch are left high and dry waiting 6 months to a year for a drawing from Van Sciver. It's not right. A little communication
Not
update
even a
of things.
page.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
even a page. Just a drawing.
Yeah, they
Just
want a
imagine
sketch.
going to DeviantArt and having to wait 3 fucking years for like your OCDNS Furfag character, or
Yes.
whatever the fuck.
Your Sparkle Wolf. You want to get a sketch of your Sparkle Wolf in black and white, and it's not fucking inked or anything, just a sketch, and you had to wait 3 years, and the guy just cuts off contact with you. I mean, I guess that is more likely on DeviantArt and that kind of shit. Why is Ethan behaving like that?
Some pretty unprofessional shit.
Yes. People bring up the
How the fuck?
45.
I really don't know. How the fuck did he even get away with that?
Yeah, hey, here's the thing. How did he get away with this before Comicsgate, and then Comicsgate happens, and everyone ignores that Ethan had a history of this? People knew about this, and nobody spoke. Comicsgate, why are you so suspiciously silent about corruption? I thought you were against corruption. I guess not. I guess when you say all you wanted was bigger comics, it just goes to show the emptiness of your belief, Comicsgate. Your empty beliefs, your empty little principles that never meant anything. Even the people at the beginning of Comicsgate, nothing you said meant anything. Even the people who left, like fucking, oh, I left Comicsgate, like last year. I don't give you any credit. Fuck you. I'll give credit to a couple people. One of them is Tim Lim. I don't even give credit to Nurkish because Nurkish never said he was in Comicsgate. He knew ahead of time that it was fucking embarrassing. And Tim Lim didn't really say I'm for Comicsgate. He just seemed to generally be in favor of the idea. He didn't, come out and say, "Oh, I'm for this."
Tim Lim's putting out work. In fact, Tim Lim
Yes,
put out what would this be? 3 comics at this point?
yes, maybe
Because he's done
four.
Trump
Actually, I don't
Space
even know.
Force and then fucking My Hero Macadamia.
They're good. They're actually good comics too. That's the
Yes.
other thing. As opposed to all these Comicsgate comics that are fucking awful and stupid and embarrassing, Tim Lim's comics are fucking actually fun. They have really great art, and then they're funny. And I know
And
that
then guess what?
they're
We
not.
got him digitally.
Yes, we got them digitally. But here's the thing. I also got a physical copy. I got Trump Space Force physical copy. It was very expensive. It was more expensive than I would want,
Mhm.
but it's also kind of a once in a lifetime thing. It's like I'll get
Well,
one.
we're helping to support somebody we want to support. And believe
Yes.
me, if I want to, I'll do that.
Yes, I'm
I
not.
have no problem
Yep, we're not against that.
going down and fucking throwing down some extra money for a physical copy if I think it's going to help support somebody I really
We're
like.
bringing this up more in relation to our other videos, the things we've brought up in other videos. Um, so we're almost in response to our own responses of ourselves. Anyways, uh, the another guy, another moderator, shows up in the thread, says Ethan is a good artist with a solid fan base that deserves more and will continue to get turned off if this trend continues. Now that's a little suspicious because they certainly should have, but then they didn't. They didn't. His fans didn't get turned off. In fact, they became rabid and psychotic, measurably mentally ill, quantifiably mentally ill. Ethan's
It's almost
fans at
like
Comicsgate.
actual comic book fans in general, where they get shit after just shit all over, just right down their throats, and they just always accept it.
And they
At
ask
no
for
point do
more.
they ever ask. At no point do they ever demand better.
If they pretend to demand better, but it's a fake demand, which is even more depressing.
They
Um,
killed Superman off like 3 times, or every 3 months for 10 years throughout the '70s.
yeah, and then
And
they
at no point did any of the fan base say, "Hey, this sucks."
and then in
You
the
know,
early
I'm
'90s
not
they kill
buying
him.
these comics anymore.
This time it's supposed to mean something, and they're like, "Oh, this will be worth a lot of money someday." They're
Yeah, and
willingly
again,
being scammed. They're scamming
buying
themselves.
it because it'll be worth a lot of money, which it never ever will be.
Congrats, Comicsgate. You played yourself. Anyways, people talk. Somebody brings up the idea of like doing an automatic chargeback on the 44th day and warning an artist, on day 44 of the PayPal payment, I'm going to automatically charge back if the thing's not done or if you don't show me anything by then. The OP says that's a pretty good idea. Unfortunately, it's too late for me to do that. I don't understand why he owes people a commission from a year and 1 month ago, and he accepted payment for me and other people months later and still nothing. That's bull crap. Seems very greedy. I'm reading this to point out how these people are really turning on Ethan, by the way. And this guy says he needs to start issuing refunds now or take a few days and get them done. Now, that's also very weird how these people, again, 2015, they're not asking for refunds for Cyberfrog. They're asking for refunds for commissions. Somebody else says, I agree, you should bring resolution to this situation. Offer refunds for people waiting so long. That's a good idea. Some other people bring up other artists. There's not a lot of other artists. They even have examples that they can bring up for this. I had a weird exchange with EVS a few years ago. Very condescending dude. That's kind of a baseless just out of left field accusation here, but at the same time, we have seen him behave that way to other people on his Indiegogo who are like, "Hey, I want this. Where's the comic? It's been so late. I've paid you good money for this," and then he gets kind of cunty. He does this really weird thing where he tries to act positive, but then he acts condescending at the same time, like in the same paragraph, like sometimes in the same sentence. It's fucking bizarre and kind of funny. Anyways, somebody asks, did you feel the pieces where you had to do this or fucking I forgot what the I forgot what the context is, where you had to do this were any way inferior to other works you've seen by the artist. Of the two I got refunds and later came back. Absolutely not inferior. Some people are still saying, oh, he was late, but I liked the thing that he did. Um, it looks like that's for another artist, though. They're referring to another artist getting, but
Mm.
so the guy says, as for EVS, I would avoid him as he appears to be habitually very late if he delivers at all. In some states, what he's doing is considered a crime. Is that true? Oh my
Oh
goodness!
wow,
Oh my goodness!
it's a crime, but who cares? Because he's Ethan Van Sciver
Yeah,
and he's the leader of Comicsgate. He's Caesar.
Uncle Daddy Caesar, Ethan Van Sciver. That's very heterosexual to call him that, by the way. That's not gay at all. But somebody else says the fact that he still pulls this crap while he's publicly called out a few years back amazes me. Yeah, somebody brought up at this point another thread was calling out Ethan Van Sciver for taking money for commissions and then cutting off contact, just pocketing the money. All people are looking for is a little
Yeah,
communication at the very
and
least.
there's a few examples. I don't know if you already read them because I'm on fucking.
Yeah, the thread has some good
My
other
memory is that
examples.
great. Did they mention that some people just gave up?
Yeah, that's another thing that gets
Basically, just
mentioned in
free
this
money.
thread.
He didn't do the work. It's not like he got halfway through the drawing and was like, "Oh, they asked for a refund, or they just forgot, and I never finished it. So I guess this half-finished drawing is just going to go in the shelf somewhere." No, he didn't bother for a single second to draw anything. It's not half finished. It wasn't nearly finished. It was completely untouched. But he took the money.
Yeah, he took the money and just hoped people would forget. And the reality is most of them give up and are just like, well, I guess that's money I lost. And
It's
some
almost
people
like he's hoping people do that.
yeah, and really all they can do at this point is complain. Here's another guy who says,
Because they're asking for refunds.
someone else says, why would you think Ethan would care? Probably somebody who tried to do a little white knighting and be like, oh, Ethan, he's a positive guy. Somebody who's, probably a white knight for Ethan. So this guy says, why would you think Ethan would care? He seems to have a legion of unhappy fans who have paid him a ton of money and is either unable or unwilling to get the pieces done in a manner that most people would feel is timely. He has had this issue for years. This is, again, 2015. It's like People talk about how Mark Wade was known for being a temper tantrum throwing little crybaby for years before this. Ethan has been known for being a flake who steals money from commissioners for years before, even before this 2015 thread. And they say it's very sad that he treats people like this. A real shame. The mods have been having a discussion thread about to document artists who have problems. Yeah, there's a link to another thread here that has a list of artists who have been commissioned. Almost all of them are like, oh, this guy's good, this guy's good. One of the only people who has negative comments on them is Ethan Van Sciver and like two other guys out of like a list of 100. Um, Someone says, personally, I think lumping every artist who screws around with paying customers into one big messy thread isn't anywhere as useful, daunting, or noticeable as actually having the individual artist name in the title of the thread. Just my opinion, which is kind of a good post. It's a good point. Someone else says, I agree. Somebody else says, I agree.
Wait, what was that? You read that one a little fast. And
Yeah, they say lumping well, basically making a thread that has all the artists who have been shitty. That's not as effective as saying, as like, for example, a thread that says Ethan Van Sciver ripped me off. That
yeah,
they're saying
yeah.
basically that is much more effective for getting the message out there.
I've actually never seen this thread that you're
Yeah,
talking about.
I
So I
haven't.
guess it's just some
I haven't.
generic.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it either. And I remember last year, like at the beginning of last year, thinking, "Oh, Ethan's okay. He's a fucking comic artist, and now he's supporting the cause." I had no idea he was a scammer, and he has had other problems. The thing is, he's also had like false accusations thrown at, like SJWs, or like, "Oh, this guy's a Nazi." So of course
Well,
that
yeah, that's natural. Standard operating
yes,
procedure.
social justice always poisons the well, and that makes it worse because then somebody can get away with being a complete piece of shit because social justice falsely accused them. That's why another reason why social justice are mords, which again we can't explain what that means because we would be banned. It's the worst swear word ever invented in the history of human speech.
It's kind of genius like that.
Yes, it's or for us, it's a Tuesday. But
For us, it's Tuesday. But yeah, on top of that, fucking just one of the things I especially hate about him is the way that he basically attacks independent creators like him.
or leaves them to hang out to dry.
I mean, it's like other people who is like, "Hey, can I do this thing? I want to try and make this thing," and he's like, "No, because I'm fucking Uncle Papa Ben Caesar,
Yeah,
fucking
and
Emperor
Comicsgate fully
Caesar."
supports that behavior. They're not Comicsgate isn't like, hey, Ethan shouldn't do that. We'll support indie creators. Instead, they fucking back that up and double down on somebody else's behavior. Comicsgate's doubling down on Ethan's behalf, and it's because they were
And
always
he's
like that.
harming the industry. He's harming the fan base. And this is
Well, it's
this
already
is
over too. It's
yeah,
it's
yeah. It's
as
too
we
late.
called it
But
a long time ago. But
this was a chance for comics to be saved.
here's another thread, by the way.
Comics are in trouble.
Yeah, and that's over. It's fucked. Comics are fucked because the people who showed up to save it were just more scam artists,
If we
or
fix it, no, it's fucked.
yes, or in Richard's case, literal sub 70 IQ retards. Um,
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. Is again, this is why you don't want leaders for your fucking thing. Because if you do end up with leaders, you'll very likely end up with either a retard or a scam artist.
or both.
People were suggesting back in the Gamergate days, it's like, oh, this Sargon of Cod, he's great. We need him to be our voice.
Yeah, how'd
And it's
that
like,
turn
no,
out?
don't do that. Almost everyone responded with, no, the strength of Gamergate is that we don't have any leaders. We're not beholden
Yeah,
to the fucking.
They don't have a top of the pyramid that can be attacked and knocked off.
Yes, which
That's
then
the
crumbles
point.
the rest of the pyramid.
And Comicsgate never learned. They not only not learned that, they didn't even consider it. And I remember bringing it up, and people in Comicsgate getting pissed off at me for even saying it. That's how weak Comicsgate is, as their
But their
principles
arguments were
and their
stupid.
emotions,
You even
their
tell them,
intellect.
hey,
All of them are
Gamergate
weak.
didn't do this, and Gamergate was right. And it's like, this is different. How is it different? Because
It's for stupid people.
Video games. This is comic books.
Because
That's not an argument.
video games are $1 billion industry. Comic books are $1,000 industry. Comic books mostly are for fucking complete retards.
Yeah, that's the thing is video games, they could have actually weathered this shit or even gotten worse and still survived.
Yes.
Still be fucking eating Hollywood's lunch. Video or comic books. Comic books cannot survive.
Yeah, comics are held up by the fucking movie industry.
Comics are already dead. Comics are a dead
Yeah,
industry
they
in
they
America.
died. In fact, they died years and years ago, before we even started pointing it out. That's something
Yeah,
we were late
years
to the
and
fucking ball
years
on.
before I even knew it was a problem.
And it was
I didn't even know Marvel went bankrupt in the fucking what was it,
yeah,
1999 or
the
something?
90 yeah, the late 90s Marvel went bankrupt, and that's the era that fucking literal retard Richard C. Meyer and also literal retard and inferior artist, mediocre at best artist John Malin wanted to take comics back to. Good luck. Good luck with that. We will
Dixie
enjoy,
Meyer,
trust me, we greatly enjoy watching you fail at your stupid ideas.
Dixie Cup Meyer.
Somebody links to another thread, and somebody else a moderator replies, EVS promised to stop doing commissions in that thread. Sounds like he kept that promise, but continued to collect money for them. And then a slamming head against
It's
wall emoji.
it's not exactly keeping a promise.
Ethan, as a commission artist myself, I ask that you get your shit together. An artist of your caliber makes us all look bad when you drop the ball like this. Well, some things still haven't changed with that, apparently.
Oh, well, that's also the thing is he's a comic artist pro.
Yeah, comic
But,
artist
no,
pro who stole
if
money.
anything, if there's one thing I seem to be noticing about all this shit, it's that the pros are scumbags, and that these indie people, the small time people, are the ones you can really trust, or at least you're
Sometimes no.
more likely
Yeah,
to
more
trust to
likely.
find them to be
It's
trustworthy.
so fucking questionable at this point. You have to fucking preface that with 1,000 disclaimers and caveats. And it's not even worth it at this fucking point to even defend indie creators. But the thing is, we know several indie creators who make good shit. We know webcomics people who make good shit. And
They
we
make
fucking hype
great
their shit all the
fucking
time.
material. Their art is head and shoulders above the shit that's getting published in American comics nowadays.
I follow several porn artists on Twitter whose art is trillions of times better than Ethan Van Sciver's, and they're just as sketches, like as doodles. I would
Yeah,
even
black and white,
this is almost tough to say,
not in color.
but even Tank's art is better than Ethan Van
Oof,
Sciver's. Oof,
oof.
oof for
Whoa.
gang, yikes-areno.
Yikes, Arena. One this coupon good for one free. Yike.
Oh, who provides that? Who's providing the free yike? I want to find the guy providing the yikes. There's going to be some real hard times for all
There's
these
gonna be some
butt
punching.
scratching, egg hatching,
To pencil
cape
next.
cuck, pencil necked cape cuck geeks. But
Grape eating freak. Scum fucking pea head with a lousy physique.
physique. Ethan Van Sciver certainly has a lousy physique.
Well, no shit.
Well, no shit. Anyways,
Well,
somebody else is about 9 pages in. Somebody else says, "I think enough is enough is on this topic. People have made their point and said their piece on this issue. It's best to put it to bed." Somebody else replies saying, "I have to respectfully disagree. Nothing has been put to bed. I've said nothing."
wait, what was it? What's somebody saying something about being
Yeah,
put to bed?
somebody's basically saying, "Okay, you guys have said enough. Time to stop this thread." Basically, trying to do we've
Fucking
yeah, the white knighting by ignorance of Ethan Van Sciver.
pulling the handbrake on an actual discussion
Yes.
that you have no part
On
in.
the truth, basically saying, "Hey, stop telling the truth. It's hurting my feelings. I want to be friends with Ethan." If this guy wants to have an in with Ethan, so he's gonna fucking show up and be like, "Hey, I told these guys to stop." And so, but this guy says nothing's been put to bed as commissions are still outstanding. I haven't. But this guy says I haven't spoken on the topic yet, but I too have been waiting for an EVS piece since November of 2013. So this was
Even older, but I mean,
two
people have
years
been saying that, yeah.
before this thread. So fucking, he says paid for, shipping included. Wow, what was that remind me of? What frog-based comic does that remind me of? Shipping included, as he promised to complete it the following week in November 2013. Numerous conventions have been attended by friends and members of this community willing to pick up for me, and still nothing. The only responses I've gotten were due to his representative getting involved. He was taking a CGC sketch up at the time. Knowing that numerous collectors were owed commissions, myself included, he promptly replied to email promising quick completion, only to back out on those promises and continue to not respond to emails once the heat died down. That is Ethan's tactic. That right there, as this guy completely lays out, is Ethan's
Yeah, at that
tactic is
point,
to promise, 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 and wait for you to forget.
you can't call it like laziness
Yes,
anymore. It
it's
really is just a
open.
fucking scam.
Yeah, it's openly hostile. It's openly manipulative.
It's theft. It really is illegal, and not
Yes.
just because he's taking money and forgetting like a lazy ass jerk off. He's basically stealing.
Yeah, and he's just pushing, he's placating you and then waiting for you to just sort of stop asking. This guy says, I'm more patient than most as I'm fine with the long wait period as long as communication is consistent. I'm not even talking weekly. One email per month checking in is usually my standard. Just dropping a note to see blah blah. I'll be attending blah blah con blah blah. I currently have four outstanding commissions longer than a year. One is approaching the 4 year mark, but the other artists have communicated with me in the 4 year case. This artist completed two amazing pieces for me in that span. On the topic of wait period, that's a little fucky, but if they're doing other stuff for you, it's not like they have completely fucked you. That's a weird case. He doesn't name who that artist is. It doesn't seem to be Ethan. And he mentions other
I got a
artists and
commission from
stuff.
somebody who we're basically friends with. That we had a show we had on one of our shows, and she was pretty late.
Yeah, she was pretty late, but she was also not drawing anyone else. See, that's the thing. She wasn't drawing other people's stuff and being like, "Oh, I'm
And it
still
wasn't
working on
that
yours."
it wasn't that expensive. I don't remember how much it
It
cost,
was
but
it
it
was pretty
wasn't.
cheap. It was
Yeah, it
a little
wasn't that
like
expensive.
$20 or something
It
like that.
wasn't like an atrocity. Yeah, it was something like $25.
And
It's just like a single
the
character.
idea had to end up changing, but then she did finish it. And
Yeah, no, it was something simple, and
it was pretty good.
it did
A
take a
a
while.
bit
And
objectifying,
I can also see, yeah,
which is
nice,
nice.
nicely objectified. But I could kind of, I saw it. She was busy,
Yeah,
and I figured that,
and not just giving
I
excuses.
understood.
She wasn't blowing off the responsibility. She was actually fucking. She wasn't doing much drawing. In fact, I follow her still, and she doesn't do much drawing to this day, which is kind of a shame because I like her stuff.
She like designs her own cosplay or some shit too, which is like,
No,
you
no,
know
I
how I
think she
feel
does
about
like
cosplay. I don't
Etsy
give a shit.
stuff where she does like fucking needlepoint or some shit. She's a girl. What is she? A fucking
Yeah,
girl? Oh.
you fucking be going around being a total girl.
You know, another thing, I did want Pleb to do like some kind of sketch art piece that I could throw into literally number one, but she ended up not doing it. The thing is, I was like, hey, I'll pay you, but I'll pay her if she does it. And I've done, I've gotten drawings from her before, and she didn't do it, and it was a little disappointing. But at the same time, she doesn't. Pleb does not do much drawings these days either, which I think is a huge shame because she is an indie creator. She did a lot of comics back in the Tumblr days that got attacked all the time.
Her art is really good.
And we always defended her because we knew she needed public support. And Comicsgate never gave her public support.
Yeah,
We did.
how about some kind of apparatus that's now worth money in the six figures from nothing?
Yeah,
You step
in
up and be
exchange
like, here,
for
here's some
nothing.
distribution. Here's a little bit of attention, so maybe people will get some commissions for you.
Imagine such a thing. Can you imagine such a thing?
How about that?
It was, yeah, somebody
Doesn't that sound like even remotely not a stupid idea that
remotely.
the fucking even a retard would figure is a good idea?
Well, you can't say even a retard because then Richard is a retard. He probably wouldn't come to that conclusion. He is, but then again, maybe he's a super retard, hey, everything's like super. It's all fucking about superheroes. So Ethan's like, Richard's like a
Hey,
super retard.
you like to superheroes, right? Well, your superpower is that you're super retarded.
That's Richard C. Myers' only superpower. In fact, it's the only thing he's good at is being a fucking retard. But anyways, yeah, somebody else replies saying, "I agree. This isn't a case of a witch hunt getting started before there's real proof that the artist is guilty. It seems pretty clear that Ethan is bad news. No offense, Ethan. I'd love for you to prove everyone wrong. I dare you, in fact." And then Ethan, of course, didn't prove anyone wrong here, but he
Oh,
did.
you mean he didn't even at least show up? Because you would think at
He
this
did
point
show
it's
up.
like, this is
That's the
bad news.
fucked up thing.
I need to respond
He
to
showed
this.
up, but he did what everyone else pointed out is that he showed up to placate people and push them off until they fucking stopped bothering him.
Well, that's not very fucking ethical or credible,
Yes.
or it's not very kind. It's not very helpful to the community or to his own business sense. You would think that would be a really stupid business decision to just be like, okay, I'm going to fucking milk these people for all their money and not deliver.
Yeah, a lot of these people are pointing
I
out,
think
in
you're already
fact,
wrong.
this is
He already fucking worked as the artist for DC. So it's not like he has no ability to draw.
yeah, he's a
He has the
proven
ability.
artist, so there's no reason for him to fuck people over like this.
Say what you will about the quality of what he makes. He's able to do the work.
Somebody points out in Ethan's eBay feedback, somebody leaves a review saying, "Never sent item, never responded to emails, had to open a case to get a refund." When you have to open a case to get a refund, that means you're being ignored, and you're only fucking gonna get the money if you make the artist face consequences. That's really scummy. But yeah, a lot of people, the guy who's like, enough on the topic, a lot of people, it's one post after another saying, no, this isn't enough. This is all justified. Another person says, I agree. Another person says, well said. And, a lot more stuff agreeing with that and pointing out. There's too much tomfoolery from some artists doing commissions, enough that I decided to scale back on them, although I'd rather not. Somebody says, that they disagree on the enough is enough point. EVS owes many people commissions for far too long. Uh, Somebody says, any update?
I
Uh,
just don't. I can't imagine, because that's the thing is, we've been paid a few times to do some work for people. They paid us to review specific things, and I would always at least try to add as much information as I fucking could.
yeah, somebody else says, I've been waiting
At
since
no
December
point was I ever
2015.
like, okay, I have nothing to say about this. You pay me $30 to review a comic you want me to review. Here's a fucking 5 sentence or 5 word
Well,
review. I would never do that.
we didn't get paid $30, of course. We got paid a few bucks. I
Yeah,
think it
no,
was like 5 to 10,
yeah, I
and
forget.
we would
It,
give
it,
some.
it wasn't much.
We
It was never much because
we
we
wouldn't
didn't fucking
just
ask for
give
that much.
some review either. We wouldn't just give a review. We would fucking, make it funny. I remember for one of those, for I think the
We didn't.
Supergirl one,
I didn't
you
do
threw
much
in references. You threw in
research.
references to fucking Sonichu. That was like a panel of Sonichu that was like identical to the panel from the fucking Supergirl comic that you were reviewing. That one was really funny, I thought. So we would throw in, stuff like that, our own flavor, as opposed to the typical Comicsgate approach to a fucking review, which is just like, ooh, this comic sucks. This is really stupid. Look at this really bad part. Just nothing
I
really
don't
that
like it.
interesting. Yeah, I don't like
This
this.
art, this art is bad. Look how bad the art is. Here's a picture, and then you
Here's a
show a
picture.
picture, and that's it. Here's I have a picture.
Don't
Don't think
think,
you can talk about the commander.
because he's my pal. Here's a picture. Anyways, somebody else says he's owed my brother uh, since 2008 for 2 commissions he paid in advance for. That is fucked. EVS is
Oh
bad
boy,
news.
that's
He
too
just,
late about that shit.
yeah, he takes money and delivers if at all years later. Why would you wait 5 years? I know from the other thread the comment was made with the
He
value
fucks
is worth
people out of
wait,
money
Tim
and gets
says.
away with it.
Yes. Fucking put his brain to sleep. If you get a piece of artwork from
Too
EVS, you
late.
know it's going to be extremely
Too late.
detailed, so that's no
Somebody
excuse for what he
already put
does.
his brain to
Yes,
sleep.
yes, that's right. Why is this guy not referred to as Ethan Van Scammer by now? See, they're just straight up calling him a scammer, a thief. They're saying that what he's doing is illegal. Somebody else says, because that would be an insult to the real Ethan Van Scammer.
Some real person named Ethan Van
Somebody
Scammer
else points this out.
apologized to Ethan Van
This
Scammer. Who
this is
you
really
talking
fucked up.
about?
Somebody says Ethan was pivotal. Ethan was pivotal in getting Rob.
He's
He's
pitiable.
pitiable, but they say Ethan was pivotal in getting Rob Granito. I don't know who that is, but getting Rob Granito banned from conventions because how he's treating artists and copyrights, etc. Now, what does that even fucking? I don't even know what this is about. Ethan got somebody else banned from conventions. What does that remind you of? Now, again, I don't know what the story is, but who does that? Who goes around getting people banned from conventions? Why would Ethan do that? Who commits that
Yeah,
fucking
what kind
behavior?
of jagoff? Yeah, what kind of group of people would ever engage in shitty behavior like that? Shitty, unnecessary, ugly, stupid behavior
Somebody
that
else,
should not only be not tolerated, it should be combated.
somebody else. Yeah, he's basically, again, Ethan has been an SJW even before Comicsgate, since
Again,
fucking
this is also
2015.
this is very much what a lot of the right wing is also guilty of. Basically, boomerist
Yes,
fucking
very
concepts. It's
boomer.
like I'm going to get you in trouble with the law because you
It's
made me feel
yeah,
bad.
it's very
My feelings trump your my feelings trump your facts or whatever.
Barcelona. It's a Barcelona boomer. Very
Yes,
cringe. Oh look, the ocean. The somebody points to somebody links to an eBay and said Ethan had time to do this, and they're linked to it. I guess a fucking picture that Ethan was selling on eBay. Um, the one of the mods comes back and says, "Seems like he's always chasing new money at the expense of the people he's already taken money from. I'm guessing he lives a lifestyle that he really can't keep up with. That's really weird. The thing is, he might not.
a
He might.
lifestyle is certainly the right word.
Yes, yeah, lifestyle. Maybe alternate lifestyle is the more accurate word phrase. But the thing is, it actually doesn't exactly look like that. It looks like he didn't like blow the money and keep taking more because he needed more. It looks like he just pocketed the money and then placated fans because he knew superhero comic fans. If you play as again, this thread is going to eventually show like here, the reply to that though says, "Fuck this guy. Considering all the people who've waited ages for pieces, can't even make an excuse at this point. Um, Plain and simple, the man is completely untrustworthy. He agreed to do a piece for me on two consecutive occasions and didn't deliver when I told I'd be picking up a prepaid piece for a for a friend. He and his now ex-wife accused me of trying to steal the artwork. He has zero financial motivation. Again, these are all individual unsourced stories, but when there are this many, especially from people who are
Admittedly
still
unsourced. Still,
making
yeah.
excuses, they are still saying, "Hey, I like his art. He's cool." I'm not reading most of the part where people are like, "Oh, at least when you get his art, it's really good." I'm skipping
And
over a lot
again,
of that.
there's no Comicsgate element to this. It's not
Yeah,
like this is after Comicsgate
yeah. There's
where
no
social
Comicsgate for
justice
this.
retards are fucking coming out of the woodwork to make up
Yeah,
lies.
there's no SJWs showing up here and saying, "Oh, this guy's a Republican. He's a Nazi." They're saying, "Hey, I like his art, but I paid him and he fucking ripped me off." Somebody says, has anyone started thinking, has anyone thought of starting a fan page on Facebook, something named along the lines of Ethan Van Sciver owes me a commission, something like that, blah, blah. So when people search for his name on Facebook, it will have that page come up as a result. Someone says, I like that idea, blah, blah. I don't really like that, but
Maybe.
who cares?
I don't
I
know.
mean, it's about a few years too late for that. But at the same time, even Comicsgate can't seem to fucking admit to this. Um, I had a terrible experience with him, really unenjoyable. Just an update, as the OP says, just an update. I did receive a refund from Ethan. Now, this was several months after the thread started. He told me he would get a piece in a week. 2 rolled around, still nothing. At that point, I think he knew I had it, and he refunded me right away. The whole situation has been a big headache, and I'm relieved to get my money back. For anyone still waiting, I suggest getting a refund. Whatever you get will not top all the stress you've had for the time you wait.
Yeah, good luck with actually getting. This is the first story I've heard where somebody actually got their refund.
Yes. Here, somebody says at the end of this page, though, I wonder how many people just give up and let EVS keep the money he stole. And somebody replies saying, I'll bet most of us would be surprised, and I'm sure that EVS would not want that information known publicly. There are way too many people out there that will go away quietly to avoid the drama, try and forget the bad experience, be embarrassed if people knew, etc. Smith.
Sm.
But that is a very good point that people, these are just the people who asked for a refund or complained or demanded it. Imagine all the people who are like, I can't get him to reply, oh well, and just give up and go away. Now, of course, those are potential customers that Ethan alienated, but clearly Ethan's not hurting for these potential customers because he is suckering in so many dumb fucking rubes right this second. So another person replies, or it's one of the original guys on the thread from early, replies saying, at Ethan Van Sciver. I think somebody's twittering him February 13th, 2015. At Ethan, will you be doing commissions at MegaCon? If so, is there a list you'll be building ahead of time? Thank you. And Ethan replies on Twitter saying, sure, feel free to email me at blah blah blah. And then just crying fucking dude picture because it's Ethan accepting more commissions, knowing he knows he hasn't forgotten. He knows that he owes these people commissions. Someone says priceless. Somebody else says Van Sciver is wrong, in the wrong, plain and simple. I don't like his business practices one iota. Whoa, you're really roasting him. I am willing, somebody else says, I am willing to not draw your commission for half of what EVS is charging. Contact me now. I have limited availability to take your money and not do anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I think I said this before too. This is quite the fucking racket. How do I get involved in this racket? You mean you can fucking just take people's money and not have to do anything? Holy shit. I want to be able to pull this fucking scam. How the fuck do I get involved in this?
A couple people fucking comment in the thread saying, "Oh, I got a commission from Ethan. He gave me a commission." Yeah, exactly.
Did you? Fuck off.
Anyways, Ethan eventually shows up
I
around.
mean, I can imagine eventually he'll make something. If he's too busy, here's the thing: you're too fucking busy. Don't take all the work.
Don't take any more. Don't take any more. Finish the ones. Fuck. That's what.
I mean, if you're doing 7 pages,
even a furry,
you're doing a 20-page comic
furries
per month.
Have better fucking business practices. They have they're fucking more a furry artist is more reputable than Ethan Van Sciver, who by the way, Ethan Van Sciver's given away a few clues that he might be a secret furry, of course. But Ethan Van Sciver certainly is very familiar with furries.
Yay. First off,
he's gay. Second of all, just look at him. We got all this evidence. Anyways,
just being gay is damning enough.
Page 15, around like late March 2015, Ethan shows up saying, reading this thread is enlightening. I'm drawing everyone's commissions. I have about 15 to do, and I'm doing one per day, far beyond expectations. So he's
one per day,
humble bragging as he's being a little cunt about it too, and also lying. That's just in the space of 2 sentences. People who paid for convention sketches are getting cover quality commissions from me, shipped promptly. Again, he turns this into an advertisement for himself. They're far and away the best drawings I've done, and I've enjoyed doing them, and certainly enjoyed pleasing the reaction for the customer.
Yeah, that's the
Um,
way he fucking. Why does he talk like that?
he
He talks
said,
like a fucking
then he
dolt.
goes, next sentence, he gives an excuse of having a divorce. Ha ha. And he said, I was very depressed and unable to do very much. But I wasn't aware that I was depressed. And
Then
it's like,
fucking tell people
yeah,
that.
yeah, then
Tell people I
say,
went through a divorce. It's a little tough,
well, you don't have to
tough
say,
on me.
don't say I'm going through a divorce. It's fucking tough. I'm depressed. I don't feel good. Say, I got some problems in my life. I'll be a little late. Let them know. Hey, let them know right up front. Hey, I'm going to be late because of stuff in real life. People will absolutely let you slide even if you're still scamming them. But the thing is, the first reply to this is good to hear. Can't wait to see how they turn out, Ethan. Again, people,
Ugh,
and we'll get into
ugh.
this. We will get into this. But the next reply is hope everyone gets good resolution. Here, happy to hear of progress. Next one. Sorry to hear about the news, Ethan. Happy with the resolution here. Congrats, dude.
They're just
Wow, that's
marking
great.
him around the
Glad it
house.
worked out. Some guy says that they got a fucking commission for it. One person says that they finally got a commission from Ethan. They post it like, "Oh, that's great. We're glad it worked out in the end." I have to be logged in to see it, so it's not going to show up. Great looking,
Whatever. I don't care.
nice looking Punisher. It's like, oh, he did a commission of Punisher.
Whatever,
That's it.
whatever,
Not even your
whatever.
Sparkle Dog or anything like that. I'm not sure if I have seen any colored pieces from Ethan. Did you commission that way? Congrats. I've always been a fan of EVS art. Great to see he stepped up and making good on his commitments. That's an awesome looking Punisher. I hope this year's better for you, Ethan. Again, all these people were calling him a scam artist and a fucking fraud and a liar and saying he's breaking the law. You can call the cop. Be prepared to call the cops. I hope you have the cops on speed dial. And he makes one comment in the thread. And he says, it's great. Oh, you're wonderful. All of a sudden, they're fawning over him. This is the nature of the Cape Cuck. Somebody else says, though, I agree it's nice that EVS seems to be taking responsibility rather than blaming fans or other things. I, I don't expect that. That is nothing. Oh, he didn't blame the fans? Are you seriously supposed to be fucking happy about that? Oh, he didn't blame us, the fans. Does that make him a good person? And he,
Am I supposed to expect people to blame their fans
yes,
automatically and
for
then
ripping them
fucking
off.
drop to my fucking knees
But this guy does say,
in fucking tears of fucking pure joy?
and that's a point that you made about Comicsgate being cucked, is that Richard C. Meyer's criteria for a good Marvel comic was it didn't slander the entire male gender in this particular issue. There's only a few SJW things, so this Mark Waid comic, I'm suing Mark Waid, but here's a comic by him that's really good, so buy it. Make sure you buy it with real money.
I paid money for this Mark Waid comic,
And that's something you
even
have been
though
saying
I'm suing
especially.
base. Yeah,
That's a point you made, but also
yeah.
our fans, our followers are really pointing that and hammering that home that that Comicsgate are complete cucks because they consist of superhero comic fans. Superhero comics fans by nature are all cucks. They cannot help it. It's in their genetic makeup. They can never not be cucks. Even if they go through violent life changes, they will go simply from one kind of cuck to another kind of cuck. That is the most a superhero comic fan will change in their entire lifetime. If you gave them 200 years, they would still always be that. They can't help it, but they do deserve to be made fun of it and
Kind of like
shamed
the
for it.
scorpion. Kind of like the scorpion and the frog.
Yes.
If the scorpion is just a fucking utter jerk off,
Why did
just
you
a
why,
pathetic loser.
why did you become a cuck? Don't you know that now we will both be cucked? And the Comicsgate supporter says, "I can't help it. It's in my nature." Anyways, this guy though he says that, but he points out, however, even EVS, you must know that because this is at least the third time you've fallen off the commission wagon, that you've damaged Europe, and many fans and collectors are wary of commissioning you. I personally would not give you $1,000 to $1,500 in advance. I
$1,000.
know they're giving him $1,000. They're giving him that much money? Seriously? You're giving Ethan that much money?
Was this a joke?
Hopefully you can get on a stretch and earn back some goodwill. First of all, if somebody has done this, there should be no earning back. That should be it. That should be the end.
Well,
You are a
well,
cuck.
all that,
You are a
all that
fucking
is too late.
cuck if you even
Just being late,
offer to give them back goodwill.
just being late, I can fucking understand. Earning back the goodwill for that. Sure, just being late, but all the other shit, there's no forgiving that. It goes beyond everything.
So everyone at this point, they're either, and then Ethan says, "Thanks, I'm working on a massive forward-page spread for convergence." Someone's like, "Can't wait to see how the gems your convergence are have been insane." This guy has been like a real white knight for him. And there's been a lot of excuses making, and in the thread at this point, it's been fucking like 1 page since Ethan has fucking replied, and all of a
People
sudden, people
treat
are
fucking
sucking
artists
his
like
dick.
this all the time.
Yeah, people treat
This is
all
this is
artists like
something
this
to
all the time.
advise people about. Fucking yeah,
And I
all
kind of
artists.
understand. You want to you kind of want you want an artist to like you. If you like an artist's art, you kind of want them to like you. So sometimes you instinctively may fawn over them, especially when you haven't dealt with a lot of them. When you appreciate their stuff a lot. The thing is, you have to fucking nut up and stand up for yourself at some point, especially when you're getting fucking ass fucked. But these people are slapping his ass constantly after like one post in this thread, and people are like. Ethan says, "I'll be shipping out a few drawings on Monday," and some guy's like, "Oh, I wonder if when's mine." And someone else is like, "Can anyone provide me with Ethan's email address?" This
Did
entire
he
thread
answer
has
that?
been about how he's a flake. He's a scam artist for the entire thread. And suddenly, this guy's like, "Can anyone supply?" That's what the thread's about. It's about how it says Ethan Van Sciver problems. And here's a guy saying, "Can anyone provide me with his address? I'd like to get in touch with him regarding a future convention." They're going into a fucking thread where he's ripped people off and saying, "Hey, I want to fucking give him money."
I want to get.
Please do that right fucking now.
I want to be next. I want to be next to get fucking ripped off.
Exactly. These people are fucking insane. These are the big, again, I almost would say that fucking weebs are the biggest cucks, but this right here shows that superhero comic fans are the biggest cucks.
I hate
Period.
fucking. I fucking really don't like anime. I
Quantified.
hate anime, and I hate anime fans.
Anime fans are
But
some of the biggest
even
faggots
they
on the
don't
planet.
fall to this
Yes,
level.
even they aren't this
Yeah,
fucking cucked. But somebody says, "Can anyone provide me with his email address?" Basically, they want to get ripped off. Some guy replies immediately saying, "Don't do it." Totally fed up with him, his lies and BS. And somebody replies to him saying, "What happened, Lucy?" Like acting like the entire thread that they've gone just
oh,
hasn't happened. The past
who
20 pages
who
never
hurt you,
happened.
Sweaty? Who hurt you,
Yes,
Sweat?
exactly. In a thread called Ethan Van Sciver Problems, full of evidence against him. And somebody's like, "Who hurt you, Sweaty?" And the guy says, he explains what the entire thread leading up to this point was about. He says, "Same he does to everyone, takes money and doesn't do commissions. Years go by and lie upon lie, still no art." And then somebody else says, "I wouldn't trust EVS as far as I could throw him." It's funny. One person is like, "Oh, did you guys forget that Ethan's a scam artist?" And all of a sudden, people are like, "Yeah, he's a scam artist." All of a sudden. But this guy says, the guy who basically brought up the complaints again out of almost out of fucking nowhere after all the ass lapping. Fucking this guy says 7+ years, talked many times, always same story. I'll do them. All day is yours tomorrow. I'll do sweet pieces. They'll be beautiful. Then nothing. Again, it's what he did in the behavior that this guy's describing right now is what Ethan just did in this thread fully on display. He placated people, got them licking his fucking feet like the cucks that they are, and then just walked away to leave them just forgetting that they were even pissed off.
I'm
Somebody's
hoping at the very least they were saying that in the hopes one final chance they're going to give him to see if they got any.
Even that's fucking.
If he got the fucking work done,
This should have been
and
the
then
last chance, though.
when he did, yeah, that should have been the last chance. And I don't know.
Instead, there's
How
another last
long?
chance
How
after
long does the
this.
thread go? How long does the thread go? Does it go on
Well,
where
now
it's
I'm at
like,
page
okay,
20.
he once again didn't say anything?
I'm at page 20 now. There's another 10 pages to go. And there's not much. I'll be skipping over some of it, but some guy says, "Yikes! 7 years. That's unbelievable." This is a 2015 yikes, of course. It's a
Yikes!
different kind of yikes.
2015.
Yikes,
It's
Reno.
it's an actual legitimate reason to, purposeful yikes as opposed to retard yikes. One coupon for one free yike.
Somebody mentions like, I guess somebody fucking mentioned the wife, and this guy says ex-wife, and someone says discussing commission experience is fair game, but discussing his private life, marriage, divorce is outbounds in my book. Even though Ethan Van Sciver was the one to bring up his private life and use that as an excuse. Somebody else says Van Sciver's on the list of three most dishonest artists I've had the displeasure of doing business with. That guy almost
Shit.
sounds like he's taking this like too personally, but the thing is, he's right. Ethan is handing him objective correctness. Ethan has fully handed over correctness to this guy. What are you going to do about it? Take it back? You can't now.
I'm even forgiving all this shit, which is really shitty, bad business, unprofessional. But the fact that now Ethan Van Sciver is in charge of Comicsgate and he's gatekeeping and not trying to keep social justice out of Comicsgate. He's trying to keep
he's bringing it
less
in.
popular. He's trying to keep anyone who's not popular out of Comicsgate.
Someone mentions EVS and Spencer, fucking, and someone's like, "Oh no, they're
Richard clearly means Richard Spencer.
Richard Spencer." I don't know who Spencer is. People are like, "Oh no, they're not. They're very different." Spencer is a fucking okay guy or some shit. I don't know. Spencer is honest as the day is long. He's a great guy in my book. Blah blah. Blah. So they get a little sidetracked too.
This isn't
Um,
about fucking either Van
As
Sciver.
for EVS, he's taken money from so many people. I'm quite confident law enforcement would view it as fraud. Ask for your refund, and if that fails, consider a discussion with law enforcement. They do not like people making false promises, taking money. Turns out, if you do it in massive volume, it is often a crime. Someone else,
Yeah, I'm
this
surprised. Somebody,
ball licking guy on the forum says, "I hope it doesn't come to this for the sake of everyone involved."
yeah, I sure hope that it doesn't come to actually
Being
prosecuting the guy who's
responsible.
clearly guilty.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't come to being responsible for the fucking people. Because again,
Oh, this person just murdered a child. Hope they never get caught.
I had forgotten about EVS confronting Granito. I remember finding it ironic he would take up the charge on Granito with all his detractors about failed commissions, and after recalling the story, it strikes me as peculiar that he would take up the charge of other artists and collectors in the Granito case, and 4+ years later, still has many unhappy collectors knocking at his door. Now, why is Ethan getting other people banned from a fucking convention too? That's really weird. And again, I don't know the story. Here's a Bleeding Cool article about it, but I won't fucking even trust Bleeding Cool with it that much. And fucking, but what it sounds like, Ethan got an artist banned from conventions for doing what Ethan was doing. Now, people in Comicsgate are talking about, oh, it's wrong to ban people from conventions. And it's like, well, then why aren't you getting on Ethan about that? Um, Here's another fucking person. I contacted BC. I'm well aware of an artist in which law enforcement got involved. Here's a funny story. I'm well aware of an artist in which law enforcement got involved as he's taken numerous commissions, and one of the folks spoke to the crime fraud unit, which paid a visit to the artist. 2 days later, the fan received his commission, which was good as he had an appointment to sign a formal complaint with the detectives. And that's a funny
Oh
thing.
man, well, close call.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like this artist is dodging him. Then all of a sudden, the guy gets his art when the fucking cops are called. And again, this fucking certain ball licker says, "Let's hope it doesn't come to this for the sake of everyone involved, for the sake of Ethan." So you want to defend Ethan. You don't want Ethan to face the consequences, basically. Someone says I contacted BC. I don't know what BC is actually. British Columbia, I guess. Let's hope it doesn't come to this for the sake of everyone involved. Somebody replies saying, if it does, the artist has no one to blame but himself. Again, like, this is 10 fucking pages later, After Ethan shows up, they go from fucking shit talking him to licking his balls to going back to shit talking him like fucking in 10-page fucking intervals. I think the only way to stop this from continuing is for a lawsuit to be filed against one of these artists that takes money up front and won't deliver. See, the thing is, Ethan Price still owes all of these commissions that people are trying to get him. Some people. Okay, here's a guy says, update received refund today. Not sure what prompted it all this time. Ethan actually replies saying, what prompted it is that I had the money. I'm due commissions. Yours was first. So now what Ethan does, this is another game he does that he's doing with the Cyberfrog comments, is people are like, hey, you're late with Cyberfrog, where is it? And he's like, it's coming out right now. Do you want it or not? So he acts like a little cunt, but he also acts like if you get a refund, you're gonna miss out. That's how a scam artist strings you along. Is, well, okay, you didn't want it, you wanted a refund. Okay, I was gonna do the commissions, and again, this is now in fucking July of 2015. So this is fucking months and months after the thread started. This is almost a year later, and Ethan's finally being like, "Hey, I'm doing the commissions." Clearly, he wasn't. But then he's like, "Well, I guess you didn't want it." So he's like trying to guilt the commissioners for asking for a refund. Someone says, "Glad you got your money back." This guy says, "Thank." Again, Ethan shows up. All of a sudden, this guy who was complaining about Ethan calling him a scam artist says, "Thank you, Ethan. I did post down here that you made good. Ask for names of others you owed, and we're gonna get work." So one guy gets his fucking refund, and other people. And this guy, again, to everyone owed or following through, Ethan Van Sciver has risen from the ashes like a phoenix. This guy was complaining, bitching bitterly about Ethan for months before this in this thread, and all of a sudden, he's like, Ethan's rise from and it's like a phoenix. And it's very weird. Somebody else says, "Are we again? This guy who I think is really bitter. Are we honestly to expect it took Ethan 78 years to finally come up with the money to provide a refund? I'm calling bullshit. Why was there, why was there this beyond extended wait to begin with? Ethan, with all the time you spent on Facebook, couldn't you have taken a short break in the last couple of years?" Again, Ethan, he was wasting all this time on Facebook. Now he just makes YouTube videos about fucking brie fucking whoever the fuck, brie cheese. Brie, it's a soft cheese.
Brie Larson and
Yeah,
also Star
yeah,
Wars.
Brie Larson in Star Wars instead of doing commissions and finishing fucking Cyberfrog. But and here, this one of the last fucking posts in the entire thread. It's actually a few pages left, but one of the last says, "This is the wishy-washiest thread on Statue Forum. I've never commissioned EVS or have personal animosity against him, but it seems whenever people really start complaining about overdue commissions or expected refunds, all EVS has to do is pop in and make a comment or two, and all is good again. Up and down like a pogo stick, just my 2 cents, but the negatives seem to outweigh the positives here. I represent Michael Finn for keeping the same stance regardless. I'm staying away." Somebody else replies to that saying, "I'm glad there's resolution making these affected happy and satisfied, but I tend to agree with this guy." Um, and so, other people like up the next page, any updates? Haven't received mine yet. So other people still owed commissions or refunds. Another person says, "I still haven't received mine. I've seen pics, but nothing in terms of shipping and communication." This is fucking September 2015. Somebody else, the fucking ball licker says he's been on a monthly, so he's probably gotten really busy. And somebody replies to him saying, "Ethan needs to hire you as his agent. You shouldn't be doing his job for free." But that's the reality of Comicsgate. Comicsgate does this for free every day, where they are ball licking Ethan constantly. They're his pathetic sycophant. Comicsgate will never be anything more than Ethan Van Sciver's pathetic sycophants for as long as they live. That this will be the height of their lives, was white knighting for a fat boomer who was ripping people off, and they are doing it for free. Comicsgate, you're doing it for free. You know who else was doing it for free? The fucking janitors. And they fucking for V on during Gamergate, and they took it very seriously as they were sticking their dick in hot pockets like the incel losers that you are. Somebody else says, I'm not doing anything other than conveying a possible reason for the delay. My info comes from Facebook, lol. Someone replies saying, that still seems to be more than what he's doing, unfortunately. Again, this guy is a fucking complete ball washer for Ethan and just making excuse after excuse. And even some of these people on this board, as much as they fucking are constantly being fucking sycophants, they are still they're going back and forth constantly. Ethan shows up for 1 second and they forget they were mad, but time passes and they remember again. Uh, so they're fucking. At least some of them are remembering that they were, what the problem was in the first place. And there's still other people in this thread saying, I still haven't gotten my refund, haven't gotten my commission, haven't gotten a response. Somebody else says he can't be so busy that he can't hit the post office. Someone says, mine has been done since the beginning of April. 5 months just to ship. I got lambasted by a guy on the CGG forums for the 5 days it took me to ship some art I sold. I'm patient, but it's aggravating when you have to wait long for paid pieces. So the last thread, page 30, or the last page of the thread is page 30. It's early 2016. Somebody else says, every time I ask him, he says he's going to do it that day. Last time was 2 weeks ago. Still nothing. Going on a year. Somebody else says, or the same guy replies a couple weeks later saying he refunded me the money after an email asking for one. I said between his DC work and his new baby, or I said between his DC work and his new baby, he'll never have time to do it. Refund came. Somebody else says right on, and then somebody else says everyone get their pieces, question mark, no reply, end of thread. So yeah, that's again from 2015, Ethan ripping off a lot of people. He gave some of them refunds, some of them
They're like
stopped
token
asking.
refund.
Yeah. And it looks like he finished a couple of commissions. I think just to play, again, to placate people and make it look like he actually does the work. He knows,
Because
okay,
he
I'll throw
can.
them one
Again.
and they'll fucking lick my fucking balls again. And they did. He was
Exactly.
right.
And they do. In fact, not only did they do that for a while after this, they apparently kept doing it all the way into Comicsgate.
All the way into Comicsgate. So yeah, this is,
He
again,
still got his own fucking followers, and the cycle continues yet again.
yes, and it will
Into
continue.
comics.
After this, it will continue with as long as there are superhero fans, there will be cucks who you can completely manipulate. And Ethan, the thing is, I almost don't feel sorry for them. Ethan knows he can fuck them, and they don't do anything about it. They'll complain. They'll go on message boards. Some of them will fucking ask for a refund, and I do feel bad for them. But the fact that so many will fucking do it for free, as they say in Gamergate, all these Comicsgate people doing it for free, I don't feel sorry for any of them. Because they're not fucking trying to get commissions or refunds. They're fucking being his hug box in exchange for nothing. And that is why Comicsgate
I
could
think,
never
yeah, I
win.
really have to. You do kind of have to ask the question: what did they get out of it? They're not getting drawings, and they're not getting to keep their money.
They're also not getting any good comics. They're getting Cyberfrog, a comic that will suck. We know that it's obvious. In fact, we've seen the preview. The preview sucks.
The only thing I can even think of is that they're fucking such fucking ass kissers, fucking
By
uncomfortable
nature,
punch.
that's the nature of them as human beings is
It's
that they are
it's just.
ass kissers to fucking D-listers. They're
I
nothing.
mean, they're worshiping minor celebrity,
Yeah,
and that's it. And not even a celebrity that treats them well. Celebrity that shits all
yeah.
over them.
Imagine if Mundane Matt had a rabid fan base to this day. Imagine that. That's pretty much what Comicsgate is. That's what the movement is. It's not even a movement, it's just a hug box. And I even said this to Ethan, and he fucking walked away. He was like, I'm not even going to respond to that because he knew I was right.
He's not going to respond to it because he doesn't have an answer.
Yes.
I think it was actually Revenge of the Sis who was pointing out some of the common attempts to like when you don't have an answer. One of the things you do is you ask a question
Yeah, you ask an
again or
unrelated
something like
question.
that.
Yeah, changing the subject, re-asking the question, and then answering your own question that's not related. That kind of shit. Yeah, that's what you do when you don't have an answer. And Ethan didn't have. He had a suspicious lack of
When
answers to a lot of the things I
you're
brought.
lying and
Yes.
you're trying to figure out how to tell the lie to make yourself look better.
And Comicsgate isn't even, they don't even want to know if they're being lied to. That is one of the most pathetic things about Comicsgate. It's not even a matter of looking for lying, it's that they don't want to know. They're afraid. They are weak. They're afraid, they're terrified because they are weak people on a
It's
fucking
fucked up, but
emotional, intellectual, and genetic level.
this wouldn't bother me, but they're just throwing money at him.
Yeah.
I'd be able
That
to
could go
just
to
ignore.
actual interesting,
I
funny,
wouldn't care.
talented people. It could go towards actual talented people in comics. Instead, it's going to people who actually like superhero comics.
There's a lot of people who need that money. That money needs to go to
Yeah,
them,
and Ethan
not
doesn't.
this
Yeah,
fucking.
Ethan does not need any of this money. He doesn't need 1 cent of this money to make Cyberfrog. He could have made Cyberfrog already without
He
even
could have
getting paid.
started his own. He could have taken out a loan or some shit. I don't know,
I don't.
but
Yeah, I
then
don't
he could
care. I don't really
start
care.
a
I
fucking
don't care what he does. He
program.
doesn't deserve 1 cent. Doesn't matter what
He
he
could
does.
start his own version of Comixology, and it's like it'll be like I don't know, DeviantArt. And it's like here, make your own comics. We're going to be like a comic book clearinghouse or some shit like that, or like
Whatever. That's just
Egra,
a
or
fucking idea.
not Egra, but the fucking other what was the fucking place that had the fucking shitty ass Ojoy sex toy and shit like that.
I mean, like Slipshine.
Yeah,
Almost threw up
just
just thinking
fucking,
about that comic, of course.
just almost want to vomit.
But yeah, like
But
not
that's
a
an
clearinghouse,
example,
but like
and
a
it goes
fucking
to show how they're
storage
fucking
house, like an
doing it.
independent public, like an actual independent publisher. If Ethan's running a fake publisher that's not actually publishing anything.
They're not even trying though.
It's like Splato Comics, where he's not actually a publisher. He's just putting the name of a fake company that can go up onto the cover of his comic and act like, yeah, this is
His
my new
original
company.
fucking it was so lame. His original idea for that was like, I'm gonna fucking get it sold in the comic book shops. And it's like, why would you do that? They're dying. First off, they're dying, and secondly,
Your
they're going to
your
stop you. They're not
comic
going to try to stop you. They
your
will
comic
stop you.
will help kill them. Jawbreaker's Lost Souls, if it was sold in comic stores, would fucking annihilate the remaining comic stores. They would go
Yeah,
broke trying to stock and ship your fucking stupid, boring, shittily written, terrible, sucky John Malin art, John incompetent Malin art fucking
it's the
comic.
same reason why comics are already dying. It's because the fucking material is absolute. It's not even dog food. I won't feed this to my worst enemy.
It's not
I
even
won't give
food.
these comics to my worst enemy.
It's like a
And
purse. A
yet
purse
he's
is
trying
not
to
food.
fucking.
You can't eat a purse.
And they're just trying to. He's trying to make more of that and then put it in the comic. Like they don't have enough pulp.
Yeah. Yeah, you could go to any comic store and you'll find shelves and shelves of unsellable, unreadable dog shit. And Ethan and Richard and fucking all the other
He made
people in
videos
Comicsgate,
about that.
their solution is to make more of that.
Made like a dozen videos complaining about that very thing about
Yeah,
how they fucking
when he
oversell and
wasn't
shit
doing
and
videos reading fucking
that's the
tweets,
comics.
when he wasn't reading tweets for a half hour by SJWs, he was doing videos about that. Good job,
And
faggots.
then his solution is to do exactly that, but without without Marvel on the cover.
Anyways, so that wraps up the thread. The thread just fizzles out with no like a couple people getting one person got their commission, a few people got their refunds, the rest just gave up. And that's Ethan Van Sciver years before Comicsgate, and now
This is
the
an important fucking thread. This is an important fucking video.
yeah
It's something we've made reference to several times
this is
before,
literally more
and
yeah
we will continue to.
this is literally more important than any video by every single person in Comicsgate combined. Anyone who's ever been in Comicsgate or ever claimed to be a part of Comicsgate combined. We are the only ones telling you the truth that Comicsgate wants to cover up because Comicsgate is full of lying sycophants who are caught. And they are validating SJWs, the SJWs that we were against before anyone in Comicsgate. Before Comicsgate ever happened, we were against SJWs far more, and we've had way more effect on target than any of them ever did. In fact, everything Comicsgate did against the social justice, we did first and better. And we fucking even have proof to show it. Comicsgate is a derivative echo, a parrot echo of us. At best.
Yeah,
That's giving them too much credit.
Our evidence is on our 8chan. It's in our Discord. We got videos too. A lot of old videos.
We have a lot of old fans who read our blog who could fucking vouch for it too. The blog itself, of course, was deplatformed by social justice before any of you whiny little bitches in Comicsgate ever started acting like, oh, the SJWs are attacking us. Before you started false flagging yourselves in stupid, like, quantifiably false fucking claims of getting doxxed or having CPS called on you. You're lying about fucking SJWs calling CPS on your fucking dumb kids. Anyways, so, if you want to support the actual truth in comics fucking better than any social justice or Comicsgate shill cuck losers, you could support us by just fucking, I don't know, do anything. Just give us money. Just give us money for telling the truth. But also, we make comics that are way better than everyone in Comicsgate combined, all the social justice, pretty much most indie shit. We're on the next level. We're fucking making the real next level of comics, and we've been doing it since before Comicsgate too. So all of this very deserved bragging and gloating, which is a sin, of course. It's a sin. It's on par with our usual behavior. So make sure to unlike, reshare, uncomment. Make sure you're still unsubscribed. Don't hit the bell for don't notifications. And then give us money. Go to patreon.com/smuglaley. Give us money just for this. Just for videos. Or to fund yes, or to fund the next level of comics if you want to do that. I mean, hey, that's up to you. We also have Ko-fi, which no one really uses. I don't know if anyone uses Ko-fi anymore. Patreon works at least.
But fucking still, it should still work.
Yes. Also, still planning to make issue 2 of literally the highly anticipated, the comic that actually came out. Cyberfrog still hasn't come out, but fucking literally did.
Fucking outsold all of Comicsgate already.
Yeah, literally #1 has already outsold Cyberfrog and Jawbreaker's Lost Souls on Comixology. I wonder how that happened.
On Comixology and any other digital distribution service
also on
that you
Gumroad.
can think of.
All of them combined, even. But
I need a break now.
Yeah.
Fucking.
This is an extra long video, but it's also very necessary. So, anyways,
It was very worthwhile.
Make sure to. I don't know. We don't really care if you subscribe or not. I don't fucking give a shit. But oh yeah, that's right. Our forced catchphrase also shoulda listened to SWC.
Is a cougar right next to this trapper that I just discovered. Between the trapper and the road, apparently, is where the cougar spawn locations are.
Is RDR going to be a little too intensive for you to pay attention to this important information going on in the stream tonight?
Yes.
Oh no. Anyway,
why I'm not going to be playing it.
Just going to be sitting. Oh, okay. I hope I'm audible.
Let's face it. If I'm going to slit throats, I'd rather do it in real life.
Let's slit some pigs. That sounds like a good idea.
If I'm gonna slit pigs, I'd rather slit a 3D pig.
Speaking of 3D pigs, this information is not new. We're just going to do like a regular deep dive, or
it's like the first time we've ever copied off of somebody else's content.
Yeah, it's very lazy, very cheap
Hey,
on
do you
our
know
part.
what that's like when somebody just steals your content and doesn't credit
No,
you?
no. I mean, wait. Yes, I do. Um, the there's some old blog post from 2015, and it's kind of funny. We did that deep dive about I don't know if you can even call it a deep dive. We read a fucking a thread on a fucking forum, and that was months ago about Ethan Van Sciver stealing from commissioners. Like people would commission him at a convention, and then he would just cut off contact, and he was like, "I paid him $100," or
He never give them the thing they paid for, and then he just ignore them.
and then he would be like really indignant when people would be like, "Hey, I've been trying to contact you for months now."
Only after.
He's like,
Only
"Ooh."
after.
Yeah, but then he would also
Wait
go in.
until they complained enough.
Yeah, he would go in between that and being like, "Hey guys, everything's going great. I'm really sorry." But, the weird PR management, and then completely undoing that by like screaming at people. Sometimes he knows better. Like a good psychopath knows to keep the rage in private, where he fucking curses people out and that kind of shit. But in 2015, again, same time around that forum thread, same time he was getting divorced. In fact, I wonder if there's any relation. But there's some guy on Facebook that I guess Ethan became friends with, and it got very suspicious if you read through enough of the content, which we're going to try to. It's possible we'll have to come back to this later.
We have a special guest in the stream with us, Doug 12 Naples.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going?
He's a full dozen.
I really like Earthworm normal guy person.
Unlike Doug 10 Naples, he's only 10.
A
I'm
mere
here to give a non-centrist viewpoint.
No, you have to stay completely centrist though.
Okay.
This is the primo top tier centrist show.
Primo hardline mainline centrism. Mainline centrism.
We'll call the show hardline from now
until
on.
your veins collapse. Hardline centrists, your veins are going to collapse.
We're going to call it current affair.
This guy, Alfie, is the guy that Ethan apparently fell in love with for real. And one thing I want to point out, there's a lot of
loved his dick. He loved his dick. Let's face it, this is not a man who could feel love, but he did love his dick.
Well, allegedly, in Minecraft.
Yuck.
So this guy Alfie, very reminiscent, of course, of the wonderful comic on the screen here, Alfie, about the
reminiscent of the wonderful comic, the fucking what was it, the Little Pet Shop Boys.
The Little Pet Shop Boys, not the regular Pet Shop Boys, but the little ones.
Or with their dog Spot, starring their dog Spot.
Yes, the dog Spot from Star Trek Next Generation. That was Data's dog, the name of his dog. You mean the Little Rascals?
Whatever.
Not even close.
I haven't thought of that movie.
Data's pretty good at painting.
The movie. Oh yeah, Data's good at painting furry art.
He's great at painting horses.
Yes,
especially horses.
He loves to paint horses.
You know who doesn't? He doesn't fail to deliver on his crowdsourced projects. Data.
Oh, and he does it for free.
Yeah, Data Android. He doesn't need money.
That's a replicator.
They don't need money, and if
in
they
the
don't
era of replicators, who needs a fucking?
I know. I never understood
$500,000.
Why would you paint when you could just replicate something? Or just make it in a holodeck. That's so much better than
do it for the love of the product.
Do you? No, that's not good enough. Remember when Ethan Van Sciver got so mad about the implication that you would do something, that you would at least love comics more than you want to get paid by them, that he started screaming on his streams like this fucking bullshit about I want to make money. Like he was furious about it, and like the point even was like nobody ever accused him of. Like it's, no one ever said it was wrong to make money, but at the same time, it's like you got to at least, have a product.
Incredibly touching. One has to wonder. In fact, looking back on his behavior,
that's going to be some interesting. That's going to make for some interesting considerations, I have to say, when we get into this. But
especially if we're going to have him
considered.
Yes,
Considered.
he's gonna get considered, and he's gonna be considered a particular individual. But
While he's serving time in jail.
yes, we're trying to figure out what his jail job is going to be. Certainly won't be making comics. He doesn't seem very interested in doing that at all, ever.
That would actually be the ultimate irony if it ended up being comics.
Yeah. Anyways, Alfie, the comic on buttsmithy.com.
You can identify him by his dumb hair, his hoagie.
He's, Ethan, one thing that was getting pointed out also is that Ethan's hair went from having some like light coloring in it to just plain white in the past few months.
Are you saying he dyes his hair?
No, I'm saying something is wearing on his conscience very heavily.
I'm saying he dyes his hair.
Oh.
He dyes his hair that color on purpose. What a fag.
One of the many, many reasons he's a fag in Minecraft. But anyways, by the way, I just want to say, Alfie...
You don't think his hair is turning white like in Dracula?
Yeah, well, I think that's the actual thing. Well, not like in Dracula, but like any president...
Dracula's too elected. Cool. Dracula had an excuse. Dracula had a reason.
Yeah, Dracula was actually old. Ethan Van Sciver.
You're giving him too much.
No, I mean the main character, the Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. Oh, because his blood was getting.
Yeah. It was like Robert something or Jonathan and Charlotte. Jonathan and his girlfriend Charlotte.
Charlotte. But anyways, I just want to say the art.
His girlfriend Charlotte, who is also his sister. Back then, it was considered okay, I guess.
Yeah, it was okay for them to be
in the 1940s when Jonathan and Charlotte went to go stab Dracula to death,
and they were in love with each other, and also they were able to translocate and assume each other's forms, which might be uncomfortable late at night.
Important information about the Dracula lore.
Important.
But
anyways, yeah, fucking the Alfie comic, definitely better, or easily better art than anything in Comicsgate.
All right, we were talking about the Little Rascals.
The Little Rascals. That's Alfalfa in the Little Rascals, not completely different.
I told you it's been a long time since I saw that movie in the 90s.
You saw that 1990s classic movie, The Little Rascals. Remember that movie, The Little Rascals? It was in the 1990s.
Now I do.
I was old enough for that.
Now I do.
The reboot.
Oh yeah, I don't know how
the reboot.
Dark and gritty reboot.
Based on the dark and gritty reboot based on something else.
Where all of them are buckwheat. Every character is just replaced.
Did you see the new Ghostbusters? So they're driving the car through the white wheat fields.
White. It was a little.
It's like these. Look, this is what they took from you, white woman in a wheat field imagery.
What they took from
you. Was there an actual wheat field GF? Remember what they took from. I can't believe. Remember what they took from you flashed on the screen while that was happening. So suspicious.
For only one frame. Normally, 3 frames. The human eye can identify it. One frame.
I can see a 30 FPS frame easy.
Yeah. It just buries itself in the subconscious.
That new movie is going to be called Ghostbusters Afterlife. They were going to call it Ghostbusters Press-esque to go back. But I think cooler heads prevailed. Anyways, my point is, the point of this whole video is that Alfie, this comic Alfie, not Alfalfa, I think, and what is Alfie? I know she's a halfling, but is she like half halfling and half elf, or is it just in the Buttsmithy comics?
Yeah,
Alfie's halfling is just has pointy ears too.
You're talking about the borderline fur porn. There's so much body hair.
It's so much body hair that it's borderline furry, but it is definitely porn. But pretty good art, better art than anyone in comics. We were just talking about, that Stealing Solo, and the art in that is so fucking awful. That's easy.
I have probably only seen a single full page of that comic, The art is really bad.
Only really seen the one where the lettering just goes off the side of the fucking page, and they blame the printer for something that's clearly not something a printer can fucking even do. Printers can't even print an error like that intentionally. Even if they wanted to print that intentionally as an error, they couldn't do it. And like Ethan last night apparently was just going into maximum overcope, like damage control. He was going into hysterical damage control, but he also wasn't saying anything.
This is what he does when he can't have sex.
With dudes, you mean?
So with women, he always has the ability to have sex with dudes. But when he can't have sex with women, which apparently...
When your wife leaves you because you're fucking obsessed with a dude on Facebook.
She left him.
Yeah, she left him at the same time this stuff was happening. So let's go into this. This is going to be his...
So he puts a razor blade in his mouth. And he does this. He does this, and then he fucking makes it. He tries to draw a comic. He draws half a panel of a comic.
Now he sees the funny side and everything. Anyways, so the this is just on the guy's blog, and he's like, "Hey guys, I do special effects. Check me out." And so phenomenalfx.weebly.com. It's a blog post. Yes. Blog post from 7/27/2015. So this is old. It's been going around, Ethan.
Old news, but it hasn't. Nobody's been talking about this except for us.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but and you know, it's been available for people to talk about and get into, and yeah, no one's really done any videos about this.
And lol cow, and nobody even mentioned it except for us.
We've known about this for easily the past half a year. I didn't even read through the whole thing. I just read through like some of the juicy bits, the screen caps, which I want to point out right up front.
Ethan, again, we care so little. This has been on our plate for half a year, and it's just like,
I don't care.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to cover this? No.
If people want to go tell the truth about Ethan, go ahead. Hey, what's stopping you? Fucking, but you know, we got better shit to do. We just do this for fun because comics gay is humorous to us.
It says he's a famous comic book artist. I never heard of him.
Yeah, not right. Like for people.
Wait, are you
serious? A normal guy off the street like me. I haven't heard of this guy.
Yeah,
no shit.
He's not really fucking.
I've heard of the big muscle guy, the Tim Leafield.
He was a dealer.
I've heard of this guy.
At DC,
Rob Liefeld.
Tim Leafield.
Rob Liefeld.
Liefeld.
I've heard some of these guys.
Let's face it, you've heard of Rob Liefeld for one specific reason: the Deadpool movie.
Yeah,
I knew him from the muscle era, the chromed up muscle cable. I used to play Marvel vs. Capcom, so I kind of vanishing.
Oh yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom, more famous than the actual fucking
video game.
Yeah,
the beloved video. Man, I remember seeing that arcade game in the arcade and being like, "Man, this is an awesome idea." It's like these classic comic book characters and actually cool characters mixed together.
It's like gay mixed with straight. It's actually quite an interesting
concept. So to imagine you mix gay with straight, what would you get? Something really interesting.
They had to make the Marvel characters objectively more powerful so that anyone would pick them.
Yeah,
fucking Captain America.
Yeah, how is Captain America going to fight Mega Man? Mega Man can shoot fucking plasma balls in fucking giant flying saw blades through the air.
No, I mean in game balance wise, all of the Marvel characters are overpowered balance wise. They tuned them.
Yeah,
they had to do that. It's because
they had to, or no one would pick them.
Marvel was like, Marvel's like, if you don't make our characters more powerful than your characters, no, you can't have copyright. Yeah, I'm sure.
Like, but okay, I guess.
I'm sure. Also,
I'm sure it's the other way around. It was like Capcom was like, "No, go fuck yourselves." And Marvel was like, "No, wait,
please.
You can destroy our lore. Go ahead." Do whatever you want.
Make them too powerful, and then Capcom was like, "Okay." Anyways, this guy Ethan did a cope damage control video about this guy. I think last year because he knew if he was going to do videos on the regular. People were going to ask him, so what about this guy?
He can't really manage drawing comics because he's got to change his pants so many times.
On a daily basis, he has to change his pants, usually from bleeding, uncomfortable amounts of blood. And he just refuses
You don't want to mix urine and blood.
Yeah. Unless you're Ethan Van Sciver, then, you're kind of indifferent to doing that in the first place.
Have you guys seen this, the new Michael Jackson Netflix thing? The whole Michael Jackson accusation thing?
Oh, Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Linked to some video.
Treasure.
He goes into this bit where Michael Jackson calls one of the kids afterwards, calls him up on the phone, after they go home. And he's like, you got to get those pants. There might be some blood on your pants. You got to find those pants and burn them.
And then it turns out, none of that actually happens. It was all a lie. Michael Jackson
turned out that
perfectly innocent.
The kid got blood on his pants because he cut himself. He cut himself on some part of the set, and is like, and this was a big deal.
On the inside of his pants.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned,
his blood from his anal wall mixed with Michael Jackson's DNA.
Why would he do that
on the set?
How come he's doing that?
He's still completely innocent.
That doesn't sound fucking good at all. That doesn't sound like a good. That doesn't sound like it turned out very well. Anyways, so this guy wrote this blog series because, as he says, Ethan Van Sciver was harassing him, which immediately sounds very prima donna. But when you read through it,
close to Madonna, even.
Yeah, but it's fucking. His
cunt flaps. He can pull his roast out of his fucking pants and use them to flap away,
to fly, just like Madonna.
He can fly. He has the gift of flight.
That is very post Madonna. Anyways, it sounds very melodramatic and kind of fruity to be like Ethan Van Sciver's harassing. Just to say anyone's harassing me, but. That's usually decided by the actual story. So if you read through the story, it's sort of like the Boggy Creek Creature, where it's rated quite plausibly,
quite believable.
It had at least
ability rating is quite high,
with a maximum score of 3. It's sort of like a Michelin stars for service. Is that 3 is like the top, the very best. Anyways, so this guy, 2015. And again, Ethan Van Sciver's wife left him around the time these posts came out, and around the time that people started to alert people that Ethan was stealing from commissioners. Which again, that happened. That's quantified. The case is closed on that. There's no denying that. Ethan didn't even try to deny it. With this one, he tried to blow this guy off as, this guy was just an obsessed weirdo, and
this is one of his 2 tactics.
You find out that Ethan says that about pretty much everyone, regardless of what's being said. He doesn't address that's one of his 2 tactics is to avoid what the specifics of what were said, and then to say, the guy was obsessed, which that's what he says about every single person. He says it about Doug Tennaple, for fuck's sake. So yeah, Ethan's that's his only damage.
I wonder what Doug would
really not very good at damage control.
I have a feeling if Doug was asked about that, he would deny it.
Oh no! Well, that's because he's obsessed. Of course, you would only deny being obsessed if you're obsessed. Ethan Vance, the famed scientist.
Take it from Ethan.
Famed scientist and disgraced comic book creator.
Famed Scientologist.
Can confirm that.
He's a Scientologist now.
So this guy says, he starts the post with a intro. I'm writing this asking for help in bold, just like in a comic book. In bold.
Or like in Elite Beat Agents.
Elite Beat Agents, yes. Except in Elite Beat Agent, it was still a little...
I'm paraphrasing it.
A little more manly. I'm not saying that... I'm not going to ever say that this guy is definitely for sure a real man and a tough guy and a strong, confident man. This guy...
Really quick, Scientologists are usually really accomplished and competent grifters, and I think Ethan's mostly leveraging these crowdfunding sites and not even doing the heavy grifting work.
Just like in
Also accomplished in other things besides grifting.
Well, he's not. I mean, if you're using one of these crowdfunding sites, you're leveraging them, and you're not really even doing that much actual heavy lifting.
Well, yeah, that's
heavy
what he
grifting.
actually did with Indiegogo. Is he has set up a special deal where he could break their terms of service, and they would just turn a blind eye because they would pocket possibly a one extra percentage of what he earned, or maybe they just did it for free. Maybe he just did it because he's like, "Hey, I'm going to bring a lot of money to you
They
guys."
have nothing else
Offering
going for them. They have so little going for them.
Well, that's the top
They're
of their
a fourth-rate comic creator.
Yeah, that's the top of their of the whole movement is, oh, Ethan Van Sciver's doing a comic called Cyberfrog. I was like, okay, what else you got? And it's like, well, why would you need anything else? They get really mad.
What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you talking about, motherfucker? Whoa. Calm down, psycho.
Calm down, sissy. Fucking, but yeah, it's kind of goofy how it devolves to that with Comicsgate. They never address direct arguments. They just they do two things. One is to attack on tone, and the other is ad hominem. They never address a single argument, which is why Comicsgate has lost every single argument they've ever had any involvement with. Anything that's been directed their way from any real person, any actual serious person and serious creator, Ethan to everyone else in Comicsgate, even Richard. Richard has been directly confronted with, being questioned with stuff that he said, and it's like, what about this? And he would just completely dodge it, never address it, and be like, oh, I think that guy is some other guy who did this one comic, and just like completely dodging the point, and very cowardly. Which Ethan's been doing for years. Richard takes after him because Richard is just a bootlick sycophant, as has been seen. In fact, that's going to be something interesting if we ever get to that. That comes up throughout the post.
That'll be something interesting. You're way overselling this already.
Oh yeah, that's true. So yeah, this guy's post harassment isn't comical. Part 1 again sounds very melodramatic.
I already hate it.
For years, I've been a victim of cyber stalking, personal harassment. I'm giving this guy kind of a faggy voice already, but again, I don't know him
enough. Again, we're on this guy's side. He's got to meet us.
Well, I'm not saying we're on this guy's side. I'm saying we don't know this guy. We're just reading his post. That's it.
What is?
I'm not
changing sides now.
Why did you defect? I didn't. I didn't. What? I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Why did you defect? I didn't. What was that? That doesn't even make sense.
Genius dialogue.
Brilliant dialogue. Oh,
really?
So definitely trailer worthy. Anyways, that's completely unrelated. Making references to the Metal Gear Solid 3.
Ethan's gay for alfalfa.
Yes, he's gay for alfalfa. That is
alfalfa.
worth pointing out.
Wait, alfalfa.
What?
I've already forgotten who Alfalfa is.
Alfalfa is the guy from.
It's the kid with the baseball mitt. With
the little Alfie kids.
He's got a baseball mitt and a dog.
The hair antenna.
Hair
antenna long before
Ahoge.
anime did it. Yes.
Ahoge.
Ahoge.
However it's pronounced, I'm sure I pronounced it wrong. Whatever.
But who cares?
Languages are always evolving,
Plus, we still don't know how to pronounce Moe, and it's only 3 letters.
Moe. It's only 3 letters. I've always heard it as Mo.
Mo. Anyways.
What the fuck, Japan? You know who the fucking 3 Stooges are.
It's because their fucking hair, their haircuts are all like Mo from the 3 Stooges. They're not anymore. I guess that's an outdated joke.
It's China. It really doesn't apply. China. But it really doesn't apply to Japan.
Anyways.
Didn't we drop 2 bombs on them?
Well, within those bombs, fucking Fuida Liza. So this guy says he's been a victim of cyber stalking, personal harassment, which I guess is like cyber stalking.
Actually, if it's from fucking EVS and Comicsgate, then I absolutely accept and believe.
Yeah, because we've seen him.
Personal's like he like made eye contact at a con or something, right?
Well, yeah, and apparently that has happened. In fact, it may have
Eye
been
contact at a con.
little more than eye contact, but that's just speculation.
Can't wait.
More physical. It's more physical. His eyes.
We could stream for like 4 hours and still not even get to that part. But the guy mentions cyber stalking, personal harassment of my loved ones. And again, this sounds very dramatic, but he goes through the screenshots and shows stuff that's extremely similar to what Ethan Van Sciver has been caught paying people to do. The war campaign guys, he pays them to basically like sock puppet brigade against people. And they got caught on it so much that they're like, oh yeah, blame war, hashtag blame war campaign. But it's like completely true. It's like, yeah, it's not true. We're going to prove it by trying to own it. And it's just
fucking give cover, aid, and succor.
Yes,
no
that's very appropriate
word to describe it.
But you mentioned, this guy says Ethan Van Sciver is a famous comic book artist, and if you're obsessed. If you're a comic book nerd who's obsessed with like your favorite company, like if you're one of those DC nerds who's like just obsessed with DC comics and like you DC comics are better than everything, just a typical comic book nerd for DC, yeah, you would probably know who Ethan Van Sciver is, but like Kay knew who he was, but because he was the artist that ruined the Flash,
that made
his
me
art was
think
so terrible.
Oh, he's actually popular? No.
Well, no. I mean, yeah, he never did anything for Superman or Batman, and he wasn't on any of the top list books. He wasn't even on the top.
He has never worked on Batman.
Many years.
He has never ever worked on Batman.
They didn't allow him. They disallowed him to work on Batman. I don't know about that. I'm sure some people are going to be like, he did a Batman comic in 2004. Who gives a shit? Yeah, who gives a fuck, you faggot nerd? Comic book nerds are the most effeminate people, the biggest whining faggots probably ever. I mean, it's kind of neck and neck with anime fans, but
definitely ever, even worse than anime fans. At least anime.
They
elements.
They fucking like lapped anime fans just over the past couple of years. In fact,
I always noticed on 4chan, the comics board was the only place on the entire website you can't say the N-word.
Yeah, exactly, and it was because one of the mods made it just a complete. He was like, "You can't focus." Yeah, the comics.
That's
board,
the whole point of 4chan.
And not just the mod would do something about it, but the other users would take that really seriously and personally and be like, "Oh, you can't say that." The mods, I'm going to report you.
You don't look bad on us as comic book fans.
I remember getting.
Why do you care?
I remember getting banned. I was probably one of the first people ever to get banned from CO without even dropping any racial slurs. All I did was say that comic books are basically drawn fanfics, which is true, but that got fucking like mass reported. And it goes to show comic book fans are weak. They are weak people.
That is exactly what
fandom is weak, but comic book fans are the weakest of all. The most effeminate beta males of all fandoms, especially the ones who say that they're alpha males. If you see a comic book alpha male, they're beneath beta.
They're less than beta.
Yes, they're gamma, which is for sure less than beta.
They're lambda. They're lambda.
They're lambda gamma, which is actually a combination. It's actually not just a combination, but a sort of a metaphasing. It's sort of like that one episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where Geordi and Ensign Ro got phased through some kind of weird mishap with a Romulan.
Kind of like that episode of Rick and Morty where they.
Rick and Morty.
Oh no, we're in different time dimensions.
Oh, that was the alternate universe one, but they weren't phasing through fucking. That
was apparently the hard
matter, was it? They were. It was funny that Geordi and Ensign Ro, they thought they were dead because they were able to walk through walls and shit, but they still had to like walk on floors and then take a shuttlecraft from the Enterprise back to the fucking damaged
Well, Ro
Remember
thought,
the time the Enterprise like de-evolved into a jungle?
Yeah, that was a great episode.
yeah, I was about to say de-evolved, and it's like, you mean Genesis, and then into a jungle. Oh no, wait, that's the other one in season 7.
They put like a jungle inside the Enterprise set. It was great.
Yes,
and they had a
that
good
was Masks. That was Masks.
No, Masks wasn't the one with. Oh wait, no, yeah,
Yes,
Masks
it was.
was the one where there was like an ancient. It was like an Aztec jungle started taking over the Enterprise, but the one where they de-evolved was another separate
That was
episode.
Genesis.
Time.
That was Genesis.
But there's like it changed into like an environment too. The environment de-evolved.
But there-
Computer screens turned into
there
like
was-
trees.
There was a swamp on the bridge.
That was-
Yeah,
I
there's
we
definitely like some sort of there's
because-
like is like an excuse for all the they're like de-evolving the actors too, so they're like acting like furries, and there's like a swamp.
That
they were acting like. Oh, I remember Broccoli.
Oh,
Once he first Broccoli introduced the whole thing, and
You're mixing,
he
they're,
turned
both,
into a spider.
they're both in season 7. You're mixing them up.
Don't get mixed up. Don't get it twisted. And we
Don't
only
get
bring this
twisted.
up.
N-word.
We only bring this up because this is a billion times more interesting than Comicsgate or if this queer.
Star Trek is great. Come on.
It is great.
Yeah,
Well,
no shit.
I'm not saying anything negative about Star Trek: The Next Generation specifically.
The chat's getting really pissed off about this.
Oh, I'm not looking. We don't look at the chat.
Yeah, there's a chat. I didn't even notice. Is the
Fuck
chat saying anything? Who cares? Anyways,
Code.
so this guy
They want us
points
to
out-
get to the fireworks factory.
Yeah, in fact, I kind of want to just skim through this whole first post because there's just a lot of setup of blah blah blah, and he says the bullying started off as a series of tasteless jokes by intensified. See, it sounds like fucking a lot of.
Yeah, I already hate this person.
Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of whining. But here's the thing: is that when he gets to the actual receipts, it becomes obvious that there was legitimately
stomach
something
turns
wrong with
inside out.
Sciver.
My stomach automatically will turn itself inside out.
And he links to Ethan Van Sciver bullying, internet bullying IGN thread where that straight up looked like an obsessive fan who was like, Ethan Van Sciver, he insulted me and said mean things, and I have no idea what that guy's like. I can't vouch for any of them. What I can say is, here he says, if you want to do something, help tell the story. So I'm just going to part 2 where this guy's going to actually get to the point, which is where he should have started. And he starts all over again in part 2. How it started, yeah, you were supposed to be pointing out how it started.
This is worse than Tails gets trolled.
Yes. well, everything worse than Tails gets trolled because Tails gets trolled is like the best thing ever.
Who would do that?
I don't
Would
know.
somebody just do that?
Go on the internet and tell lies.
Go on the internet and tell shitty stories?
This guy says he met Van Sciver in 2009 when he liked the Facebook page, which he uses to promote his work and increase his fan base. But he also picks on fans with put-down jokes, belittling comments and taunts, which, again, that sounds like whining.
But it also sounds like the source of somebody who's a sociopath. Who's just like, yeah, fuck my fan. I don't give a fuck about any of my fans. Anyway, follow me and blah, 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 and follow me on
share, comment, subscribe.
Facebook.
And that is something that Ethan's been shown, like documented, to have been doing to his own friends. I mean, look at Mike S. Miller. Look at fucking even some of the guys in War Campaign that he now
Miller is also a fucking giant cunt.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. When it's proven objectively, we can see that Mike S. Miller and Ethan, like they're feuding. It's clearly Ethan throwing a little shit fit.
Their feuding is still too masculine.
Yeah, it's catty.
It makes me think of Hatfields and McCoys, one of the most pointless feuds in history. This is still more pointless than that.
He says he seemed like a decent guy at first when my ex-wife and met him in person at a convention in Atlanta 2010. We talked for a while. Hot Atlanta. He drew a picture of the Hulk for me.
His ex-wife, my ex-wife, and her son.
My ex-wife's ex-son. What? Who? What? Anyways, he points out here in public he was on his best behavior. That is something that does tie in together.
Oh God, I love his Angela Merkel pose on the table. He's doing the The summit Angela Merkel pose.
Oh yeah, the hands on the table.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, that's not fucking.
Angela Merkel is also a woman.
Yes. speaking of effeminate women.
Speaking of women,
So here's like their picture.
That
Here's
might explain why Germany's so fucked up right now.
this drawing of the Hulk looks, first of all, looks ugly, and he has like the retard hair, but also the top of his head looks like it just has a really deep divot. This guy says, absolutely brilliant. I don't know. It doesn't look that good. The eyes don't look very even.
Wow, comic book fans, huh?
Yeah, not very high standards. It's really just a face.
Low standards.
It's really just a face, but it's the hair that just looks off. The rest of it, I guess, is passable. But anyways, here's this nerd with Ethan. He's clearly taller than Ethan. Ethan must be a manlet. But he posts on Facebook being like, had a great time chatting with EVS, blah, blah.
Had a good time being belittled by a fucking person who thinks that they're better than me just because they
There
work for
seems to be an element of this guy like missing when they got along. It's like it's a no ill will between us, no axes to grind, just hanging out and talking comics. I would not want to talk comics with anyone.
Why would you bring that up? Why'd you bring up that other shit?
Also, Alfie here says his Flash is hands down my favorite. Oh, that's the run on Flash Ethan did that Kay stopped reading the Flash over, wasn't it? Because it sucked. Anyways,
because he apparently ruined the character.
Yeah. So here's they're talking like
to give EVS credit, that might have been the writer's fault.
Yeah, again, nothing in defense of this guy.
Kay's not in the show for us to ask her specifically at this.
If she shows up, she said she might be able to show up later, but she doesn't even really want to bother.
Too late. Oh fuck it! Well, she's less of a loser. She's a girl, so she's not as much of a loser as us.
Oh, fucking incel beta manlet, poor beta manlets. But this guy talks, basically this guy's showing how, he used to chat because, you go on Facebook and it just has, like, you DM or IM somebody on Facebook, it'll just have a record of all the stuff you talked with them about.
Oh my God, I like that. Word up.
What?
It's good.
Oh yeah, Ethan, fucking Alfie here saying we should, Ethan saying, I'd love to spend time with you. Something that needs to be pointed out regularly. Ethan actually confirmed that all of these screenshots are real.
His full name.
Yeah.
Ethan Daniel Van Sciver.
Scribesberg. Oh.
I never heard of him.
Never heard of him. Next. But
that's the thing is, until Comicsgate, I had never fucking heard of him.
No, yeah, I'd never heard of him before either. And now that I have, not impressed. Not impressed with his body of work.
So much.
Nah, not so much.
But that's the thing is, and then you bought an issue of Cyberfrog, and it's like, what's this? It looks like
Cyberfrog number one.
Battletoad Ninja Turtle.
I bought it because it said Cyber, and I was like, oh, is this like Cyber Rad? That comic was fucking awesome.
That comic was actually a 6 out of 10.
Dude, fucking sweet. So I got Cyberfrog and was like, oh, this is not even close to as good.
This is a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, for comics, which is like a 0.8 out of 10 for the rest of entertainment and art. But in fact, the art in Cyber Rad is better than the art in Cyberfrog. So by an objective standard.
The art in that toenail, of yours, which you somehow bruised while high on tequila, is better than
I just get high on tequila. I get juiced on the
I just get high on you. Tequila.
Baby. Anyway, so this Ethan's saying word up to them hanging out. Next time he's in North Carolina.
It's the code word.
No matter where you say, you know that you'll be heard. But Van Sciver would regularly post insulting messages on his Facebook page to troll his fans. Some of us would enter the thread disagreeing and debating what he said, and that's when the gang of friends would target individuals for harassment. Now that sounds, again, overblown, but
it also sounds exactly accurate to what it's now today.
Not just sounds accurate. It is what fucking he's basically monetized that through other people. That's where War Campaign comes from. Is they're his personal brigade. They're his sock puppet brigade. So anytime anyone disagrees with Ethan, he can just go to War Campaign and say, "Here's this guy," and then they just fucking.
There are still people to
Literally,
this
what
day
happened to
on
me
CEO.
last week is they fucking mass flagged my Twitter account until my Twitter account got locked, and I don't really give a shit. So
There are still people on CO, even on 8con, who are like, you have to post evidence of that if you're going to claim that.
it's like, okay, here's the evidence. And they're like, no.
Here's the evidence.
Yeah, exactly. Here again, there's a mountain of evidence. Why aren't the rest of you fucking going through it? Well, you actually got to look, and you have to. That's another thing. You have to be capable of any element of human honesty in order to, like, if you say, "Oh, you got to present evidence," and then somebody presents evidence, and you're like, "Oh, no," then you're not really capable of accepting truth or evidence. You're just saying that you want somebody to prove it. And that's, again, that's a comic book fan thing to do. All fandoms are weak, but comic book fandoms are one of the weakest,
ethically weak.
Yes, as human beings, but mostly out of dishonesty. They're just not capable of being honest because honesty hurts them. We've seen honesty hurt people. They're always nerds.
Again,
nerds are faggots.
When it comes to weeaboos,
yeah,
I hate weeaboos. They're exactly like this. But weeaboos still manage to fucking outgrow this eventually.
Yeah, to some extent.
Are like 30, 40, 50 years old, and they still act like this.
Yeah, exactly.
20 years old.
Weebs are 20. Weebs are 20 or in their teens and act like this. But fucking comic book fags, cape cucks, are in their 40s or 50s. And they're still acting like catty teenagers.
Or they're 20s, or they're 16, or they're 12, or they're 8. They fucking, they're the worst. They're the lowest of the low.
So this guy points out, it was worse than the usual internet argument. They made insulting comments and personal attacks that were not confined to Bad Sciver's page. They sent vulgar, harassing messages to personal accounts, and the barrage was
relentless.
Here's the thing, though, is that that's also been objectively proven and seen. That is something that you can look at right now. This isn't just something in 2015 that this guy's talking about. This is something that anyone in Comicsgate can see, and even other people in Comicsgate who have left the movement. Look at Comicsgate. Think about this for even 1 second. If this wasn't true, why have so many people left your movement? Think about all the people who left your movement. Why did they do that? It's because this right here is objective fact. It's undeniable. You can't deny it. You will probably still deny it, but it is true.
Attempt to.
Yeah, you will basically be in denial of objective fact. You can deny the truth. And that's the thing. There's nothing sadder than somebody who denies objective fact. But there are so many people who do it. You constantly see people who will be presented with an objective truth that is quantified, it's documented, it's video evidence of the smoking gun, pretty much, with the DNA fingerprints and saliva and semen on the fucking blacklight and all that shit. And people will just say no. People will just say no, because they don't want it to be true.
Person of interest levels of verified fucking evidence.
Yes, you've seen the fucking smoking gun being fired in their hands,
tabulated
as they drool on it.
Evidence,
yeah,
to be like this person before you've even done it.
And we've seen that from social justice. Like overwhelmingly, before Comicsgate ever jumped onto the social justice is bad bandwagon, back when it wasn't safe to do it, we were the first people in comics really digging into the whole social justice question and showing why it was wrong. And the thing is, with social justice proponents, every time you proved something beyond a shadow of a doubt, they would just deny it. And now Comicsgate is guilty of that exact same behavior. And again, if you want to pretend that that's not true, then ask yourself, why did so many people leave your movement? Why are they still leaving your movement? Why are you gaining no new followers? You're losing followers and not gaining any new ones. Your channels have plateaued. you're starting to become like a public. It's becoming a public relations nightmare for you. And at some point, you got to fucking just, I guess, look at the evidence and cry rape or something, because that's really all you're going to be able to do. But this guy points out the attacks escalated into belligerence and aggression bad enough to cause me the concern these people might be dangerous, which again sounds faggy. But then, in fact,
I don't disagree with
nearly as bad as fucking. Like, you look at the guys today, and you can see like they have mental illness beards where they're like in they're 40, but they're going completely gray already. Ethan hangs around with people, like you can see on the streams, they're people who are troubled. Like, you can see they have mental illnesses just
gray
and talking to them.
I've seen shit that will turn his hair white.
Yeah, exactly. And that's and there's no getting around that there are people like these all of his friends are people who are damaged. Ethan is quantifiably mentally ill. He's diagnosed. He has borderline personality disorder, but he's also diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
He's diagnosed gay.
And
in the Book of Life.
The Book of Life. St. Peter's up in heaven being like, this motherfucker.
It's the Book of Life and the Book of Asperger's.
Yeah. He's got the Book of Asperger's next to it. It's like, this fucking gay faggot.
He mentions, this guy mentions it's a pattern that could be seen time again. He starts the argument. People fire back. The goon squad pounces, bullying in ways that are wholly inappropriate. Again, fucking, that's subjective, being, oh, this is inappropriate. But again, and if you're going to say it's inappropriate, go ahead and show it.
I'm going to come right out.
Eventually, this guy does.
Stepping out on the cliff and saying it's accurate.
Yeah, this is still true. Like, fucking, as much as this guy sounds like kind of a flitty little queer, it's obvious.
Is this Comicsgate? This picture here?
No, this is his Facebook friends.
Not even
from like 2015. After we had said there, like, here's what Comicsgate should be. Here's Comicsgate. Here's the good version of Comicsgate in 2015. Ethan was doing this with his.
It's gone downhill from here.
Friend. Well, then a couple years later, Ethan Van Sciver was like, "Hey, I'm going to be the leader of Comicsgate,"
and nobody was telling him.
In private, he was telling people, I am the leader of Comicsgate. And even guys like Mike S. Miller were like, hey, you can't call yourself the leader of Comicsgate. And Ethan would reply to him saying, like, oh, that's too bad. They better get over it. And he was serious, too.
And then people were like, oh, well, I am with him then. It's like,
yeah,
what?
It was all part of the because the fact about nerds is they want to belong.
They call themselves
want to belong.
Conservative.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's another thing is that this makes it look political, but usually
that paragraph
because Ethan hides behind his politics. He'll say they're attacking me because I'm a Republican in comics, but then he's not a Republican. He doesn't. He like voted for fucking. He didn't vote for Trump. He wanted to support who's the old faggot who died? The fucking crazy old guy.
McCain.
Yeah.
Traitor McCain.
Yeah, Traitor McCain.
Again, with McCain, when he was running against Obama, it's like, I prefer McCain over Obama. But now it's like, he is actually a traitor. And I don't mean during Vietnam. I don't mean during the Vietnam War. I mean now.
Right now, even when he's dead.
Right now.
And so this guy mentions these people.
That's a great song.
Their names were fucking.
Right here, right now.
Right here, right now is a great song. Right now is a gay song.
Miss the beat by a fraction.
Crystal Pepsi, the theme song.
There's no other place I'd want McCain to be than Generator.
Anyways, so this guy mentions their names, most likely because their names are public. That was another thing that they sort of tried, that they learned from. Like, Ethan learned a lot about Hugbox brigading from failed attempts. And this guy, he learned a lot from this guy, basically. This guy making this, basically, it's the Zoe. This is the Zoe post of comics, except Zoe Quinn is fucking Ethan Van Sciver and more effeminate than Zoe. But this guy mentioned They stalked me, as have others, by searching my internet. Now, again, all this is true, and Ethan did confirm that the screenshots in these posts are real. He said, yes, I talked with this guy, I said this to him. So this guy mentions that they basically did constant digging into this guy just because he disagreed. This is the actual point of the story, that this guy blathers on and is fucking kind of pointless. But the real point of this story is that this guy disagreed in very minor ways, and so Ethan had his personal hug box dig throughout the entire guy's fucking life on the internet and go find his name, his family, all that shit to just well, again, we'll get into the gay ops of what he did soon. But let's see, Van Sciver and the Goon Squad call themselves conservative, but they're a disgrace to any honorable people who are evangelical Christians who favor small government and low taxes and who support
and pro-marriage
and an originalist interpretation of the Constitution. Yeah, exactly. Not very for traditional marriage if you're getting divorced, Ethan. Also, if you're going around behind your wife's back with
anyone who supports the old school ectomobile on the wheat field.
Driving the ectomobile,
wheat field ecto one,
and then crashing into a barn until your fucking hazard suit mask falls over your face, so that people think you're an alien.
Is that what happens?
That's what happens.
That happens. That sounds like a delightful movie. Anyways, Van Sciver and his gang posture themselves as tough guys. Again, very familiar.
Wow.
Reminiscent of Mr. Alpha T, who has his name tattooed on his arm. Is that an alpha behavior? Especially if you're a giant, corpulent, closeted homosexual? I don't know. I don't know. But this guy points out their posture of themselves as tough guys who use obscene humor to attack whiny, weak liberals. That is another thing. Is apparently yesterday Pocket Jacks was on some stream with some bootlick, and Pocket Jacks was bringing up stuff that was being just completely ignored. I don't even know who the other guy's name was, but he couldn't even address a single thing. And all that happened is all the replies and the Cape Cucks were like, oh, this guy's a total liberal, and just completely ignoring what he said. Not a single one of them brought up what he had to say about anything. And then Ethan came on later and did the same thing, where he didn't even address a single argument. He just was like, oh, this guy's obsessed with me. Again, very, very suspicious, very cowardly for Ethan to hide behind his hug box like that. But that's because Ethan is a scared little girl. As proven by his own behavior. I mean, that's not even me saying that. That's Ethan showing it. So, it's not even me.
Well, one of these days he's going to have to decide if he's going to hide behind it or get in it, I guess.
Yeah, fucking, or both. Maybe, maybe you can do both. This guy says the plan would work better if they were actually funny. They're not, in bold. But among others they've targeted and he mentioned some names, who are guilty of the crime of not being conservative enough and of having been fans of Van Sciver, which is, again, that's very weird behavior. It's weirdo behavior of Van Sciver to go after your own fans, but that is completely endemic of Comicsgate. Comicsgate has attacked itself more than it's attacked SJWs, and that's quantified. That's already been measured on a purely objective scale that anyone can see. To the point where, even people who supported Comicsgate are like, no, I can't even be part of this. And, it's just going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse for Comicsgate. Here, though, he says, here's a private message sent from by private message, that means it's the Facebook fucking IM system.
This reads like the fake messages that the people in Match 3 games will send to you on the little fake in-universe social media.
Oh shit, maybe that's what it is. Maybe Ethan Van Sciver is a fucking...
I'm reading this right now and it sounds like one of your Match 3 friends sending you a fake tweet.
Oh, you mean it's like, hey friend, you want to help me?
Well, you know how these games will have this virtual in-universe SNS or whatever for the game characters? And they talk to each other. This is what this reads like.
It's but
on a
that's
match 3
Ethan,
game or something.
yeah, Ethan. That's but the Ethan
Talking about
fully
the old moped.
Ethan fully confirmed that this is real. These DMs are authentic, and that he did say them. The thing is, yeah, that's what a
Default
creep.
smiley.
Yeah, that's what a creep Ethan is that he talks like a fictional character in like fucking Alfie's Quest or whatever the fuck, or what's the one with the fucking the weirdly
It
deceptive
just
ads that's like, oh, help people, like Clockmaker or some shit. It's like, help the kids cross the river, and then you're
oh
like,
yeah,
okay, what do I
I
do with
actually
that?
downloaded one of those. That's like not the actual gameplay. They have
Yeah, and
someone
then
that
it's
works up
just
like
they're
this
all
fake,
just
interesting
match
looking
3.
gameplay.
Yeah, they're
Why don't they
all
actually
match
just make
3
that
games.
a game about that?
Yeah,
The
I
one
know.
that
It's
you
like,
want to.
or a fishdom. Fishdom was another one where it's like, oh, help the little fish escape from the shark. And it's like,
And then it's like a
throw it.
match 3 game once you finally get it.
Yeah, it's a match 3 game where there's none of this weird puzzle solving shit. Where
Yeah.
it's like, pour the gasoline onto the car. Oh no, it caught fire. Use the fucking pan.
I actually got hooked by one of
smash
those.
it
Yeah,
out.
that's why I was thinking about this. And they always have these
Bam.
virtual in-universe social networks, and this
Yeah.
the message just reads like that.
Where it's like,
The
oh, you
default
found a new
smiley
moped.
and like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
here's like the rusty
Hello,
old
friend.
moped.
Do
It's
you
so
want
tough
to
to
build?
get going.
Yeah, do you want to build a new fountain in your garage? Oh, like default smiley face. Yeah, that's how Ethan actually talks when he's trying to act like he's a nice person. And then again, we have DMs of him, and there will be DMs of him later in this too that are really creepy and weird. Ethan Van Sciver is like the biggest weirdo in comics. Even fucking faggots like Dan Slaughter, Mark Waid, who Ethan Van Sciver is friends with, by the way. But guys like Mark Waid, well, at least just throw a tantrum and be whiny, but they won't try to act like they're not that person. They'll be like, "Oh, I get upset sometimes." Ethan is like, he'll do something and then deny he did it when you have the video of him doing it. Like, especially with saying shit. And then sometimes he'll delete it when he knows it could be used against him. So he'll delete the original stream. And Comicsgate, again, comic book fans are so behind the times. They're not ones to know that you need to like archive and back up everything. Like Gamergate was completely on the ball with that because Gamergate was like people younger than 30 for the most part. Or if they were older than 30, they were actually cool people who were smart. Comic book fans are not smart or cool at any age, but most of them are 40 or older. And they're complete boomers. They're clueless about everything, and it's just embarrassing.
Gamergate had this big Zoe Quinn orgy to set it off, which I think was a big part of its success.
Yeah, there was it was legitimate. That was the thing about Gamergate that set it off. It was something legitimate. There was nothing in Comicsgate to set it off. It was just like a retarded guy who was like, "Ooh, they're ruining comics," when comics already sucked. And it was something several years late after we said not just the exact same thing, but a better, smarter version of the exact same thing. Anyways, this guy points out Van Sciver admits he likes to mess with this guy and also admits he knows it becomes a huge problem. It's becoming a PR nightmare. But yeah, Ethan says, I don't care. I'm just trying to get this guy going. He's like a rusted old moped. If you can keep going, it's a lot of fun until he collapses. And it's like he's talking about a fan of his.
Pay 1 star to fix the moped.
Yes. Hey, do you want to
need to recharge your life?
You want to repair the battery on the moped? This will cost 5 tokens. Yeah, Ethan should have charged them some ribbit coin to repair the moped. You know what? That would actually be more successful than Cyberfrog is if he just made a match 3 Cyberfrog game. Except I'm sure Ethan would find a way to fucking completely sabotage that unintentionally. He doesn't want to sabotage it, but he also can't help it.
What do you mean sabotage? Making a game is a lot harder than drawing a comic.
Well, not for match 3. Match 3 is fucking like you can basically plug in some assets for match 3. It's the easiest shit ever. At least match 5 requires some more fucking insight and talent. I don't know.
Well, first you got to rip off the match 3 game, and then you got to do the plugging in, and then you got to draw the assets.
You have to
and
make
Ethan's stuck on the drawing the assets.
You have to make the misleading ads where it would be like, Cyberfrog needs to get away from this fucking
the
people
spiky
being mean to him on the internet.
lava. What?
I bet it would be people being mean to him on the internet. That would be what part
And
of
there'd
the
be like a
fake
spike that you could
ad.
drop in front between them.
Anyways, this guy's talking about some screenshots. He's like, hey, click on this, and he's like, it happens with this. It says server not found for any of them. Gee, what a shame. There's other screen caps though. If you need further proof I'm not a whiner who can't take a joke, just Google Ethan Van Sciver internet bully. You'll get 10,000 links. And there's the IGN board where, again, the guy looks kind of like a faggot. But at the same time, it doesn't mean he's wrong or anything. But this guy says Ethan vilifies a decent guy and manipulates people to physically threatening him after already treating the guy like crap. I don't mean to write a history lesson, but I do want to prove I'm not the only person he's attacked in ways that are unconscionable. Women are targeted and threatened. It's funny because normally I'm like, I don't give a shit. Fucking
women.
Yeah, who cares? Who
women.
cares about these broads? Yeah, fucking this bitch is wearing perfume. I don't give a shit. But the worst of their attacks are directed at women, and it's funny because there have been several women that Ethan has slammed who are on his side, just completely supporting him, and he's like, "Ooh, this fucking girl's comics look like shit," and then it turns out like she's a big supporter of war campaign, and then he's like, hey, I'm gonna have you on. It just act like he never fucking trashed her. But he's had like other girls who were in Comicsgate and have done art and basically have done nothing else but like do art for Comicsgate and just generally supported the movement and other creators in it. Ethan will straight up have their accounts flagged. He's had accounts flagged just because somebody did too many drawings for Nurkish. Specifically, Sashi. She was doing drawings for Nurkish, so Ethan had her Twitter account suspended. And of course, he doesn't do it himself. He gets the hug box to do it for him. So he understands to have that element of disconnection and plausible deniability.
Also
they can say, "Oh, it wasn't me," but it is like the people who do it are people who are on his streams constantly, and they fully admit, "Yes, we did this because she was part of the Nurkish gang who's trying to destroy Comicsgate." And Nurkish never did anything about Comicsgate. He did. It's funny. He did jokes. He did jokes making fun of Comicsgate, just in completely vague, mild ways. And I guess that's a little too much for Ethan Van Sciver to take because that pissed him. In fact, Ethan Van Sciver was like yelling at him in DMs. And, again, these DMs leaked and Mike S. Miller like tried to white knight for Ethan, but then eventually had to admit that, yeah, it was true that Ethan was just threatening him. But at the same time, so Sashi wasn't even involved in that stuff. Sashi was just doing art and stuff for Nurkish's channel and his videos. And so Ethan basically saw it as open season against her. And, it's and her account got shut down, which that's part of her livelihood. But I guess Comicsgate really doesn't care about that because that was all completely public. It was public. It was out in the open. And Comicsgate just fucking turned completely away and was like, I don't want to know. Not even that they denied it. Comicsgate couldn't even bring it out of themselves to deny it. They had to just pretend that nothing happened. And it goes to show that is the smoking gun right there, that Comicsgate has no principles. Comicsgate never had principles. They don't have any capacity for human
rotting husk.
Yeah, it's just a big nothing at this point.
It's very tiresome.
Anyways, this guy, though, says, the worst they sent me was a post describing my ex-wife being given a torture porn facial after my marriage breakup. They did the same sort of thing to my girlfriend. These men really like to beat up on women who've done nothing to deserve any sort of harassment. Now,
wait, but
I don't really give a fuck. It's like fucking, hey, fucking...
They're women. They deserve harassment. All of them deserve harassment.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're not even involved in anything, and they would be just tracked down. And it's clear
money.
that you are, if you're tracking down people who are unrelated to something because they just happen to be on a friends list on Facebook, you will always be the more effeminate person. And that is what Ethan Van Sciver always has been.
Tumblrites do.
Yeah, it's reachy reach. And if you don't know what that means, you're pretty much halfway to being a woman yourself. But it was a joke about Tumblr, where Tumblr, the SJWs on Tumblr would be like, "Oh, you reblog from something from there, but they once liked a post by this guy who's like this," and it's just the desperate reaching, and that is what Comicsgate does now. To the exact same as social justice, and Comicsgate supports this. They support this because they give money to the people who do it. And if you're funding people who are straight up doing SJW behavior, then you are one. There's no other way around. There's no argument for no, that's not true because there's nothing. What is your argument even supposed to be? There isn't one. And they've never tried. They've never once tried. They never tried to argue about it or against it or to even defend Ethan. Like even regular Comicsgate doesn't even try to defend Ethan about this. They bury their heads in the sand, which is the most bitch-made fucking thing you can do about any of this. Because it means you are essentially a dishonest person. You will never become an honest person. You're never going to grow up and become an honest, smart person who has good taste. You're always going to be stuck liking comic books, which is something that only faggy nerds do, which is what comics get. It's really a group of faggy nerds.
I gave comics a chance.
We gave them more than enough chances to either be good or for Comicsgate to actually put out something good, and they can't do it. They've hilariously failed. Every single book Comicsgate has put out has been a hilarious failure. Yeah, Watchmen. Anything. Watchmen's not. They're not going to put out anything like Watchmen. That's for damn sure.
Watchmen movie came out and it's like, this looks interesting. Let me check out the source material. I check out the source material, and it's like, wow, this is really interesting. Let me check out some more source material from the same era, and I go and read Batman: The Dark Knight Returns. And it's like, man, I really missed out. Let me check out some source material from other eras, and I didn't find anything else.
Yeah, it was all shit. Just embarrassing dog shit.
Batman. That's all I found.
It was really people subverting the industry. It was subverting comics that actually made comics better, and at the same time destroyed it. Like people say, Watchmen essentially ruined comics because everyone then tried to do the next Watchmen, and then all their comics sucked because they're hacks. They're not good writers. Comic book fans are not good writers or creators or artists or anything.
Shit.
They're human embarrassments, and it's actually gotten worse these days compared even to like the 80s and the 90s. The 90s are some of the worst comics ever made, and any idiot knows that. But you have the people who are beneath idiot, like sub NPC. They don't even have code to malfunction. They're just going around sparking and sizzling all the time. And that's your average comic book fan. People try to accuse us of not being comic book fans. And it's like, yeah, we're not. Comic book fans are faggots. They've always been the biggest faggots on the planet.
That's the thing. In particular, I gave comics a chance to win me over. They didn't even fucking match me halfway.
They didn't even go. They didn't even
away.
Like I could go 90%, and comics wouldn't even fucking go the remaining 10% to meet me. It's fucking embarrassing. And every comic that people say, "Oh, the '90s are the best era," every comic they've said was good is fucking dog shit, except for like the really obvious stuff that is the same old. I'm tired of people even bringing up Watchmen. To be honest, it wasn't even that good. It was good, and it wasn't even that good.
It was good. It's from the '80s, though. Bring up something newer. How about Hush? You could bring up Hush. I really liked that, but again, it's just more fucking Batman.
Yeah,
Ghost World.
Okay,
Ghost World. That had a good movie adaptation.
Yeah, you know, I've only
seen the movie actually.
I've only seen the movie of Art School Confidential. That's a really good movie too, actually.
Was there a fucking Batman version of Art School Confidential?
No, there wasn't.
Where did Batman?
I wish there was.
School
What does Batman have to do with Art School Confidential?
I don't
Maybe
know.
Batman was the fucking old, burned out fucking artist who started just killing women and taking their school IDs. Maybe that was Batman.
Got a shout out for Tails gets trolled in chat.
Oh shit! Why is this stupid?
Always worth a shout out. But
Yes.
we already made a fucking video review of that.
We did a fucking
It
video.
was times, motherfuckers.
By the way, somebody says the only positive thing Comicsgate has done so far is to ensure that Richard Meyer and Matt Wegner will no longer be drawing any comics themselves. Yeah, that's fucking. I mean, to be honest,
When
they're not
you're
going to be in comics anyway, so I don't think that matters.
Elements are stopping people from doing work. That's not very good. You're not doing very much to help the industry. I don't
Not
think.
doing a very good job. Not good job.
My stomach almost turned inside out. You mentioned
comics.
Comicsgate. You mentioned Comicsgate.
Oh, shit.
You mentioned comic books.
Anyways, this guy said I contacted Facebook, which does no good. It never does. But Van Sciver's role, Van Sciver plays the good guy in all this, saying he had nothing to do with anything, but that the attackers were just high-spirited guys who sometimes go over the top. Again, the plausible deniability of being like, hey, I don't.
Die.
He's done that before too, where he's like, I have nothing to do with what. He's actually said they're not my war campaign. They're just war campaign.
This is the
Wait,
same guy who was chanting "Hail War Campaign" in his own fucking videos.
They're on every one of his streams.
No evidence of them working together. Yes, there is.
Yeah, they're on all of his streams. There's no denying that. He will deny something that he's caught on because he knows that comic book fans are such gullible rubes that they'll just believe what they do. A lot of listen and believe in Comicsgate because they're shallow people. They're little fucking pets. They're
listen and believe.
They're
heard that
people.
before?
You mean sheeple?
Listen and believe. Where have I heard that before?
Yeah, that it comes from something else. It comes something very familiar.
I guess it must be Comicsgate related.
It's something to do with Comicsgate.
Comicsgate.
Or no, wait, just Comics Gay.
Gay.
Anyway, so he mentions he makes manipulative comments like you're just not able to take a joke that the Green Squad really meant no harm. In my case, he contacted me directly saying he wanted to fix things. Why would you fix things if nothing was done wrong? But he says, here's a private message where he contacted me. And Ethan, again, this is the stuff I actually wanted to read, where Ethan becomes very womanly. He says, I wish you'd just believe me. I've had women say that to me when they lied about something.
All women.
All women?
All women are like that. If only there was a clever acronym.
About all women being like that. But anyways,
all
Alfred
being like that.
Alfie is like, continue to be the patsy. You apologized to me and went on. Apologies, but do yes, whatever. But he is without a doubt the ringleader. Again, it's not even a without a doubt when he fucking knows the people personally and only capable of complaint and not critique, but also they treat like even the mildest disagreement, and we saw this with anime fans too. They treat the mildest of disagreements as like a fucking murder in their family, basically
on their senses.
Yeah. But anyways, Ethan apparently had such a history.
Murder their family member.
Yeah, they would take it. They wouldn't even take it as personally if you did kill their family members, as you do when they fucking disagree. When you disagree with them.
If you struck them in the face with a mace and said you're wrong about something, they would not take that.
They just they could take the macing. That part they wouldn't have nearly as much of a problem with.
They can't take that because it's happening to them.
Can't take it. Never could. Time to end it. Wish you would. Anyways, he thinks it's funny, and in some way, I guess it feeds his sociopathic narcissism and enormous ego. That's giving him way too much credit. He has a little withered ego, but he's always like self-flagellating himself. He is a sociopath.
We already diagnosed him with
Yes,
sociopathy.
he's diagnosed with a lot of things. There's a lot wrong with him. There's a lot wrong with Ethan Van
I almost
Sciver.
diagnosed him with the dark triad, but that's still giving
him way too much credit. Yeah, because usually the dark triad guys actually are, to some extent, like an alpha, or some of them are alphas. Ethan is definitely a beta, who is not even dark triad, certainly not even close to the dark tetrad. Anyways, he says this guy,
which is true,
like Jordan Peterson.
Yes. Jordan Peterson is intellectual dark web triad tetrad.
Where you wife
Zeldan Q-Web.
Zeldan Q-Web.
I have the Zeldan Q-Web inside me. But anyways, this guy says
not even have the Zeldan Q-Web inside.
This is actually kind of interesting. This guy points out, like any abuser, he will apologize, says he's been misunderstood, and paints himself as the victim. Again, that is not just an abuser, but specifically female abusers do that. And that was something that Zoe Quinn was straight up caught doing. And people in Gamergate didn't much notice that, because they didn't really read the thing. They just read the 5 guys. She fucked 5 guys and fucking tried to cheat them. But they missed all the other parts of the Zoe post that pointed out the objective proofs that she would apologize. She would like beg for forgiveness from the guy, and then act like she's been done wrong, especially if the guy doesn't forgive. And I have seen that from other women too, who all have borderline personality disorder and or bipolar. Regardless of if it's rapid cycling or not, women with bipolar, especially women with borderline personality disorder, will act like they're the victim as they then apologize for something that they objectively did wrong, or had a complete fucking meltdown over that was, not important, or, taking a fact personally, basically, is something that nerds do and women do. Mentally ill women. Usually mentally ill nerds, too, because a lot of nerds have mental illnesses because, nerds can't really function very well in society. Mentally ill people can't really function well in society. So there's a lot of overlap there. Right, rightfully so. And again, quantified, QED, if you will, but
QED, AF, MF.
But yeah, so much of apparently Ethan had such a fucking problem with doing this shit and getting caught doing it that his Facebook got suspended, and so some faggot. And look at this. Look at the whiny. Like, if you want to say anyone's whiny, no one's a bigger faggot than this, where give Ethan Van Sciver's profile back. This page supports worthy causes. If you've been harassed by a known hater and liar, you may need a resource like this. And it's just a picture of like a circle slash with cyberbullying, rumors, gossiping, threats, insults, teasing. And it's like,
teasing, sexy teasing.
This is what Ethan Van Sciver's idea of defending himself is: posting this gay picture, and it's like a fucking 4:3 aspect ratio or a 1:1 aspect ratio picture, and says, download this picture and make it your wallpaper or desktop background. This is the same thing to protect yourselves from hate trolls.
Is this fucking 1999 where we're fucking
how much of a cheesy faggot? Again, any of the cheesy faggotry from this guy, like making telling these stories, these adventures of trying to be friends with Ethan Van Sciver. Nothing he says is going to be gayer than this. In fact, nothing Ethan says is gayer than this. And there's some really gay shit from Ethan coming up still. Anyways, eventually he created another Facebook page and started back up again. So that's the thing. I think Ethan Van Sciver's account was just called Ethan Van Sciver. And so Ethan Daniel Van Sciver was his new account to get around getting fucking suspended or banned or whatever. But here's another thing that's very important is...
more important or less important, but I gotta mention it. That's pretty fucking gay. Your fucking backup account is just your middle name.
Yeah.
I got to use my full actual name.
This time I'm using my middle name.
Get around a band, so I'm just going to add my middle name. You're a fucking cunt.
You're a fruity little queer. I mean, how do you even get suspended over doing this shit? All you gotta do is not do it. Well, these days, the cool people get suspended by being false flagged by mundane mat types, like in War Campaign. And specifically, Ethan is the mundane mat of comics. It's just that people don't realize it yet. They haven't woken up to it yet because a lot of them are just stupid nerds themselves. Imagine a nerd that isn't even smart. I mean, fuck. That's talk about having 5 strikes against you already.
Cunt bitch ass.
Anyways, here's Ethan admitting that one of his friends, like his early proto war campaign, made sock puppet accounts to fucking go after people. And again, the harassment will be shown later, and you can see it is straight up mental illness from, I guess, on the part of Ethan's friends here. I don't know if Ethan knows these guys anymore, because usually what he does is he uses people like a currency and then just cuts them out of his life. And that's what's going to happen. That's already started happening with War Campaign. And the more that War Campaign gets caught doing shit on his behalf, the more he's going to start cutting them out. And he's already done it with a couple of the guys. I forgot one of the guys' names, but again, we don't really pay that much close attention to it. The people who are supposed to pay close attention to this shit just don't bother. In fact, a lot of them tend to do white knighting and shit. But then they get caught like embarrassing themselves white knighting, and then they have to like disappear. Like fucking when you have drama milkers or whatever, with their big man milkers also, when you have them deleting their accounts and disappearing because they defended somebody who got caught doing embarrassing shit, you know you're not exactly paying attention to the right targets. Anyways, he indicated he and the others discussed and probably laughed about this bullying. He wrote, "Nah, it was just Michael, seeing if you'd be super cruel if given the chance." Let's see. Yeah, so it's just a screen cap of Ethan admitting that this guy makes fucking fake accounts. It's just Michaelson's Jimba, whatever.
Right. Fucking
again, if you want to check this out, the page is easy to find. The series is just called "Harassment Isn't Comical." Kind of cheesy name, but fucking whatever.
Again, we're not defending this fucking person.
Yeah.
People are probably going to act like we're defending this person.
This guy seems very dramatic, but in fact, I think that lends to one of our, I guess you could say, headcanon fan theories about this whole thing being a sort of jilted love between these two closeted gay guys. Maybe. Actually, here's what I really think, and again, we should be getting into this in a little bit, but I think that Ethan Van Sciver did have sex with this guy, but this guy didn't have sex with Ethan Van Sciver. It's one of the few times that a person, Ethan Van Sciver in this case, committed gay sex with another man. I can't believe. I mean,
he raped him.
I think it's
Sciver is a rapist.
It's going to be like the only thing he's ever innovated in his life. Certainly won't be anything comics related or art related. But anyways,
I innovated more comics and art related, just sitting here doing nothing.
But anyways, this is where the stuff starts to get a little more juicy, I suppose you could say. So there's all this stuff, all these accusations this guy made about Ethan Van Sciver having his fucking brigade. And again, that's something that has been observed in a completely different new group. Basically a new version where Ethan Van Sciver runs a doxing brigade and a false flag, like flag a tree, gay ops brigade.
Code name for his brigade. It's called AZT.
It's very, very, very clever, very crafty. Goes really under the radar, you might say. But so this guy, he pointed out all these things.
There's a lot of people who don't know what the fuck that meant.
Yeah, those gay nerds
is the code name for the fucking cocktail for treatment of AIDS. I can't believe Ethan Van Sciver has AIDS.
Anyways, so this guy points out after all this shit and people, doing this and harassment and blah, 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 he says, all I want to do is get away from these people. And in the conversation here, I initiate the break, but he won't leave me alone. So he says, Ethan and his group continues to attack me over and over, both on this page, but on my own page, one of his minions, Naring, continues attacked me with some really personal insults. So I tried to ask Ethan to take it down. It didn't work. Which again, that's happened to other people too. Other people just fully knowing that Ethan controls his fucking his brigade said, Ethan, these guys, your friends who were nobody, they weren't anyone in comics. They didn't make comics. They didn't have YouTube channels. They didn't talk about comics. Nothing. They were absolutely nothing and did not exist until Ethan Van Sciver, for no reason at all, started to bring them on their channel. That's one thing that people forget or don't pay attention to, is that War Campaign wasn't even a group of guys who talked about comics or social justice or anything. They didn't talk about anything. They didn't have channels. They didn't do anything at all. But then all of a sudden one day they were on all of Ethan's streams. And they didn't add any insight. They didn't talk about the business because they didn't know about it. They didn't have any experience. They were just suddenly there. And people knew that Ethan controlled them. In fact, Ethan directly funds them, and that may come back to bite Ethan in the ass, or more accurately, destroy his career and his reputation for life.
More accurately, the dick.
Yes, but it's interesting. This is the old version of that happening with just a different group that Ethan had to cut off, most likely with, unless Ethan's still friends with these guys that he's talking about in this post. But Ethan's group continues to attack me over and over again, both on this page but on my own. Yeah, again, like I was saying, I tried to ask Ethan to take it down. Other people have tried that.
Luck with that
recently.
Shit.
Other people have tried that recently, and Ethan gets them to just hit harder. And it's always people who have had no affiliation with them or even really much relation to Ethan, aside from maybe once they're on a stream or maybe once they showed support for Comicsgate. It's really creepy. And it goes to show that Ethan, when we talk about Ethan Van Sciver having mental illness, that's not us, throwing conjecture and suppositions,
trying to be
assumptions.
People automatically assume we're trying to be goofy.
Yeah, none of that is a joke. Ethan Van Sciver does absolutely have several either diagnosed mental illnesses, or they're not diagnosed, so they're undiagnosed mental illnesses that he's not even on treatment for. It's sort of like that joke about 25% of 25% of women are on psychotropic medications. The other 75% are going around untreated. Ethan Van Sciver might be one of those 75%.
That is a joke. This is real.
Revolutionary trans creator of comics, Ethan Van Sciver, may be going around with untreated mental illnesses because they haven't been diagnosed yet. But through his behavior, in fact, this guy's very dramatic about it, but I thought this was funny. And again, Ethan did confirm that these are true, where Ethan snaps in private, because he always does this in private, and other people have seen him do this in Comicsgate, where he'll just fucking snap.
You mean in DMs and stuff, which are shared occasionally?
Yeah, because it's just a chat. It's just an IM chat. They're really no more private than AIM was private. Fucking.
There should be a share DM button.
Yeah, there should just be a button that's like, here, I want to share this DM so other people can see it. But I mean, you could just hit the print screen, or awesome screenshot. I actually recommend quite highly as a good screen capture program that'll let you crop and just save to your desktop, nice and easy, very convenient. But this guy's screen caps are so old, and yet again, I think it's always worth bringing up that Ethan confirmed these DMs are true. He admitted, yes, these were real DMs. He fully came out and accepted it. He just said, "Oh no, but this guy's just a crazy obsessed stalker fan." But again, there's all this evidence right here that Ethan admitted to of them being friends and interacting with each other constantly.
He doesn't even deny it, and you have to realize how important that is when someone doesn't even deny something. If you ever seen the movie All the President's Men, you know the importance of this.
Of a non-denial denial, if you will.
Well, in this case, it's not even a non-denial denial.
It's just acceptance. It's admittance. Anyways, so this guy says he tried to ask Ethan to take down, to get his hug box under control, and Ethan refused because, of course, he wants to have that. In order to maintain the plausible deniability, you have to act like you don't have control over the guys that you're definitely confirmed and that everyone knows.
That you've been on stream with chanting the name of their group and movement.
And vice versa. And they, again, when they have no business being there, especially when they do tribunals. They have no business doing tribunals, but they'll do a tribunal on a guy, basically pull him into a stream and yell at him because Ethan doesn't like him anymore. And they've done that to several people in Comicsgate who now, have left Comicsgate. They're like, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck Comicsgate. Fuck Ethan. Ethan runs a doxing brigade. I don't need this shit. I don't need to be associated with this. It's not even going to be good for my career. And then Ethan's like, oh, that guy was obsessed all this time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, very fruity, very effeminate.
You have to add in the fucking gay faggot noise.
Oh, yeah, you mean Ethan? After Ethan says that, he goes, because he's a gay little queer. He's a
gay bitch.
He's a below average looking manlet, if I might coin a phrase from Elliot Rodger.
Did he say that?
Well, Elliot Rodger said that people said it about him.
Did he ever use the word manlet?
Yeah, he said there's the Elliot Rodger post of
oh yeah. He was on the bodybuilding forum, so he would.
Manlet. Thing is, Elliot Rodgers definitely more handsome.
He should have used the word manlet in My Twisted World. I don't think he did.
Good point.
I wish. I wish. I'm sure we all wish at this point.
I'll admit this. I've never read all of My Twisted World. I've read bits.
It's a little too twisted.
I've read bits and pieces. Not every single bit of it. Just maybe about 10% of it.
A skosh, if you will. A skosh.
My point is that he's still definitely more valid of an opinion maker and speaker.
Yes.
Than anyone.
Yeah, he's going to have more of a positive impact on comics than Ethan or fucking anyone in comics.
On the fucking whole human race.
And he wasn't even related to comics. Elliot Rodger had nothing to do with comics.
I
didn't even read comics.
Like, he killed almost as many men as he did women. What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, to be honest, I condemn Elliot Rodger for killing way too many men.
Yes.
Anyways,
the thing with that was that he went to the sorority, right? And like they locked the doors. The building with all the hot girls, they keep the doors locked, and he wasn't planning on this, and that's why.
He was completely.
So he just went back to his own room and killed the dudes inside.
His master plan confounded by a door lock.
The big building that's known to have all the hot girls sleeping in it keeps their doors locked.
What are the chances? How's that possible?
A beta might show up, and guess what? After he did the shooting, how many fucking women were like, "Oh man, I'd fuck him"? All of them.
Smash pass or don't pull out, and then fucking women are like, "Don't pull out. Who's this hunky guy? He's got a lot of money. What are you doing?"
He should have just let himself get arrested and then had his Jew dad get him off.
Okay, that was some kind of Japanese buzzing sound.
Yeah, why is Japanese buzzing sounds coming from your microphone?
All right, let me just turn it off.
That's your heater.
Oh, wow, it clicked right off, didn't it? Gee, that was loud as fuck.
But it's also a 1,000 megabit fucking processing speed.
I think that might have been an alt-right dog whistle, to be honest.
That's how dog whistles sound.
Is it fixed now?
Yeah, it's been off when you said you were turning.
It's got a bad wire.
Was that some
Anyway.
kind of heating coil?
Let me know if it happens again.
All
I'll keep a
right.
look at it.
Is
Okay,
it what? I need
Yeah,
to know.
I'm more curious about this than anything in fucking. I mean, fucking comics are gay as shit. I want to know what the fuck that buzzing noise was. That's fascinating.
A wire in the microphone.
That was.
Was it
What did you do? Rip it out? What the fuck was it?
It's so cold during the winter that
It's a cheap microphone. It's a wire in the microphone that causes it.
you have a
It's
cheap
inside the microphone internally. Yeah.
Your microphone sounds better than our fucking $50 snowballs.
Yeah, you're
That's fucking embarrassing.
But it's got a loose wire, and sometimes it will buzz.
Okay.
Well, loose wire.
This
A loose wire that
don't give me that belt check.
occasionally not as good as ours.
Yeah. Anyways, so this guy says he tried to ask Ethan to take it down. It didn't work. Since that didn't work, I made a status.
That didn't work. Oh no! What happened?
Oh
did he
no!
have a loose wire. He had a loose wire in his fucking communication with Ethan.
Maybe that's what happened. This is one of my favorite parts, though, because this is just, again, as Ethan confirmed these are real, this is like hilariously gay. I made a post on my own page about how Ethan and his goons are attacking me and adding my friends to their friends list to gather information and harass us all. And again, this isn't just an accusation. This is stuff that Ethan's been seen to do with other people even recently. But, I mean, this guy, shows a lot of proofs of this other shit. So this isn't without any corroborating evidence. But he says, with his own name on the line, you'll notice he is in complete control of what Naring and others post about me. And the exchange ends with him threatening to choke me, which is in all caps, and bold, very dramatic.
Have you seen the movie Fanatic?
I wanted to. I watched the
two full reviews of that so far.
Yeah,
so you've seen the scene where he's choking a guy, right? He's like, "I want your head to fall off and for it to roll into the street and for everybody to watch it."
I think that's what Ethan Van Sciver devolved into. Very similar, but because here's the thing about Ethan Van Sciver, he was a comic book fan too. Pretty much every artist and writer who ever worked for DC for the past 40 years was a comic book fan. And there's basically two exceptions. One of them is Alan Moore, and the other one is Frank Miller. And they're still basically, they're comic book enjoyers, but they're not fans. And there's a big difference between a fan and someone who just likes to read comics. A fan is an effeminate faggot. It's short for fanatic, like the classic, wonderful, delightful, classic celluloid work of art by great new director Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit. The movie, though, The Fanatic, is about a fan. And just like Ethan Van Sciver is a fan of comics, every fan is a weak person, down to their very core, and they always will be.
I haven't seen that movie yet. I would say it's underrated.
Yes, already. I haven't seen it. I already know it's underrated. But anyways, so what happens is Alfie here, Alfie from the hot butt smithy comic Alfie, says Naring is all over the page and all of you talk, get it taken down. And then so Ethan Van Sciver says someone is now having a very bad day, as if like, I gave him a talking to. Don't worry. I apologize, Alfie. I know who did it. It's gone. I should have done that to begin with. So here's Ethan fully admitting that he controls these guys. And he'll go back and forth constantly being like, hey, I don't know these guys. They're not related to me. And then when he can get in trouble over it, that's the most important thing. When he can get in trouble with it, he will admit in private that he does have control over it. And he says, I should have done that thing to begin with. I wasn't thinking carefully. But then Ethan yells in all caps, now take down that message. Thanks for blaming me. And then Alfie, having gotten Ethan to corral his spurgs, says, okay, I'll take it down. And now Ethan's turning and is like, I'm super pissed. I feel like choking you.
That's pretty alpha.
Yeah, that's definitely alpha bro behavior, Ethan. You're
What's better
definitely
than
not a
alpha?
giant squealing little faggot.
What's
I
better
think I
than
did
alpha?
actually a very good impersonation of Ethan Van Sciver's screechy little faggot voice.
Sigma. That's it.
Oh yeah, he's
Sigma.
so alpha, he's Sigma. Anyways,
Sigma plus, Sigma
Sigma Plus
minus
from fucking
293 days
Mega
to
Man
sleep.
X.
Sigma triple S plus rank.
It's
Yes.
not Mega Man or Street Fighter. Kingdom Hearts is really taking the
Ooh.
reins with the creative titles.
I wouldn't know that.
I would never know
What
those
the
games
fuck
are
are
getting
you?
shit.
What the
You-
fuck are you talking?
What the fuck are you
yeah,
bringing?
fucking
You don't bring up
You-
Kingdom
you don't-
Hearts
you know-
this stream?
Kingdom Hearts 358
Oh.
divided by 2 days is
Uh,
apparently a title.
Yeah.
What?
I've heard it.
what?
I've heard of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic too. I don't give a shit.
Fuck,
I've heard
Birth by sleep
heard of
and
Spider-Man.
358 divided by 2 days is
Yeah, I've heard of Spider-Man too. I know that's gay.
I was trying to think, what was this a reference to a Resident Evil?
Oh, is that a Resident Evil thing? Yeah, that's pretty cool.
A Resident Evil.
Hey,
reference.
did you see the trailer for Resident Evil 3 remake? It looks like it could be nice. That's much more important than this gay shit. These gay catty faggots. Anyways, though, here's more faggoty screeching from Ethan Van Sciver, the beta soy boy, to top them all. Except he can't really top anything. He's a total bottom bitch.
Fucking
He's
not even
a power bottom.
He's not even a sloppy power bottom. He's just a bottom bitch.
a weak bottom.
Weak bottom.
Weak.
Fucking big
Low
bottom.
effort power bottom.
Talk about cunt flaps. Van Sciver's got him. So the guy says, all I want is for him and his creeps to stop, but he won't leave me alone. So this like Ethan, it just is like trying to berate the guy and saying, I see you weren't ever my friend, were you? I was a famous person to you. You were a fan. The fact that you couldn't take a joke or deal with guys ribbing you. Again, Ethan's always trying to act like, hey, you shouldn't be fucking did. It's no big deal. I just wanted to hang out. No big deal.
It's
a
a
very
prank.
alpha.
It's just a
Very
prank.
alpha.
This is so much like The Fanatic. You should really see this movie
Yes,
as soon as possible.
yeah, absolutely.
I'm guessing it's nothing like the Cable Guy.
No, not enough like the cable. Well, no, fucking Ethan, I'm sure, is very much like the cable guy in the Cable Guy. But anyways,
No, that's still too cool, too interesting.
it's very sad. But thinking that you were one of my friends was my mistake. You
Fuck.
can hear Ethan
Fuck.
crying like a little girl as he types that. But Alfie's like, not true, but whatever. See, this thing, Ethan is basically lying in person. Like in private, Ethan's still lying. And this guy is like, hey, you're lying to me. You are telling me a falsehood.
Lying. When you
Yeah,
said
and again, who does that is women with mental illnesses. Is they do what Ethan does, is lie about something that he already knows is untrue. And he's been caught. This is not the only time this has happened. He's been caught on this many times. Again, it's why people have left Comicsgate. Comicsgate, if you're asking why have people left, it's because the guy you're the biggest fan of is mentally ill and having giant meltdowns with people in person where he cannot stop lying. He's incapable of not lying. He can't help it. To some extent, you might have to have some sympathy for Ethan because it's a mental illness. He can't control himself, but he does need to get on medication. He either needs to get back on his meds, he needs to take more meds, or he needs to stop taking them. And I have a feeling he needs to take more.
Cycle him.
Yeah. He needs to rapidly cycle until there's no cycling. But he's like, ooh, seems to be true. And keep my creeps off you. You're insane. I await your apology. Again, very Ethan Van Sciver-y. By which I mean
your apology.
I say that in the same way I would say faggoty. It's very Ethan Van Sciver-y to demand apologies. Only a beta male ever asks for an apology. No real man would ever say that they want an apology.
This is old. cereal.
Ahoagie kid with the baseball mitt and the
Yeah.
dog, and you're
What is a hoagie? I still don't know. I thought that's like, is that like a hegao?
A hair antenna, isn't it?
Oh, that's what a hoagie. Oh,
a hoagie.
yeah, right.
A hoagie
That's
is
stupid.
a lunch you can get at Subway.
What?
Oh, well, that's
Oh,
definitely more
hoagie
important than
sandwich.
whatever it's.
A hoagie sandwich.
You know what? The stream's over. Stream's ruined.
Okay, that's still funnier than anything Comic State has ever.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's definitely funnier than fucking any other comics they've written.
End a show on something that's still funnier than anything Comicsgate has ever said or
You know
done.
we should do that. You know we should do. And here's the thing, by the way, the timestamps are here, where it's like you're insane. I await your apology, and then several hours pass, and then he's
He
several
waited.
hours pass.
He can wait 2 hours.
Yeah, he waited.
That is
like,
the limit of his
not several
mental
hours.
endurance.
from 1:30, same day, from 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. After
That's
I
the
await your
absolute
apology.
limit
He
of
said,
his willpower.
yes, that was the limit of his willpower. He, without a response, he says, seriously, I'm sorry. He's waiting for an apology, but then he apologizes.
How many diapers did he fill?
Yes, he that's what he was doing over the past 3 hours, was filling diaper after diaper. Fucking not because he's shitting himself. He just likes wearing diapers.
Because
Even Advanced Sciver just likes wearing diapers.
it's just more convenient.
It's more convenient. It's sanitary, I guess. I don't know.
I
You'd have to
don't
ask
think it's
even
sanitary.
Advanced Sciver.
I don't think that's true.
You'll
I
have
don't
to
think it's
ask
more
him.
sanitary.
Fucking rubbing your own shit and piss against your body. No.
Until he gets just shitting corn chunks into his diaper until he gets toxic shock syndrome. Ethan Van Sciver's way into that.
Wow, that's gross. I disapprove.
Yeah, I personally disapprove.
I'm a poor person.
Style.
I'm
You should have pre-ordered more foils so that he could have afforded to buy more diapers and change them more regularly.
Let's see if I can.
All your fault for not
a bit more. This
buying the Cyberfrog foils.
zoom in on this bullshit.
This is fuck it, whatever. This is
Fuck it.
This
Fuck
is
everything.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. We'll do it live.
We'll do it like
So yeah, after demanding an apology, hours pass with nothing, and he's like, "Seriously, I'm sorry for all this. Can't we just be friends again, Alfred? Can I call you up again?" And Ethan admitted these are fucking real, and he's behaving like a total jilted quine. But Alfred says, "I'd rather just cut off contact," which again, I've seen from I've known guys who broke up with girls who just couldn't handle it. I've broken up with a couple girls who just couldn't handle it, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm done with this. I'm out. I don't want to talk to you anymore." And I've actually had girls be like, "Hey, can't we just talk? Is it okay if we just talk?" And I'm like, "No."
It's like the fucking girl on Facebook.
Oh my!
Like, all you do is fucking post about your stupid internet coins.
Oh yeah, that's one of the best things is like, all you care about is your stupid internet coins, and then like 6 years later, after Bitcoin blows up, she's like, "Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Hey there." You go, what kind of girl is that? Little sleazy. Anyways, so Alfie is actually being I won't say it's alpha, but it's certainly more masculine than Ethan is behaving in this exchange here. I'd rather just cut off contact, and Ethan can't fucking handle it. He's like, "Yeah, I know, but can we be bigger than that?" And he's like,
Oh my God!
there's no
Cutting off
contact-
contact is definitely the correct and right and big thing to do
Yeah,
in this situation.
it is masculine. It's objectively masculine,
Alpha,
which is something that
That is-
Ethan Van Sciver would
That is
not
the
have
biggest
done.
thing you could do in this situation.
Yeah, can we be bigger than that?
That
We like
is
a
the
hot
big
ball of gas.
choice.
But Alfie says, if there's no contact, there's no further damage to be done. Let's call it a day. And Ethan says, why must damage be done? Like, he doesn't even understand. He becomes a little girl who just can't even understand, like, the level of
It sounds like a
discourse.
Depeche Mode lyric.
Yeah,
Really. Why must damage be done?
because it's gay or fucking, you know, fucking the new Depeche Mode album? It sucks. You know the new Happy Mondays album? I don't know if there's one. But if there is, it sucks. You know how I know? I can say this because I know. Because I'm a Doors fan.
But it turns out there is an actual band called Happy Mondays.
There is so that it was a real band. That wasn't just a joke band that he made up for that skit. That's pretty interesting. More interesting than Ethan
That's
Van
exactly
Sciver's
what I thought
entire comics career.
when I first heard that skit. It's like, no way is there an actual band called Happy Mondays.
Happy
Make that up to
Well,
make
that could-
Monday sound
That could
worse.
that could be a good band. We don't know. Let's not judge. Let's not be. Us. We don't like to be judgmental. Anyways, yeah. Why must damage be done? And he just says, if we stop speaking it won't. Thanks. Please stop contacting me. Just being as that's how you can tell this is extremely real. Is when a guy gets terse, there's something romantic. A romantic history has ensued when a guy is just done with it and gets incredibly terse. Maybe not romantic on Alfie's side here, though. I think it was all one way. Ethan Van Sciver was in love, and he just couldn't let go. He didn't know how to quit Alfie.
When you drink piss.
Well, yeah, why is it
one way?
Sciver, why are you drinking piss? Why are you shitting your diaper? I don't know why you do any of these things, Ethan Van Sciver, but you do. Anyways, so Ethan tries to pull again. You notice how he acts like a big faggot, and then gets caught being a faggot, and then he tries to do the fake. Oh no, I'm the bigger man actually. So he's like, done night, and trying to act like, yes,
slide it under the carpet.
He's done that so many times where he's like,
it's like when they say the lawyer's all yours, and then slam the phone down.
Yes. And then but Ethan's gonna pick that phone back up and say, I want to choke you in front desk. My team. Front desk. Just
so much air rushing into the receiver of the phone.
Yes.
Crushing that phone like you crush puss.
Yes, which is to say not at all. But that's like a Radio for Two fucking reference right there that we were just doing, and I don't know why.
That is.
I don't know why we do that. We do that because it's funny
one.
to us. Yeah, it's funny to us, and that's really all that's important.
Too genius.
Yes, too good.
What is this powered by Weebly? Is powered by Weebly showing up on your end?
Yeah, it's fucking. It's part of this guy's page.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't.
Whatever.
Hey, I don't care. Excuse me, Jeb. I don't care.
Excuse me, Ethan Van Sciver.
Excuse me,
Ethan Van. Your skate is a mess.
Ethan Van Sciver is a big fat queer.
A waste.
A waste.
Disgrace.
Skate is a disgrace.
Anyways, so he kept coming back multiple times, even though I told him explicitly that I want him to leave me alone. He went so far as to make a big post on his page about how I was his Facebook friend of the day, which only called attention to the fact that I'd left the page and created more drama. Thanks for the friend request, but I don't think it's in the cards. When we see each other at cons, I'll be buying you beer or dinner. I just don't see the climate changing on your pages.
Wait, why the fuck is he?
This is the Alfie is trying to act like, hey, we can still be friends. I just don't want to get too involved. Again, a lot of these comic book nerds are like one blowjob away from being fans again.
This worship of minor celebrity, D-list celebrity.
Not D-list in comics.
Not even D-list.
Yeah, not even objectively D-list, but D-list for comics.
He
wasn't even on the top books. Like for the past 10 years, Ethan hasn't been on even the top 20 books. If I
the equivalent of a pity fuck.
Out of the 52 comics that DC's been putting out for the past 10 years, Ethan's on maybe the bottom 40.
He got put on Green
Lantern. Of the bottom 40.
He got put on Green Lantern after the Green Lantern movie. Or not even after the Green Lantern movie.
It wasn't even after the Green Lantern movie. He wasn't even the top artist for Green Lantern. Embarrassing. Anyways, so Alfie is pointing out the funny thing is it's not even Mick Collar Naring's posts that are the problem. What prompted me to unfriend was when an old-time friend of yours posted out of nowhere that I was some evil SOB and truly despicable, big deal, nameless internet person. It just woke me up that these guys are creating some alternate reality of crazy, and I've got better things to do than spending my time fighting 7,000 people. Again, a lot of those are
the whole human race to wake up.
I think it is time for the whole of the human race to wake up.
It's beyond time.
Yeah, it's more than beyond time.
You know,
Because-
do you know how long it's been when the whole human race has needed to wake up?
That sounds like it's been a long time.
Oh boy! Speaking of
Oh
how
boy.
long it's been, I've got somebody on my Steam friends list of all things asking me how your work schedule is. I'm assuming so that we can play Halo Reach.
I mean, fucking actually, I shouldn't even have Steam on, especially if Burb is gonna fucking try and eye me. Anyways, so this guy says, I can't spend my time fighting 7,000 people. You survive without me. You're a nice guy and one hell of an entertaining, much appreciating. Trying to be gracious, which again, nerds are always trying to be like, you know,
Nerds worshiping celebrity.
yeah, they still worship status way too much. Nerds, yeah, that's another thing about nerds. Nerds inherently worship status to
The only
their own
gracious
detriment.
they actually show, not to people who are nice to them, but people who they perceive. as
But when a nerd,
status.
more importantly, when a nerd gets famous, if you don't worship their status, they resent it for the rest of their life. They become like irrationally angry when a nerd has status that isn't worshipped by even a nobody. When a complete nobody is like, I don't care who you are. I don't fucking give a shit about your comics career. You're a comic artist, so I don't give a shit.
Your posting career.
Yeah, when a fucking nerd fucking has that happen to them, they can't fucking handle it. But anyway, as Ethan's going to have some more weird meltdowns, but this is one of the funniest parts actually. Ethan replies to him saying, "That's fine, Alfie. I don't know what to say. I'm extremely sad. I'm always happy to read your postings, and I thought you were funny. I guess life goes on. Good luck, EVS." He signed a DM.
A DM is signed with his fucking name.
But
what?
Like fucking 2 hours later, he says, "I just ... Never mind."
He puts in a fucking ellipsis.
Yes.
DM.
What a fucking faggot! This is, I think, the gayest thing. Ethan's done a lot
The
of
RPG dialogue.
things, but this is
Exactly. Our RPG dialogue is more.
It's very Squall from Final Fantasy VIII. Whatever.
No, that's still better.
It's still more masculine than manly.
I have more respect for Squall from Final Fantasy VIII than this.
Hold on, I know I can find a screen cap of that right now.
I know.
Everybody knows it.
This is actually a fucking terrible screen cap of fucking copy of address.
Oh,
This is actually worse. Fucking this is wait, hold on. I have to open both of these fucking this is Ethan wishes he was like this. Wait, this one's better though.
this specifically seems like more fucking suitable.
Here though, this is
I like the other one, the stylized version.
Yeah,
of
the elite, super elite maxi ultra version.
I want that as like a sticker to put on my car.
I want to wear
I
like
I want to go.
Gene Force has.
I want to go into a restaurant called Movers and Shakers wearing a T-shirt saying this
Movers
with this screenshot on the shirt.
Is that from the wonderful classic motion picture Freddy Got Fingered?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
This is a
fancy restaurant.
Fancy.
They're fancy. Again, that freak out.
That's not a telephone. That's just a kitchen phone. What do you think? You got a car telephone? That's just a kitchen phone.
You complete fucking.
What are you doing? Fucking asshole shit.
Was still more manly than I just ... Never mind.
He fucking goes to his date and is like,
and now I need
you got a.
Alfie should have just left it, but this is the thing.
Again,
No, here's what Alfie should
the
have.
correct and right and biggest possible response to that.
Yeah, girls will always leave a hook where if they're really feeling jilted and wronged, they'll do this. I was just,
Here's what Alfie should have responded with is, you got a problem with my legs?
What? Okay, what is that?
No, you got a problem with your legs. That, or you're just lazy.
Yeah, you're just lazy. This retard slut whore.
I am not retarded.
Oh God. I thought you were jumping movies. No, you were not on the same movie, the exact same scene.
I've remembered slightly more from that scene.
Can't get off the fancy restaurant scene.
Yeah. The fancy.
See, this is a guy.
I like how it ends with just a police officer just like shooting the firearm into the air to stop the situation.
A bullet into the air and
fizzles out so awkwardly after this. Like, because my favorite thing in that whole scene actually is when he has the seltzer gun and he's just spraying Rip Torn, and Rip Torn is like
random
back and screaming like he's in a Dragon Ball Z power-up fight.
Everyone, he's spraying it at a bunch of random people.
Yes,
including Rip Torn, but
Rip Torn handles it the worst. He acts like he just.
Tom Green just goes so nuts. He gets a 2-star rating.
Immediately,
what happens in that scene?
Cannot break this by.
Yes. You cannot escape the cops while just sitting in an alley for 30 seconds. He immediately has
detained and brought to the police station.
The police
girlfriend gets him out of the police station.
A woman cop who shows up to fire a bullet into the ceiling.
You know what always really bothered me about that, though, was you can see the slide doesn't come back. It's such a prop gun that you can tell it's just fake.
It's probably a fucking one of those.
It's just a fake movie gun.
Adobe After Effects or whatever.
No, there are some prop guns that just the slides don't even work.
I got pissed.
There's the really cheap ones. Anyways, yeah. So Ethan's saying, never mind. I've had a fucking girl try to do that with me. And but the thing is, my response was always, okay, good, never mind. Fuck off. And then just laugh at them and then screen cap what they said and paste it to friends and laugh at them. But instead, Alfie is a nerd, of course. And the thing is, when I was doing that to girls, when I was being like that, where they're trying to be like, I hurt Lissai, that fucking faggoty girl shit. When girls were doing that to me, I wasn't a fucking alpha Chad bro. I'm not an alpha Chad bro. I don't go around telling people I'm even a Sigma. I don't.
Who actually types out the pause though?
Yes, the dot.
Girls don't even do that.
Yes, girl. No, I remember one girl.
Girls won't do this over the message though. Is the thing.
they'll fucking
They'll do that in real life, but I mean, this is really beyond even TVJ here.
It's more effeminate than actual women.
TVJ, yeah.
TVJ, TD Max. It's fucking. But yeah, so Alfie says, huh? Which is the exact wrong thing. Don't bite. Don't take the bait on their pity party.
I'm sorry. I just never mind. Period. Okay is the correct answer to that. Just
okay.
Fire up the JC Denton soundboard. Okay.
Yeah, the JC Denton soundboard. Okay. With sunglasses.
Never mind. Okay.
With a sunglasses emoji, fucking something like that. But Ethan, of course, is like, yes, I got this guy. My boyfriend is paying attention to me. So Ethan says, "You're my friend." I don't
understand the emphasis on the "my" there. That's very narcissistic and weird. It's like,
not just narcissistic.
Why is the "my" important there? You're my friend.
It's needy, like a jilted girl. Ethan Van Sciver he acts like a giant faggot a lot of the time. But right here is like one of his biggest girl moments. And the thing is, he has a lady friend in his profile pic as if to say, see, I'm not gay. I'm so straight, you guys. But as he's doing that, and it's going to get worse, by the way. We'll get into that. I'm sure that's right after this. But Alfie is explaining because every posting I dip into
about to go off the deep end.
But Ethan is like, Alfie, come on back. Yesterday you were FBFOTD, and that's how I found out you were. Oh, Facebook friend of the day. Oh, fuck. Okay, that took a lot out of me. I'm sorry. He fucking abbreviated Facebook friend of the day like it means something.
Someone
Like,
in the chat has claimed now that they've gotten a text from a girl that will do the multiple dots thing.
yeah, again, I have seen that from fucking girls who I felt nothing for. There was like one girl who I fucking dog fucked. Not very well though. But I mean, that's an old story. I know that you know about that. We're not going to get into that. But there's like other girls that much sadder I would just talk to on the internet from like Second Life who are like, "Can we get married?"
Can you bring up my
I don't
comic
even
that I
know
did about her, about how she goes to the Best Buy?
what. Oh, you mean the pic you did? I'd have to go dig that up. That
I'll dig it up. I'll dig it. You can
I'd have to link it
just forget
on,
about it. Just never mind. Dot dot dot.
Fucking, yeah, I should just paste over her face, paste Ethan Van Sciver's face now. It's fucking. I think she took She took me dumping her better than Ethan Van Sciver's taking this guy dumping him. But Alfie, come on back. Yesterday you were Facebook friends of the day, or FBFOTD, and that's how I found out you left. I heard ironic. Anyways, the next day he still can't respect my wishes and go again. That's a fruity way of putting it, but at the same time, not as fruity as being this clingy. Ethan Van Sciver is so clingy. He messaged me again at 1:22 in the morning, and it looks like it was like a double post. Which again, Ethan confirmed that these are real, but that's also like kind of proof that these are real because nobody, like, if you were faking messages, you don't fucking fake like an accidental double post. No one even, thinks to do that. But here's what Ethan says is, "So what, Alfie? So what? I love you, dude. You know that. You and I can't be pals again. I can't believe it." He says, "I love you, dude." There's definitely something deeper going on here with Ethan. I don't know what it is. You know me. I don't like to speculate. Ethan Van Sciver is a homosexual, of course.
Hey, I found that comic I did. I put it in Comicsgate drama.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, well, I can just wait, no. Oh yeah, okay. I was going to say there's tits in this, but no, there isn't.
I bloated it. It's family
Yeah,
friendly. This
you
is
did
the prototype Zoe Quinn.
Yeah, this was Zoe Quinn before Zoe Quinn. Fucking because this actually happened.
I can actually walk you through it. The joke, the punchline. All right, so it's Zoe Quinn and these guys on the internet, like Ethan. They've never had sex before, right? All these dudes on the internet, but now they have computers, and like these girls are on computers now. So
they want
these five guys.
Five guys, burgers and fries.
More than five guys. He says we're all gonna get laid, including, you notice behind the lawnmower man is trapped in cyberspace with him.
Oh, wait, yeah, I never noticed the lawnmower man in the back or the behind you. Everybody, we're gonna get laid. That's really hard to spot. It's not very obvious. You should have put it a little.
This is pre Gamergate. This comic.
This little thing.
I should have put like the year on this. I should have signed it with the year. This is really pressing.
This was 2005 because
it was 10 years before Gamergate.
By the way, I told somebody that she was like a 9, and they were pissed off that I even they didn't see a picture of her, but I was like, yeah, I was telling somebody the story about this, a MGTOW guy. I was telling the story, and it's like she was like a 9, at least to me, because she had a big ace and she had pink nipples and all this stuff, blurred out, of course. But he was so pissed off immediately. It's like, no, she wasn't a 9. And it's like, you haven't even seen a picture. I got pictures. You want to see them? He was just like weirdly bitter. I guess he was still going through the red pill rage. But I mean, come on, is she not at least a little mildly attractive, especially when she's got her tits out? This whore. I think apparently she's a lawyer now, though, so she's really turned her life around. But yeah, that was the thing. Is didn't somebody buy her a new computer? Just straight up, they fucking like because she was like, "Hey, I need a computer," and somebody just straight up went and bought her one because they wanted to fuck her. And this was after the whole meltdown. And
so she didn't actually slide into the Best Buy on her ass.
No, with her legs open, with her legs open like Bugs Bunny. No,
that actually did it for her.
Somebody did it for her. But yeah, that's what you base this comic on. That you did was somebody bought her a fucking computer hoping to get fucked. and knowing that it would work. Because she was doing that sort of thing regularly.
Not only that guy, but everybody else, all the other 5 guys.
In a row. Like she took a trip from my place to New York to fucking to Washington D.C. I think, and she basically fucked several people on the way there. Anyways,
you gotta hand it to her for managing this before Tinder. I mean, you have to do a lot of the logistical work yourself
live
before
journal,
Tinder.
Yeah, doing it before Tinder. It's like, holy shit, that's impressive.
Jive Learnal,
because it sucks.
You bother me. Am I getting ahead of this? Because I already want to fucking.
Oh, you're kidding.
I already want to fucking sneak into his house and stab him.
How about that? How about that 5-minute long Hideo Kojima-esque detour tangent to this thread we're trying to do here?
Yeah, all of a sudden. Well, I mean, except better than Hideo Kojima, he wouldn't have a point. We did. We had a funny story to tell just there.
This would still be, this thread itself here would be worse than Hideo Kojima.
Yes. So anyways, yeah, he says, I left the page again and asked Ethan to never contact me again. I asked that he defriend me. Now, that's kind of weird because I'm pretty sure you can just block somebody and get them. But I think here's one thing about Ethan is if you did block him, he would be like, the guy blocked me. You know, he does that all the time. Even if he's trying to slide into your DMs to fucking give you a hand job, which he does pretty often with guys on Craigslist. From what I hear and from what Ethan had a giant meltdown about when somebody even brought up the accusations. Anyways, this guy says, I asked he not contact anyone in my immediate family or circle. I have a podcast of you fixated on me. And somebody brought up those podcast episodes where Ethan was just like spurting out about this guy for hours. So it goes to show Ethan's had a history of
hours. I mean, every fucking stream he does is 5 hours long.
And when Comicsgate found out about Ethan doing this kind of stuff, they were like, oh yeah, Ethan's great. It's Uncle Ethan. So when Ethan would do something creepy, they would just cheer him on because nerds are such pathetic losers that they will worship anyone with the slightest bit of status because nerds worship status.
I saw that personally when we fucking started with Comicsgate.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Ethan Van Sciver, he made Cyberfrag. He did this and that, and fucking he worked for DC. And it's like, okay, what has he really done?
Yeah, well, show me the actual good stuff that's of interest. Because DC, working for DC Comics, I'm not impressed. I'm really not. Fucking even the Alfie comic that I was looking at the beginning, that's impressive. That looks fucking good. And that's a free comic that anyone can just go read. You could just go Google buttsmithy.com Alfie or Alfie comic, I think.
Great. The art is great, even though he draws his women with a bunch of body hair.
Or she. I'm pretty sure the artist for Alfie is actually a female. I would kind of like to know. I would kind of like to talk to them. They would be interesting to talk to, I think.
I still like their art a lot, actually.
Ethan Van Sciver, on the other hand, is a catty bitch who I would never fucking really want to talk to. Except to make fun of him, which we've done, and we've gotten him so fucking pissed. The last time we were on with him, he got so fucking mad. He was losing his shit for days. Actually, for months afterwards, people were noticing that there was like a change in it. Like his hair went
like a twitch
after that. Yeah. But no, he was fucking like freaking out.
He had to tell.
The stuff, he had to tell, absolutely. The specific stuff.
His eyes were bleeding. Blood was coming out of his eyes. Blood coming out of his wherever.
I won't want to be crying blood.
Yeah.
Like Ethan Van Sciver.
Anyways, I asked that he defriend me. I asked that he not contact anyone in my immediate family or circle. I have a podcast leading a group of delusional creeps to bully me. You're the delusional one. I asked to be done with your bullshit months ago. I'm done. Leave me alone. See, this is, again, with comedy. I fucking hate nerds. I'm really fucking tired of nerds because they're always like, hey, maybe we could have beer sometime, whatever. I just want to be done with this stuff. And then it's always like, I'm done with this bullshit. And it's like, pick a mood, something. be consistent, be morally consistent. But comic book nerds in general, but especially comic book nerds, don't have any principles, so they can't be morally consistent about anything ever. They're just nerds, and they're fucking and nerds are faggots. They
Again, we have all caps on me.
yeah,
Me. He always emphasizes that.
Yeah.
Huge narcissist.
Yeah,
This
you
guy.
can tell. Yeah, you can tell. Like even the slight tells really give it away. But yeah, you'll be back to bother me later. This is funny. You'll be back to bother me later. You'll get a fly from Pizza Hut that you don't like, and you'll think I sent it to you. I implore you, leave me alone. And then fucking April 8th. Fucking, I don't know if this is months later or fucking what.
It sure seems to be if you're basing it on the concept of
this is a year later. This is the next year. This is fucking. This goes from November to fucking April, and all of a sudden, after you'll be back to bother me later. After no reply, Ethan's like, Alfred, I hope you're doing well. I just wanted to reach out and say hello. I hope you consider burying the hatchet. Things have changed in both our lives, huh? EVS. And then no reply. And then a whole month later, of course, Ethan is the first to try to fucking contact him again. Love you, buddy. And then, dude, it's been a while. How are you? I had some of that chime. Again, love you. A lot of talk about love.
Vicious.
I love you, buddy. And back to the match 3 character talk.
Yeah, the dude. It's been a while. Happy face. How are you? I had some of that chime. Would you like to build
cycling like an NPC? He's gone back to the beginning of his flow chart.
Yeah, when he's trying to act positive, it's very put on. You can see
loop the flow chart.
Ethan's positivity is very false and put on. It kind of reminds me of Dexter, where he talked about how he had to fake being a human being to people, and he was like, I don't really know how to do it.
Ray and Pete, he always giggles falsely.
You always giggle falsely. Yeah, that's Ethan Van Sciver is a very disingenuous, weirdly, just again, he has borderline personality disorder. He has a mental illness. He's a broken person. He can't be fixed. He was born with it. So, no amount of medication is going to make Ethan Van Sciver whole again. He's just broken. He's destroyed. And he's going to actually get worse. His life is about to get a shitload worse because of his own actions. He's about to have all of his friends and fans more and more on a daily basis are already turning against him. And it's just going to continue. And one day he's going to pull the whole, everybody betray me, I fed up in this world. That's what's coming for Ethan. That's in the future for Ethan Van Sciver. And we know that because we have seen other people with BPD. It's inevitable. There's no avoiding it. There's no other path. They refuse. You can hand them all the help, all the meds, all the warnings in the world. They won't take it because they can't. It's just part of who they are. It's in their nature. But again, Ethan Van Sciver won't leave this guy. As much as this guy might be a faggot nerd, Ethan Van Sciver won't leave this guy alone, begging to be his friend and saying, I love you. Ethan Van Sciver is a lisping Nancy. He's a big Nancy boy. Hang up the phone, Ethan Van Sciver. Fucking save your money when you gotta call 1-900 make out with a guy. Yeah!
He's a ponce.
He's a big fruity bitch.
He's a big...
I'll fly over Delta Airlines. Delta is narrating too. Listen to EVS. And everyone is narrating.
Same message.
Only double parentheses. Shrugs. Very, very,
parentheses.
Very role play, cyber sex.
Getting really close to a dog whistle I know about there.
How about that?
Yeah, which basically is a full dog whistle at this point.
Yeah. But also, I liked when you called him Mering, just trying to act like, yeah, this guy who fucking attacked people on my behalf. Yeah, I don't even like him anymore. And he's, that's not true, but he's saying that it's true in order for validation. Because he knows this guy is the only real friend he's probably ever had for years and years.
And also, this is fucking Ethan Van Sciver, the guy who's got like the second most
He wants to be loved so bad.
indie comic money.
Yeah.
At this point now, today, he's like, nobody can he can't suck up to anyone. No one would do that.
Yeah, it's weird. It's creepy. But the thing is, again, Ethan admitted that these DMs are real. So fucking, there's no getting around that. And he might be back on his way to trying to suck up to friends. In fact, I'm sure that Mike S. Miller, he's done that to Mike S. Miller a few times, and Mike completely buys it because he's just a retard.
Did we lose our guest? Hold on.
But this guy also is fucking.
Hold on a second.
Going.
No, yeah. Where it was the fucking? It's just the two of us now. What happened?
Crate not here. Crate cat. Add to stream. Did you crash out or something?
Your fucking Japanese internet. Your glorious Japanese internet.
Yeah, Crate. I
have no idea what that happened.
I don't know. I think I've seen that before from. I'm
out of the game and I saw your icon disappear.
I didn't notice. I think that happened with K before. But anyways, whatever.
The fucking internet.
Do it live.
We'll do it live.
Anyway, Sciver is trying to attack our internet.
And here's the thing. Notice also, I fucking despise nerds because this guy just fucking falls for it again after Ethan spent months and months trying to let the guy cool off, begging for him to come back, all this shit, telling him
licking
him a lot of ball licking. All of a sudden, Alfie's like on good terms with him again, and that's just fucking kind of tanks your credibility as far as not being a fucking bootlick or a fan. But I have also seen other people be like this. That's the thing about people with BPD is because they base their lives on trying to manipulate everyone around them compulsively in a way that they can't stop. At some point, they actually get relatively decent at it. So, they can't help at some point, someone's going to like encourage them again.
If you beat the dog long enough, it eventually starts to fucking copy the behavior.
Yeah.
That it starts to not do what you beat it for.
And this is also really suspicious is Delta, by the way, apparently is just one of the sock puppets of his brigade from that time. So, and you can go and see that what Delta told you isn't true. So his friends are like lying about stuff. And Alfie says, how would you know what Delta told me? And he says, Alfie, ... That's what I'm telling you. Nothing happens I don't know about. So when it comes to Ethan's brigade when it comes to War Campaign, yes, Ethan knows everything.
How else would that happen?
They do it with his permission and his blessing. They always have, and they're always going to.
That would be the implication.
So don't blame War Campaign, and we never have. Blame Ethan. It's Ethan's fault. He's giving them money and he's telling them what to do. And eventually it's going to lead to prison time maybe not for Ethan, but for other people around Ethan.
Hopefully. But yeah, that's him implying
it seems pretty inevitable. I can't say for sure, but it seems pretty inevitable.
There's nothing else to think about.
Yeah. Anyways, let that soak in. Nothing happens that I don't know about.
If your sink-in is cold, you are cold.
Yes, let that sink in. Anyways, so he said, okay, never mind. I'm getting fed up. It's never acting like now I don't have control. Again, saying he had total control. He knew everything about it. But then he's like, oh, I can't control these guys. They're just crazy.
I can't control these guys who are under my aegis.
Don't let them spin your head. That's the fun of it. No one knows who believes what, and we're all having fun. Do I really know who is who? Am I pretending? Are you? It's all fun. And Ethan's like, it's bullshit. No one is cackling. It's nearing. Most likely, he has 4 IDs that I know of.
4 IDs.
Let that sink in. That cold outside, it's sink. If it's that cold outside, it is sink. So let in that sink. But no, if you're cold, then your sink is cold. So let that sink in. Anyways. Nering has 4 IDs that Ethan will admit to. Again, Ethan fully knows that his brigade has all these sock puppet accounts, and he knows that it works because these people have nothing else to do. They are nerds. Most of them are comic book nerds, but at the very least, they're nerds. Most of them are mentally ill, so they just get a check or something. They don't really make money. They don't have a job to go to.
I think that being a nerd is a
They
mental
don't have
illness by itself.
Everyone in War Campaign doesn't have a relationship. They're not married. They may tell people that they're married, and they'll be like, "Hey, no, this is my girlfriend or this is my wife or something." But they're not married. They don't have.
They are their girlfriend.
They don't have jobs. They replace their girlfriend with Ethan Van Sciver, who they talk to more than they talk to any woman.
Their necks and jaws must hurt.
And he says, all this is the beginning of the abuse and harassment. After a year of my ignoring them, Ethan got back in touch and convinced me it would be forgotten if I came back. Now, again, he's kind of delusional to believe him. But, nerds are pretty gullible people. Just look at Comicsgate. They're fucking the height of
we're here. Thank fuck we're here to fucking correctly identify this shit.
And if you want to ignore our warnings, go ahead and fucking be wrong and let everything bad happen to you.
Roll the dice and take your chances.
Yes, but the smart people are already listening to us. They've been listening to us now for the past fucking year.
Always listen to shitty webcomics.
Yes, shitty webcomics is always right. We always have been before Comicsgate ever existed. We were always right about SJWs and comics before that.
There are the stupids too, but they've been burned enough.
Yeah, there are some former Comicsgate people who are just burned. They're still idiots, but they've been burned. So they're like, they're looking for anyone to tell them what they were not willing to admit when we were still saying it. But there's still people have caught on. That's the thing about nerds is they tend to never catch on, so they easily get fucking. It's the most perfect grift because you can just keep suckering them back in. Just this guy admitted happened to him, and this was in 2015, and so all this shit happened.
Important fucking thing to notice because people don't realize 2015 was 40 years ago.
I can't believe that the entire cast of Saved by the Bell is now dead. But anyway,
hold up, I got to duck out early. Sorry, guys. Thanks.
Okay, right.
Next time, guys.
We're wrapping this up too, so we'll see you next time. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Show's petering out.
It's fizzling out. This is the last part.
Fizzling out this fucking vomit trap. This vomit roller coaster.
the fucking vomit comment. But this is the part where it wraps up. We went through the best stuff, but this stuff is interesting and pretty informative too. He says how I escalated podcasts. He said if I came on his podcast, it would not be bad and I should just trust them. So I went on. I told them up front that I would have to leave early. Everyone played nice, though there was a lot of tension because everyone knew an argument could break out at any time. That is very typical of Ethan, of course. And it goes to show it's like a very early precursor to his obsession with streams. And this is most likely he was so busy dedicating his life to this worthless shit that at DC he was already building a reputation for not being able to finish the comics himself. Like he either had to be a fill-in artist or other people had to fill in for him.
Yeah, what the fuck? Where's the comics even come into this?
Yeah, I know. What does this even have to do with comics anymore?
It's
sort of like, what does this have to do with ethics in games journalism? But that it's even worse. What does this have to do with comics? It's a comics-based movement. What does this even have to do with comics? And I mean, I don't mean this post. I mean, what Ethan even bothers with. Because he's barely making comics. He made fucking 40 pages in 1 year. It took him a year just to make like 48 pages. A child could do that. I wouldn't even consider if you only make 48 pages of a comic in a year, unless you're coloring it yourself, you're not even a comics artist as far as I'm concerned. You don't even rise to the level of a hobbyist. Ethan Van Sciver isn't even a hobbyist tier comic creator. He only fucking shit out like 48 pages, and they're not even that good. People are like, "Oh, his art's so great." No, it isn't. A lot of artists have noticed he has a lot of anatomical flaws and not construction.
Shit.
Yeah, it's just cape shit.
It's not even trying to make anything.
thing.
ugly, boring American comic style, which is considered worldwide considered the bottom tier of comics art. Like Japanese art is considered,
I'm a fucking, you know what?
European art is considered right up there.
I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist. I'm a novice. I still consider cape shit to be beneath deviant art.
Yeah. And you see a lot of cape shit heads, cape cucks on DeviantArt doing some of the shittiest fucking, like, hilariously bad art. Stuff you would see in a joke video making fun of DeviantArt artists. It's usually, you see it and it's like Superman playing football or some shit, and the Hulk with a football too. I don't get what
Nobody's asking them to do that. They're offering to do that for free.
Yeah, they're
because
doing it themselves.
It's just their hobby.
They do it for free.
It's not their profession.
It's like being a janitor on the chans. They do it for free. They take it very seriously, but it's not serious. It's embarrassing. Anyways, so he says, I tried to playing along.
Seriously.
As Ethan said, he is often the victim of attacks, and he still says it. In fact, he was being a giant drama queen just yesterday, where he's like, oh, people are trying to destroy Comicsgate. And it's like, do you have to be that big of a faggot about it, though? Like,
if he even has to say that, that means it's happening.
Like, if somebody with like fucking 800 subscribers can destroy Comicsgate just by criticizing it, then you don't even have a real movement. You just have a bunch of whiny faggots, which, led by the queen whiny faggot, telling guys that he's in love with them. Ethan Van Sciver. He is in love with them too. Ethan says he's often the victim of attacks. He's convincing. Any sociopath always is going to be. Anyone with BPD will always be convincing after a lifetime.
This from yesterday? Did somebody just talk about this yesterday?
No, this is the.
Oh wait! Holy shit! Archives, July 2015.
Whoa!
Holy shit!
This goes back
years. This is going all the way back then, and somebody realized that he's a fucking sociopath.
Ethan bragged about bullying this guy. Ethan also described beating up some guy for insulting his wife. That's very Zoe Quinn. I stabbed a photographer and he died, and just again, Ethan Van Sciver and Zoe Quinn.
He died and he exploded, and then his family showed up and died.
Yes,
it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and everyone on the bus clapped. This is Ethan Van Sciver's "everyone on the bus clapped" kind of story. Ethan does that. Ethan does that to this day. But
man, I just think he learned how
it is. So
think how lucky our audience is then that they fucking even get to hear this finally.
Yeah, the fact that you get to hear these fucking truth bombs that nobody else even wants to. Like, Comicsgate buries its head in the sand like the cowards they are, possibly genetically.
We managed to fucking dig this shit up ourselves, though, from these fucking crybaby bitches.
Yeah.
How lucky is everyone else that we managed to find this?
Yeah, you should be getting on your knees and praying.
Drop your fucking bony little AIDS-infected knees.
Anyways, then
why don't they save their energy?
Ethan described beating up some guy for insulting his wife. Again, complete bullshit.
Sometimes his temper gets out of control. He punched him in the chin so hard his head flew off.
He saw the curvature of the earth. But he says sometimes his temper gets out of control, like the time he bullied a couple of children on a plane until they became petrified. Ethan disappeared the podcast, by the way, but apparently I think somebody may have been able to dig them up again and mirror them. I don't know if it was recently or not, but again, there's a lot of it's a lot of bullshit to have to go through to just to hear. If you listen to Ethan Van Sciver just over the past week, it's fucking an agonizing amount. Like 4 hours a day, sometimes minimum.
Hilarious to listen to people quoting him in clips, but no way would I ever fucking listen to that.
It's one of the great safeties of a sociopath. The great ways a sociopath protects themselves is just sheer attrition of bullshit you have to sift through. And it's like that mathematical formula that bullshit takes 10 times longer to debunk. than it does to even say. But anyways, when I told them I had to leave, it set them off. They said I was leaving because I couldn't take it. They denied I had told them earlier I had a previous appointment on that false premise. They started abusing me after I left, and they kept it up in subsequent podcasts.
It's like they're more needy. This fucking guy who is writing this is pretty needy.
Yeah, you can tell he's
more bitch made than he is.
Yeah, as much as this guy is a nerd, Ethan Van Sciver fully comes out and proves himself. And this guy offers all the receipts. In fact, he links to the fucking SoundCloud podcast of Van Sciver Town, which is
there they are
podcast.
There it is.
But Ethan comments on Manly. And again, you'd have to actually sit and listen to these in order to fucking go through it. Not even fucking worth my time. It's not even worth the skin off my knuckles. The thing is, you can tell it's already true. You don't even need it to be quantified. Now, is Ethan's comment on manliness.
It's up to Ethan to
realize that's what guys do. You wouldn't do it around your mom. It's just gentle ribbing. In the podcast, they accuse me of being a rapist. It goes to show how petty Ethan always has been. But especially
these comic book fans sound like fucking utter baby bitches. Yes. They sound like tiny, not even full-grown girls, but little girls.
I've written a rather lengthy play-by-play for each of the podcasts. That might be a bit much of a read at the moment, unless you want to see how depraved these guys are.
No, I don't.
I don't. Here's the thing: I don't need to see this guy's evidence. I don't have to believe it either because we've seen Comicsgate, and we see that Comicsgate enables it.
Over and over, not just with Comicsgate, with plenty of other organizations.
Yeah, other nerds, not just Comicsgate, but comic book nerds, anime fans, nerds in general. The Steven Universe fandom. Steven Universe fandom doesn't even rise to the level.
Watch the ER video about the Steven Universe fandom and the show itself. That's all you need. You don't even need to watch anymore. We didn't even make that video. Go watch that. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking go watch that, and you'll see the exact behavior of Comicsgate just in another fandom. That's what all fandoms essentially are, though. That is the nature of fandoms because, again, they're filled with fanatics. They're not filled with healthy, normal.
If you call yourself part of a fandom, doesn't matter what it is, like fucking Super Hulak.
Yeah, they're never going to have healthy, normal people in them. They're going to have fans in them. They're going to have pathetic beta nerds who whine. Like even Richard is a complete coward. He's not a healthy, normal person. He's multiple divorced. You don't get divorced multiple times unless you are in some way. Well, there's a lot that can be wrong with you, but if you're divorced multiple times, you're not a healthy person.
He's got shit taste too. On top of that, he's got shit.
Well, yeah, that's the stuff I could even let slide. That's just funny to make fun of him. But he is essentially an unhealthy person, mentally, and
it's a good indicator, though, that you shouldn't be listening to what he says.
But he's also been an abject coward when it comes to actual legitimate criticism. He actually seems too stupid to be aware of it, but he's been caught like being nakedly, openly duplicitous to cover up for he covers up for Ethan's behavior. Again, how many of you people have even tried to confront him about Ethan's behavior? And most people aren't interested. Like Nurkish isn't interested. Nurkish is kind of like this guy, except actually manly. To some degree, at least. But Nurkish is like, I just want to cut myself off from it. A lot of people who walked away from Comicsgate just want to cut themselves
off. Did it too. Nurkish did what he said he would do.
Yes. Yeah, that's the difference is that whenever they try to toady up our
in fact, it's us
lick back to Nurkish, Nurkish just blows them off. He doesn't come back to them.
If anything, he gave us too much fucking attention.
And apparently Richard, by the way, is constantly trying to fucking lick his balls and try and get Nurkish back. And Nurkish just fucking talk to him, I guess.
Shaft.
It's just really sad.
Up and down the shaft.
And it goes to show
down.
As much as people might think that Richard was the healthy person, no, he's not. He is still and always will be a comic nerd.
He's got
not a healthy person.
Multiple estranged children by several different women. He's not healthy.
Yeah, he's not a healthy person.
That's not healthy
He's
behavior.
a broken person. He's a weirdo, as he always liked to say about people. He is the weirdo. That's
He
another
like
thing about nerds. They always project. Nerds are constantly projecting. As
other
you,
people
you're the first
childless
person to ever point out about SJWs. SJWs always project. That was first said by us, you specifically, on Shitty Webcoms. Before the SJWs always live.
Before I called them, before anyone called them SJW.
Before they were even called SJWs, you pointed out that nerds specifically, and SJWs are just nerds who are more political for the most part. But yeah, fucking, we noticed
leftists.
That goes back to like the 90s, in fact, where you were noticing that those anime fans were always, like before projection was a popular term. You're like, wow, these people always accuse others, especially us. When like we'll just criticize, we'll say like, Akira wasn't even that good of a movie. It didn't have a story. It was just incomplete. It ends on a fucking dud that's like intentionally vague and art faggy. And then anime fans would be like, "You're probably virgins living in your mom's basement." And it's like, we don't, but that makes it very suspicious that you bring that up because now it looks like we learned a little something about you that you didn't want us to know, because nerds basically always project when they're angry. When a nerd gets angry, they start projecting like a motherfucker. And it's done it. Richard has done it. SJWs do it. And again, who else has even pointed this out? Who has fucking aggregated this? Just us, because we're on the fucking next level of human.
It's like, post a picture of yourself thread. Do you have a fucking camera where you can post a picture? And they do. And it's like, oh, these people are fucking repulsive, fatty,
ugly. Yeah, they're like weird looking people.
And they're exactly what you would expect from a stereotype nerd.
I felt like we stood out because we're not hot dudes. We're not hot guys. But it's like I felt like a fucking.
I compared myself to them, and it was like, wait, I'm normal.
Yeah,
am I normal.
I look like a relatively healthy, whole. No, even though I was a huge nerd too. I was a fucking like a whiny nerd. But the thing is,
I can admit that.
What I notice is that we grew out of it because we were young then. We grew out of it, and none of them did.
I'm not proud of it, but I'm not ashamed of it either. I can simply admit it.
And I realized we weren't nerds. We were just like fucking antisocial, kind of misanthropic.
Well, when we were kids, we were not nerds, but we also had, I don't know, we play video games. Does that make somebody a nerd? It certainly doesn't.
No, certainly not, especially not anymore.
Especially not today.
And back then, we were kind of video game nerds anyway. So we had some element, but we were definitely not true nerds because we just don't have that same behavior that's being openly displayed, that embarrassing, cringe shit that guys like Ethan and Richard and their fans do.
Makes my stomach turn inside out.
Being a fan is the fucking like the lamest thing you can do.
I never read comics back then. We did a lot of nerdy shit back then. I never read comics.
But at least we didn't read comic books. That's like going up to a woman gloating that you've never seen Star Wars and she's immediately sucking your dick.
She immediately pissgasms herself.
Pissing herself due to gasms. Why is she doing that? Why do women are so fucking broken as weird broken pussied animals that their fucking bladders that closely connected to their fucking their
not have bladder control when they fucking orgasm? What losers?
I've never pissed myself while having an orgasm. What's wrong with you?
Pretty gamma behavior.
Yeah, women are fucking gamma. Women aren't even betas; they're gammas. What fucking gay nerds? Except for Kay, she's okay, I guess. I mean, she is still a nerd, I guess.
She's
but
far and
I'll give her an accept. I'll give her an accept.
Far above that fucking level.
Again, notice how we can roast fucking Kay, but we're not gonna just trash her. Whereas in Comicsgate, they'll just trash people, and not even for roasting, but you can like sense the bitterness, and it is especially towards women. In fact, some of the women we talked to who have had associations with this have been like, yeah, Ethan Van Sciver really has something against women that's creepy and weird. And it's not even misogyny. It's like just a part of his bipolar or fucking or his BPD, where it's like he knows he can't be with them because they're a stranger over the internet. So he's just fucking. I don't know if that's it. I'm not going to speculate about that. There's so many levels of mental illness within nerds and Comicsgate and Ethan that I can only guess out of the clear blue sky sometimes. There is a limit to how much I have experienced in my life, and so I don't know that much about why a guy with BPD who acts like a woman would be that bitter just towards women in general who are in the movement. Like, they don't even hate SJWs as much as they hate the other girls who were in Comicsgate. Like, Ethan was trashing that.
I hate
there's that E-Thought who was calling herself part of War Campaign, and Ethan was just trashing her comic, even though her fucking comic was like, I'm a big supporter of Comicsgate and War Campaign, Hail Caesar. That's her like praising Ethan, and he was like, her comic looks fucking awful in a public post. This wasn't in DMs or anything. This was on Kiwi Farms. Ethan has no place being on, by the way.
This would have to be recently. You would think he was copying off of us.
And by the way, for message
somebody was trying to rip us off.
Message to anyone on Kiwi Farms: Ethan has said that you are beta males, all of you. Even if you support him or defend him, he thinks you're a beta male.
Beta males
on his streams.
He also calls you anti-Semites.
Yeah, he thinks you're anti-Semitic, and he thinks that's disgusting, and he doesn't approve of that. But then, he tries to act like he's cool with you because he wants your backpats. Are you going to willingly give them to him? Are you going to let a mundane Matt use you for positive attention? I don't know. I wouldn't do that if I was you.
I wouldn't do that, and
that would be embarrassing. That would just
pretend I've never even heard of mundane Matt. I'd never allow that.
Yeah. Even for a complete stranger, I wouldn't fucking do that. Even for somebody I liked, because again, we're not fans of anyone. Sometimes I like somebody's comics. Sometimes I like Red Letter Media. I like their channel. I'm not a fan though because I just like their channel. I like their videos. I watch a lot of their videos. I watch all of their fucking videos.
I'm a fan of Mystery Science Theater. Mystery Science Theater is over.
I wouldn't call myself a fan of MST3K. I would say that I watched a ton of it.
I call myself a fan, but the show has ended.
Yeah. And if somebody said MST3K sucks, I wouldn't take it personally. So that's the difference, actually.
I would question their taste. But you know what? You can go on living your life.
Yeah, it's just like, go ahead. Anyways, this last note, though, is really creepy on Ethan's part and just weirdly undeniable. Members of the gang put derisive comments almost daily on my Facebook page, my law firm's page, my girlfriend's page, and those of our friends and her family.
Why would the law firm page matter?
Yeah, why would you be that bothered, Ethan Van Sciver? What got under your skin that much? This guy just didn't want to be your friend? Are you that much of a little pussy, Ethan? Looks like it.
But in particular, not just your friends and family, but your law firm?
Yeah, your law firm? What? Does that sound like a good idea? But let's see. Ethan and Naring friended a friend of mine, Lita, the amazing cosplayer, and even more amazing person. Again, they're going after like
whatever. Yeah, E-Thought.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Before they were called E-Thoughts.
But the important thing is, just somebody on his friends list, they're like, hey, let's immediately go on and fucking start replying. So, like, she makes a post where it's just like, what is this? This stuff is overpriced. And then somebody says, let's see. What is it specifically?
What's in the box?
Mike Naring just says, what's in the box? Fucking, by the way, Ethan, I don't know if they immediately, this guy just starts bringing up Ethan. By the way, Ethan, and Ethan doesn't follow any of these people. Ethan didn't reply. I don't know if Oakley's giving you the number in season 3 opening. Highest downloads ever. I don't even know what that's fucking about. I think it's about their like he's going on to immediately gloat about a podcast that his fucking E-Celeb
season 3 of a podcast.
And he's replying to himself just over and over again. And so Alfie says, is there a reason you bring this up that has nothing to do with your antics into this? got what you wanted. I know about the podcast. Don't use my friends. Again, this is just a complete stranger. Ethan's friends are going to complete strangers to bring up Ethan and stuff that has nothing to do with anything. Another one of the crew narrating who wasn't defriended yet plays along in concert with Ethan and brings up the podcast. I asked them to stop, but that's not what cyberstalkers do. And just
again,
this guy, fucking this is pure BPD. But this is not only BPD, but I've seen guys with schizophrenia, fucking diagnosed like on medication schizophrenia, will start like replying to themselves
over
and over
medication.
With like reaction images or fucking, just a picture. And it looks like these pictures don't even have anything to do with it. This is something that fucking War Campaign has done. War Campaign does this constantly where it's like random and pointless, has nothing to do with it, but they're completely obsessed. And that goes to show when Ethan says somebody else is obsessed, that's just completely ground bottom basement regular meat and potatoes projection. It's just the most bare bones, simple case of projection. And Ethan can't stop because, again, that's just Ethan. It's in his nature. It's the thing about bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder is that it's congenital. You're born with it. You can't do anything to get rid of it. You can only take medication to try to dull the effects of it. And Ethan probably doesn't.
I have to wonder: is there a way to acknowledge that and fucking work against that?
Yeah, it's very strange. But anyways, so this guy is going to this Mike Naring guy is going to a complete stranger thing and being like, Alfie, I don't even see you. What's bugging you? What's going on? And it's weird how it is. You start to realize that it is like creepy obsession from Ethan's hug box, and they do this on Ethan's orders. There's no independent action. They'll fucking just do this. Like Ethan's not saying, say this, do this, go to this guy. What Ethan does is, hey, go fuck with this guy. It'll be funny. Send me screen caps. We'll laugh about it. And so they do it. So again, there's no reason to find a totally innocent friend of mine and harass me through her posts, leave her out of it. But Ethan and Naring and the rest of these cyberstalkers have no limits. They know no boundaries. Again, very, very dramatic. But at the same time, you're seeing a complete stranger. They're completely obsessed. They're broken people. Ethan Van Sciver is broken because look at this behavior.
All of these people, all the people involved in this are broken.
Yeah. And then here's another one of some chick who's like, here's my girlfriend's modeling page. And one of them replies. This one's really interesting because the top comment or the first comment is like, you captured the eyes beautifully, nice shot. And then Richard Meyer, who is, again, Diversity Comics, Richard C. Meyer, says, blink twice if you're being held against your will. Part of the this is why Richard said he was friends with him for a long time. Just going to a complete stranger's thing and being like, I'm going to fucking go make fun of them for Ethan on Ethan's behalf. What kind of a man does that?
This is
not over a woman. I don't care that she's a woman. I don't give a shit. But who does anything on a man's behalf, to go to a stranger's thing, fucking post and be like, I'm going to go make fun of them because my friend Ethan Van Sciver.
When did we first hear about fucking diversity in comics? 2017? This is 2015.
This is 2015. And he said he was friends with Ethan before he fucking made his channel. So Richard absolutely thought like he's just a fucking comics pro in the making. But then
besides being a conflict of interest, this is beyond to that.
Yeah, here's the thing that's weird is further in the comments afterwards, a sock puppet account here with a chick's name and picture says, Alfred Norris raped me. He and Bill Cosby took turns using me like a toy. So it's like, it looks like a serious accusation, but then it's like, oh, they're just joking. And he says, yes, I've
mentioned Bill Cosby.
Yeah, this secret guy says, yes, I've gone to the media with this. Girlfriend, get out while you can, you two young kids. And you're too pretty to be sleeping with a rapist who is in cahoots with Cosby. Again, you gotta it's a funny joke how you gotta drag fucking Cosby's name into it twice after it would stop being funny. Like, again, these guys think they're hilarious, but they've never actually made somebody laugh genuinely. They always giggle falsely. Blink twice if being held against your will, implying a kidnapper or abuser. Again, this was 2015 when this guy wrote it, so he didn't know that the person who did this was going to go on to be diversity in comics, whose career, by the way, his career in comics is already over, by the way. Like,
this is
anyone releases Jawbreakers, your career's done.
He was nothing at this point. He wasn't even worth commenting the name on in this post.
Other people making
He
weird
was a
references.
nobody.
Caught unaware, stop, contact me. Don't even send me one more message, even if it's going to sound nice, just don't. This Natasha Knight person is entirely fake and made up. No, that's fucking... I mean, that's kind of obvious. It's not like you have to point that out. Like, guys, you got to know. Of course it is. They're saying he and Bill Cosby. This is, again, how Ethan tries to act like, hey, we're just being funny. It's just roasting. Why can't you take a joke? And then... But if you're doing that to a complete stranger... You're not really joking. You're obsessed. And Ethan Van Sciver is actually obsessed with us. But the thing is, I think right now he's more obsessed with
saturate the fucking posts in there like that.
Yeah,
that tends to be what happens. It stops looking like you're just having a fun time, guys. Nope,
we're just roasting you guys. But if you're not funny, if you're objectively try hard, that's the thing. Ethan's try hard. Ethan's try hard, and then he acts like that is being funny.
Even still giving him too much credit.
Yeah, and again, that's fucking
hard to make comics.
Yeah, Ethan, you need to try hard making comics. Enough of this try hard being a internet celebrity comedian
and pretending to be a girl.
And also, that's the same goes for War Campaign, where they're way too try hard with trying to act like they're funny. But all their stuff is really cringe. It's like sub SJW humor, where it's
that's pretty bad.
They can't even do like an original joke. And there's something that Doug TenNapel, and it's pretty clear after talking to Doug TenNapel for a while now, a good whole few weeks, is that Doug actually understands funny. You can say he's not funny, but he clearly understands it.
I wasn't sure at first. I didn't know because I didn't know him yet.
Yeah, again, we don't even get this focus. We're only reading through all of this just because it's a goof for tonight, and I wanted to do something before I had to go to work.
Like a fifth of the way through this page.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of
comments. Is there a comment section under this?
I don't know. But anyways, yeah, so
it goes on for a while.
A lot of the rest of this is just more and more examples of Ethan's sock puppet account, or not Ethan specifically, but his Hogbot. And that's the thing he does. He doesn't make the sock puppets accounts himself, although he has done that before. In fact, we fucking caught Ethan's sock puppet on YouTube trying to comment on some of our videos, and we're like, wait, are you Ethan Van Sciver? And all of a sudden they just disappear. And it was that was pretty funny. What he does, though, he knows that he can't get caught sock puppeting on himself. So he has to fucking get other people to then make a bunch of sock puppet accounts. So he'll get like 5 people and then make a shitload of accounts.
They're based on nothing more than fucking e-fame.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, here's something else.
He can't pay them.
What's the sock?
He has the money.
Here's something that's really like sad, and yeah, this doesn't even rise to the level of try hard, is the socks start making a bunch of like fake accounts similar to his name, and then constantly like replying and reporting his friends. So like here's like this one was Manfred Malfi Morris, and then Jalfred Jalfi George. Again, this is what Ethan Van Sciver thinks is funny. He thinks this is comedic. He's clearly never actually.
I also thinks this is
been a comedian. Yeah,
this is really clever. It's like nobody's going to ever know that this is the same person.
And it's kind of sad how like seriously this guy noticed the fake name Jalfred Jeffrey. Yes, we fucking noticed it.
I noticed, bitch.
But anyways, let's fucking Adam Cast is apparently another fucking guy. Somebody.
There's a phone number. I'm not even going to fucking. We're not going to repeat a lot of people's names or phone numbers. Somebody in trouble.
Somebody calls his law firm with like a goofy fake story that just keeps going on, and then it's fucking
Just a load of shit.
yeah, and then fucking please don't contact me as you led to me to believe you're someone you aren't and don't have time for games. My request is legal.
And if you want to fucking do digging and fucking fuck these people over hardcore, you could do that. Here's the fucking. We're given the webpage.
No,
Well,
this is old.
I don't
Don't go into this. This is old. Go find all the stuff that's happening now. There's tons of it. Go watch Ethan's fucking thing. Here's the thing, though. That doesn't happen because the people who do watch Ethan streams are nerds. They're not smart enough to know that it's cringe. Most people who fucking watch shit that's embarrassing don't think it's embarrassing if they happen to agree with something the guy said. So that's why SJWs get support, because every time an SJW does something fucking horrifically embarrassing and faggoty, other SJWs are like, go cry no at Trump. Yeah, you're striking a blow. Yeah. But that's exactly what happens with Ethan Van Sciver. People watch him do horrifically stupid, embarrassing things or contradict himself over and over. And they're like, yeah, Ethan, you're really owning the SJWs. You're triggering the libs.
They're seeing the fucking left wing self-destruct. They watch it happen in real time. And then they just do the same thing, knowing they shouldn't.
Again, here's more fucking other, like, just fake sock puppet accounts, like, trying to make of this guy. And the guy's told Ethan, hey, I have enough of this, no more. And Ethan knows they're doing it. And Ethan can tell them to stop. Because Ethan controls these people. That's how nerds are. They like to be controlled by an e-celeb. They like to be controlled by somebody who owns status.
Or like, oh, do you have the fucking evidence that he's doing that? Yeah, here it is.
Here it is right here.
Here you go.
And if you haven't seen behavior like this, you haven't really ever experienced life. You've never made friends. You've never like interacted with other people. Other people who've done this, we've seen this behavior constantly with people. And yeah, here's just again more and more like weird fake accounts and just obsessive behavior. Ethan Van Sciver is like the king or the queen of being an obsessive creep.
Even a queen will be giving him too much credit.
And
he's
again,
he's not even
this is why you said we haven't scrolled through all the page. All of it are just screenshots and receipts of Ethan's fucking fans just being obsessed and obsessed. It's still going. Here's more of it. They can't get over this guy.
3-hour mark, and about maybe a half hour, maybe not even a half hour, has been us just nattering on about irrelevant, or by irrelevant, I mean not relevant to this subject. The other 2.5 hours has all been this, and now we're just skimming. That was
now just skimming. Yes,
that was a fifth.
Look at this. Just look at this. Look at what obsessive fucking nerds these people are. They can't get over this one guy. Just this Alfie Norris guy. They can't get over him. And that is exactly how War Campaign is. They're complete nerds. They're beta male nerds who can't get over other people in Comicsgate ever disagree. What happened was other people in Comicsgate disagreed with Ethan, so he made them permanent enemies and told War Campaign, here, attack these guys all the time.
You know what? I'm very glad that we did this video.
Again, this is just screen cap after screen cap after screen cap. We finally got to the fucking end of the page.
2 comments. There are 2 comments on the page.
Yeah, and look, it's going on for years.
Page. I thought it was
going on for years and years. And it was the last post is just really short. It's like how this has affected me, blah blah. Anyways, so yeah, again, getting under Ethan Van Sciver's skin and making him spiral and meltdown is as easy as just disagreeing with him. That Alfie guy didn't even try, and he got Ethan to melt down and fall in love, but then be wounded and do the ... dramatic pauses in text. That's how much of a girl Ethan is. And Ethan is personally threatened by the success of other people in indie comics. He's furious at guys like Tim Lim and Doug because they don't need his help. And that's all this comes down to is Ethan is wounded and very sensitive because he's a weak person.
I don't know what's worse.
He's always been a weak person too.
They don't need his help, or that they're succeeding without him. Because with Tim Lim, he's got success, but not like $500,000 in crowdfunding success.
But he's delivering on he's delivered on more comics than Ethan, and he's probably sold more comics than Ethan.
That bothers Ethan, though. That really fucking bothers him.
That digs deep into Ethan's ass like a fucking hemorrhoid that just won't pop. And
Like-
Ethan knows a lot about that.
Like a pair of claws.
Scuttling claws. Anyways,
Down the depths of the sea.
so we wanted to do a deep dive about this for like a little while. We've known about it for months and months.
I'll say this right up front. I'm glad that we did this because we're done with it now.
Yeah, we're done with it forever.
Done.
And again, we don't even do many videos about Comicsgate.
I know people.
Our videos are about movie reviews and talking about other shit.
The chat a little bit. I'm looking at the chat.
I haven't looked at the fucking chat.
Here's a summation. These people are fucking desperate, thirsty for this information, and this is the end of it.
Yeah, this is all the information from that one guy.
These people are fucking dropping to their knees in horror hope that we're going to cover more of this, and we are not going to.
Yeah, we might do another video about something comics related in the future, but I don't even feel like it.
Something, but not this.
Yeah.
You fucking people are so grabastic about this. We're done.
Yeah, we're done. What are you guys doing? Why aren't other people digging? This was just a lazy fucking Wednesday night for us.
It's not like somebody was fucking twisting their arm, preventing them from covering this themselves.
Yeah, again,
they have bigger channels or smaller channels. They just haven't bothered.
People could make a million videos about this shit, making fun of Ethan, but the fact is, most of them are just nerds themselves. They're just former Comicsgate nerds who are like fucking, they're not really funny or interesting on their own either. So
fucking hate being called out.
Yeah,
but they just.
That's why, again, if anyone tells me they're former Comicsgate, I don't even have any respect for them. I'll have respect for someone on an individual level, but not because they say they're former Comicsgate. I actually have less respect for them.
If you tell me that you're a fan of mine and then you say, yeah, I used to be with Comicsgate, but I fucking what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why? What the fuck am I doing? Why did I fuck up that wrong that you ever fucking followed me?
Yeah, what am I doing wrong that I appealed to you, piece of shit, faggot cocksucker? No, I'm not that bothered by it. I just fucking I just don't fucking.
That fucking bothers me. These fucking people are such losers.
The level of tolerance eventually just runs. Like the guy was, telling Ethan, I've had enough of this. I'm done. But clearly, Ethan doesn't have a life. He doesn't even have a life drawing comics. He wasn't a top tier comic artist. He never really has been, but especially for I think the past 15 years. Anyways, that's it. That's pretty much it. So unlike, share, don't comment.
3 hours. Fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Here's our new catchphrase.
Fuck yourself.
Fuck off.
Fuck
another Quaalude. You love me again.
Yes. Unlike, share, uncomment, don't subscribe. Make sure you're still unsubscribed. And remember that comics should matter. They just don't. I have to hit the buttons to end broadcast.